El Golpe. An impressive piece of sleuthing. McKenzie's dogged search for an in-depth. Emmanuel Ness, City University of. Edited by Jake Alimahomed Wilson and Amacomedy, Grass. www.plutobooks.com. Copyright El Golpe LLC 2022. The right of Rob McKenzie and Patrick Dunne to be identified as the authors of this work has been asserted in accordance with the Copyright, Designs and Patents Act 1988. British Library Cataloging and Publication Data. A catalog record for this book is available from the British Library. ISBN 9. Hardback. Typeset by Stan. Contents: list of photographs 6 series preface 7 acknowledgements 8 list of abbreviations 11 prologue 14 part 1 U.S. Labor's Cold War in Latin America 1 the birth of AIFLD and the coup in British Guiana 3 2 Labor's foreign policy contested and the military takeover in Brazil 17 3 AIFLD and the Battle of Chile 37 4 El Salvador, Nicaragua. And AIFLD's Agenda for Central America 58 Part 2 El Golpe 5 Mexico in the 1980s 87 6 U.S. Auto Companies Move South 1047 The Coup 118 The Strike 137 Part 3 Tracking the Assassins 9 Detroit 157 10 St. Paul 170 11 Washington, D.C. 181 Conclusion Putting together the pieces of the puzzle 195 Appendix. On the home, front, 203 photographs 209 notes, 215 Index 244. List of photographs 1. A young Bill Doherty on a PTTI study trip to Uruguay in October 1956 209 2. Chetty Juggin leads a protest march in British Guiana in the 1970s 209 3. Victor, Roy, and Walter Reuther at a UAW convention in Long Beach, California, May 16 to 21, 1966 210 4. Joe Byrne, CWA President, Walter Reuther, and Bill Smallwood, CWA at a June 1963 CWA convention in Kansas City, Missouri 210 5. J. Lovestone at a rally in the 1930s 211 6. J. Lovestone, AFL-CIO International Affairs Director 211 7. AIFLD activities in Mexico during the 1980s received funds from the National Endowment for Democracy, NED, 212 8. Ford Schwartitlan workers protest the attack on the plant after the Cleto Nigmo Memorial Service January 11, 1990 213 9. The workers occupied the plant before being driven out by police on January 22, 213 10. The Ford banner is burned at the end of the march 214 11. January 8th is not forgotten. The struggle continues at Ford. Workers' banner for the CORCTM representation. Vote. June 1991 214. Workers' movements are a common and recurring feature in contemporary capitalism. The same militancy that inspired the mass labor movements of the 20th century continues to define worker struggles that proliferate throughout the world today. For more than a century, labor unions have mobilized to represent the political economic interests of workers by uncovering the abuses of capitalism, establishing wage standards, improving oppressive working conditions, and bargaining with employers and the state. Since the 1970s, organized labor has declined in size and influence as the global power and influence of capital has expanded dramatically. The world over, existing unions are in a condition of fracture and turbulence in response to neoliberalism, financialization, and the reappearance of rapacious forms of imperialism. New and modernized unions are adapting to conditions and creating class-conscious workers' movement rooted in militancy and solidarity. Ironically, while the power of organized labor contracts, working-class militancy and resistance persists and is growing in the global South. Wildcat publishes ambitious and innovative works on the history and political economy of workers' movements and is a forum for debate on pivotal movements and labor struggles. The series applies a broad definition of the labor movement to include workers in and out of unions, and seeks works that examine proletarianization and class formation, mass production, gender, effective and reproductive labor, imperialism and workers, syndicalism and independent unions, and labor and leftist social and political movements. I usually dispense with the acknowledgments when reading history books because they have always seemed to be self-congratulatory and add little to the narrative. Having now written one myself, I see that differently. In this work, it isn't easy to do justice to the amount of help I received from many individuals researching and compiling El Golpe. My only previous writing experience had been as an editor of a local union newspaper. I began with knowing very little about the events that transpired at Ford in Mexico, and in retrospect, I knew virtually nothing. The same was true about CIA involvement with the American Federation of Labor Congress of Industrial Organizations, AFL-CIO. Many people assisted in the discovery process, often putting their interests and, in a few cases, their safety at risk to do so. Others who I thought should be helping in the endeavor opted out, seemingly concerned about the repercussions of doing so. I began to research the 1990 incidents at Ford Schwarzschild following an interview with historian Brian McMahon, who was working on a book about the Ford Twin Cities assembly plant. We discussed the topic of the local union's support for the dissidents in Mexico. I told him about hearing that the American Institute for Free Labor Development, AIFLD, was involved, and he questioned me as to why I had never pursued that. When I began to examine the incident, he counseled me about his attempts at research on the subject. Brian served as a reliable sounding board over the years, offering encouragement when it seemed I faced insurmountable obstacles. Brian eventually proposed what appeared to be the preposterous idea of writing a book about my experiences. Retired United Automobile Union, UAW, International staffer Greg Drudy supported the difficult early period of the effort and visited a labor archive on my behalf, finding what turned out to be proof positive of AIFLD involvement with an individual involved in the attack in Mexico. After I lost my first academic partner, when the contents Acknowledgements 9. Of an AIFLD file mysteriously disappeared at an archive, Professor Patrick McNamara at the University of Minnesota volunteered to advise me on this project. He allowed me to audit his class on Mexican history, recommended books on the subject, and spent many hours explaining Mexico and offering his perspective. Pat put me in contact with one of his graduate students, Paula Cuellar, who was going to Mexico City in the summer of 2018. Paula interviewed for Mexican workers who had been active in the events at the Ford plant, and translated those interviews for me. She spent 3 days, during COVID-19 restrictions, searching the Mexico City newspaper archives for photos. Michael Madden and Roy Magnuson, labor activists in Minnesota, took up the effort to pass a resolution on opening the AIFLD archives located at the University of Maryland in the St. Paul Regional Labor Federation, SPRLF, AFL-CIO. I don't believe the Department of State DOS would have given me documents in response to my Freedom of Information Act, FOIA, request had it not been for the intervention of U.S. Senator Tammy Baldwin and her staff. This book could not have been written without them. Many others made valuable contributions to what became El Golpe. Labor activists in the U.S. and Mexico, Raul Escobar Briones, Hector de la Cueva, Jamie Flores Duran, Frank Hammer, Alan Netland, Francisco Reytama, Larry Salampa, and the Duluth Central Labor Council, AFL-CIO, tended important assistance. Labor educators and academics, Judy Ansell, Professor Ruth Needleman, Jeff Shirk, and Professor Hugh Wilford offered guidance and advice to someone who had little knowledge about academic research. Professor Anthony Carew at the University of Manchester, who I believe to be the top expert on U.S. labor and the Cold War, engaged with me and shared contacts. Professor Kim Sipes maintained a seemingly solitary intellectual vigil in the United States in the field of AIFLD for decades and rendered a great deal of guidance on the subject. Author and activist Dan Laubotz wrote a book in 1992, Mask of Democracy, with several pages devoted to the events that composed the core of this book. He preserved vital information with this and clarified some of that for me. Retired AFL-CIO interna. X. El Golpe. Internal Affairs Department staff member Mark Anderson gave a lengthy phone interview. Sasha Ruther, documentary filmmaker and Victor Ruther's grandson, read an early version of the chapter on the Ruthers and the UAW, and offered some ideas. In a chance encounter at the George Meany Memorial Archives, GMMA, at the University of Maryland in the fall of 2018, I met a student from Cambridge University who had traveled to the U.S. to research AIFLD for his undergraduate dissertation. A few months later, an acquisition editor who read a sample chapter of my work advised me that I needed a graduate student to assist me. I proposed working on El Golpe to Patrick Dunne, the now Cambridge graduate. He accepted the offer and became the first person who read the entire draft manuscript. He supplied critical feedback, taught me how to footnote, badgered me into doing a bibliography, and wrote significant sections. He explained academic concepts and protocols and provided support through the sometimes brutal process of receiving critical reviews. Although several decades of years separate us in age, I was not conscious of this during our interactions. He quickly grasped the key problems involved in telling this story. El Golpe would not exist without him. As the investigation into the events surrounding the attack on the Ford plant in Mexico and AIFLD progressed, I discovered that a few critical works had been written dealing with the history of the CIA with the AFL-CIO, although these had not gained widespread currency. It was a topic largely neglected by U.S. labor historians. At first, I believe this was because conventional wisdom did not consider the CIA a legitimate subject of academic inquiry, but I now think there are more troubling explanations. A historian looking into the links between trade unions and the CIA runs the genuine risk of being locked out of labor archives. The AFL-CIO and its affiliate unions maintain a commitment to keeping research into most of this Cold War past blocked. Unfortunately, some of those who suspect or know details of this history have chosen to turn a blind eye to it. There is a fine line between this and actively participating in a cover-up. Organized labor has much soul-searching to do regarding this past with the CIA. I hope it is up to the task. AFLI. ALC. Asian American Free Labor Institute. African American Labor Center ACTWU Amalgamated Clothing and Textile Workers Union ADSD. AFCH. AFL. Association for Diplomatic Studies and Training. American Federation of Government Employees. American Federation of Labor AFL-CIO American Federation of Labor Congress of Industrial Organizations AFSC-ME American Federation of State, County, and Municipal Employees AID. AIFLD. CAP. CIA. CIO. U.S. Agency for International Development. American Institute for Free Labor Development. Fort Chouaditlan Assembly Plant. Central Intelligence Agency. Congress of Industrial Organizations Comic Maritime Federation of Chile COR. CTM. CTS. Confederation of Revolutionary Workers, Mexico. Confederation of Mexican Workers. Salvadoran Workers Central, El Salvador, CUPROC Confederation of Chilean Professionals CUT. CWA. DCI. DOS. FDN. FDR. Workers United Center, Chile. Communications Workers of America. Director of Central Intelligence. Department of State. National Democratic Front, Mexico. Democratic Revolutionary Front, El Salvador, FECCAS Christian Peasants Federation FMLN. Farabundo Martin National Liberation Front, El Salvador. FOIA. FTUC. Freedom of Information Act. Free Trade Union Committee. 12. El Golpe. FTUI. Free Trade Union Institute FWDM Ford Workers Democratic Movement GM. General Motors. GOM. Government of Mexico GMMA George Meany Memorial Archives IF. Inter-American Foundation. ICA. ICFTU. ILGW. ISDA. ITS. NAFTA. NALC. NED. NIE. NILE. NLC. International Cooperation Agency. International Confederation of Free Trade Unions. International Ladies Garment Workers Union. Salvadoran Institute of Agrarian Transformation, El Salvador. International Trade Secretariat. North American Free Trade Agreement. National Association of Letter Carriers. National Endowment for Democracy. National Intelligence Estimate. National Institute of Labor Education. National Labor Committee in Support of Democracy and Human Rights in El Salvador. NSDM 93 National Security Decision Memorandum 93 NTSB. National Transportation Safety Board. OCAW. OGIS. ORIT. OSS. PAN. PARM. PCN. PDC. PPS. PRD. PRI. PRT. PSI. PTI. SBRLF. Oil Chemical and Atomic Workers Union. Office of Government Information Services. Inter-American Regional Organization of Workers. Office of Strategic Services. National Action Party, Mexico. Party of the Authentic Mexican Revolution. National Party of Conciliation. Christian Democratic Party, El Salvador. Popular Socialist Party, Mexico. Party of the Democratic Revolution, Mexico. Institutional Revolutionary Party, Mexico. Revolutionary Workers' Party, Mexico. Public Service International. Postal, Telephone and Telegraph International. St. Paul Regional Labor Federation, AFL-CIO. Abbreviations. 13. TCAP. UAW. UCS. UPD. UREP. USW. WFDU. Fort Twin Cities Assembly Plant. United Automobile Aerospace and Agricultural Implement Workers of America. Salvadoran Communal Union. Popular Democratic Unity, El Salvador. University Research and Education Project. United Steelworkers. World Federation of Trade Unions. In the pre-dawn darkness outside Mexico City, in the dim light created by street lamps, a group of about 300 thugs and tough guys prepare to enter the Ford Cuautitlán assembly plant. They are men willing to commit acts of violence for the right price and are armed with clubs and firearms. Many have been drinking or have strengthened their resolve with drugs. They are wearing ill-fitting Ford uniforms with company ID badges displayed on their chests. The government union officials and gangsters who have hurriedly pulled the group together wait for the final okay to enter the plant. It is January 8, 1990. The events of the next few hours will shape the lives of workers at the plant irreversibly. Within a few months, hundreds will have lost their jobs, after protesting the violent attacks on them that were about to begin. Within a few days, one worker will be dead. In isolation, the Golpe, meaning Coup in Spanish, at Ford Cuautitlán is a gut-wrenching tale of a courageous struggle and its betrayal. Faced with the opposition and resources of one of the largest employers in Mexico, the dominant labor federation in the country, the ruling Mexican political party, and the U.S. government, workers fought valiantly for years against wage cuts and for elemental union democracy. But the Golpe cannot be viewed in isolation. Domestically, a challenge to the authoritarian rule of the Partido Revolucionario Institucional, or Institutional Revolutionary Party, PRI, was brewing. In 1988, a coalition of left parties, the Frente Democrático Nacional, or National Democratic Front, FDN, had won the July election, vowing to reverse the free market reforms the PRI was promoting. Only quick and decisive electoral fraud on the part of the PRI enabled it to hold on to power. Undeterred by the true vote against him, President Carlos Salinas, a Harvard-educated PhD, moved forward with his program of deregulation, privatization, austerity, and free trade that began in the wake of the 1982 Prologue. 15. Economic crisis. The worker insurgency at the Ford Cuautitlán plant was the latest manifestation of rising militancy in the working class. As diplomatic cables detailed in this book demonstrate, Salinas and his government feared further industrial action would scare off foreign capital. They had to crush the workers, and in the form of the Confederación Trabajadores de Mexico, or Confederation of Mexican Workers, CTM, they had a compliant union federation that they could turn to for support. When that proved to be insufficient, they found help from outside the country. Some readers will be aware of the long history of intervention by the United States in South and Central America during the Cold War. The CIA was a critical agent of political change in the region, waging largely successful covert operations against the left-of-center governments in Guatemala, Cuba, British Guiana, the Dominican Republic, Brazil, and Chile. In 1981, U.S. President Reagan authorized the CIA to conduct covert operations against the Sandinista government in Nicaragua. Part of the Reagan administration's justification for this was based on the belief that if Nicaragua fell under the control of a leftist-leaning government, neighboring Mexico could be next. To protect the PRI, but more importantly to protect American capital investment into the country, the DOS looked to support the decades-old status quo forces that would stand in the way of democratic industrial action like that practiced in Cuautitlán. Joining this anti-communist crusade was the foreign policy lead. Heirship of the American Federation of Labor Congress of Industrial Organizations, AFL-CIO, the largest labor federation in the United States. Since the end of World War II, many of the AFL-CIO's top officers and staff had worked hand in glove with U.S. intelligence services to fight communism and foreign trade unions. Latin America proved to be a crucible in which purported representatives of the U.S. labor movement organized, trained, and funded right-wing groups to wreak havoc on the social fabric of nations led by left-leaning governments. Most of this work was done by the American Institute for Free Labor Development, created in 1962, referred to in the text as AIFLD, or the Institute. Although the Institute claimed to be a private organization, the U.S. government financed it, and 16. El Golpe. As this book will prove, it danced to the tune of the U.S. intelligence agencies. It was provided operational cover by the AFL-CIO and key business leaders. This book reveals the link between AIFLD and the events at Cuautitlán. It does this first by establishing AIFLD's history as an arm of U.S. foreign policy, which infiltrated and worked with foreign labor leaders to disrupt, crush, or sabotage democratic, organic trade unionism. Turning to Mexico, it then outlines all the evidence available, and makes the case that it is highly likely AIFLD colluded with some CTM officials to help break the dissident movement, resulting in the killing of a worker at the Ford Cuautitlán plant. The book is primarily written for people who, perhaps as former union members or supporters, want to know about the AFL-CIO's foreign policy and its catastrophic effects. However, the evidence presented in Part 1 does have relevance for more academic historiographical debates, both on U.S. foreign policy toward the Americas and on the relationship between the labor movement and the U.S. government. It demonstrates that labor representatives were an active and essential part of the foreign policy apparatus that fought communism and workers' organizations worldwide. In academic accounts of the U.S. policy towards South and Central America, AIFLD is often overlooked. This might be understandable given the organization's relatively low public profile and its disappearance after 1996. U.S. labor's Cold War role has more likely been sidelined by presentism, which in the post-Reagan and Third Way era no longer deems organized labor to be a powerful agent of political change. Even in books such as Stephen Rabe's The Killing Zone, which eviscerate any moral justification for the CIA's support of right-wing groups in the region, labor is only a peripheral presence in the story. Another trend that could explain why AIFLD is rarely mentioned is the understandable fear that historians have of undermining the agency of historical actors in the global South. Such sentiment is evident in leading books on the subject, such as Hal Brand's 2010 tome Latin America's Cold War and Tanya Harmer's 2011 assessment of the Inter-American Cold War. We believe that by telling this story from the perspective of U.S. labor's complicity. Prologue 17. Particularly as Anglophone speakers with little personal experience of Mexico, we are doing the best we can to bring to light participants' experiences that are otherwise ignored in the historiography. The debate on labor's relationship with the U.S. government and its support for U.S. foreign policy objectives has not sufficiently assessed the role of AIFLD. Historians debating over how, slavishly, AFL-CIO foreign policy followed the lead of the U.S. government into covert battles, the key claim of New Left historian Ronald Radosh, or arguing that it pursued an independent foreign policy, such as Edmund Wehrle in his detailed account of the Federation's policy toward the Vietnam War, would be better served had they scrutinized the makeup and purpose of AIFLD and its twin organizations, the Asian American Free Labor Institute, AFLI, and the African American Labor Center, ALC. Further investigation into how business interests morphed into labor's foreign policy, given the structure of AIFLD and its board of directors, would have strength. Ian Wehrle's attempt at a nuanced portrayal. The narrative that unfolds in the pages that follow is an intricate, even convoluted one. But the case I make can be simply summarized. AIFLD was a government-created organization, managed by the CIA, for which the top leaders of the AFL-CIO provided cover throughout the Cold War. The institute carried out U.S. foreign policy both in overt actions and covert activities. AFL-CIO foreign policy was guided in large part by government agents who were also active in suppressing dissent over foreign policy in labor. AIFLD and the CIA worked with elements in Mexico to break the Ford Workers' Democratic Movement, FWDM, at Fort Chuautitlán. That nascent reform movement might otherwise have been able to chart a different path for Mexican workers, improving conditions there and reducing U.S. job losses to Mexico. The violence at Fort Chuautitlán had a lasting impact on Mexican workers' wage and benefit level and the flight of U.S. manufacturing jobs to Mexico. In 2017, at under $3 per hour, Mexican auto workers' pay fell below the average manufacturing wage in China, something that would have been inconceivable in 1990.1. That same year, a new U.S. president took office, his election in part due to 18. El Golpe. A backlash against the devastation of the American manufacturing economy and the influx of immigrants from Mexico, fleeing bone-crushing poverty. What follows is a story about a group of workers who fought against economic and political domination in their workplace. It is also a story about the many advocates for social justice who labored to bring the details of these events to light. Its purpose is not merely to recall history but to mobilize those who read it. If you are as appalled as we are at the actions taken by AIFLD as outlined in this book, then it is time to talk about them. At the minute, far too few people are. Part 1. 1. The birth of AIFLD and the coup in British Guiana. As Kirkland has always done, and as I would always do in George Meany, vigorously deny that the CIA ever had anything to do with the AIFLD. I would be willing to swear on a Bible, and I'm a practicing Catholic, that the CIA did not finance the AIFLD. But that doesn't do any good because even if they did, I would have to deny it. William Doherty, Jr., 1996. The American Institute for Free Labor Development, AIFLD, was incorporated as a non-profit organization in late 1961. Created as an immediate response to the success of the Cuban Revolution, it was the product of over a decade of prior collaboration between the CIA and the American Federation of Labor Congress of Industrial Organizations, AFL-CIO, in the Cold War struggle. 1. As the ultimate defeat of Nazi Germany became evident in the final months of World War II, the Soviet Union and the US began planning for a post-war confrontation. The devastation caused by the war and the preeminent role of communists and labor militants in the anti-Nazi resistance had helped put leftists in a strong position in post-war European unions. As early as 1944, the Office of Strategic Services, OSS, the forerunner to the Central Intelligence Agency, CIA, calculated that it would have to make significant efforts in foreign labor unions to meet the communist challenge. Serafino Romualdi, who later would become the first executive director of AIFLD, was assigned as an OSS special agent with the rank of major, to work against the communists and labor unions in the liberated areas of Italy in 1944.2. In 1920, as a young man of 20, Romualdi joined the Italian Socialist Party in his native province of Perugia. 2 months later. 4. El Golpe. Fascist squads from nearby Tuscany overran the region and began looking for socialist leaders. Romualdi fled, eventually landing in New York City in 1922. He got a job with an anti-fascist Italian-language newspaper associated with the International Ladies' Garment Workers Union, ILGW, eventually joining the editorial staff in 1933. With the entry of the U.S. into World War II in 1941, Romualdi began organizing anti-fascist groups among Italian communities in South America. In 1945, with the support of ILGW President David Dubinsky, Romualdi was granted an earlier request to establish a Latin American operation under an American Federation of Labor, AFL, affiliated organization. 3 After the end of the war, he would spend the rest of his career working with U.S. intelligence in Latin America. 4. In 1944, the AFL also began a campaign against communist influence in foreign trade unions. At a convention that year, the AFL passed a resolution, drafted by J. Lovestone, creating the Free Trade Union Committee (FTUC). Nominally independent from the AFL, it directed the foreign policy of the AFL throughout the 1940s and 1950s. Its members included George Meany, David Dubinsky, Matthew Wall, Irving Brown, and J. Lovestone. 5 Lovestone would be the executive director of the FTUC and become the international affairs director of the AFL-CIO in 1963. The FTUC gave money to anti-communist unions and anti-communist political forces. Starting in 1948, it received most of the funds for doing this from the CIA or its component, the Office of Policy Coordination. 6 A proposed contract between the CIA and the FTUC clarifying their alliance and goals was found in the Hoover Institution Library Archives. 7. With the Allied victory, the U.S. began the Marshall Plan for the reconstruction of Europe. The Soviet Union and the Communist-dominated World Federation of Trade Unions, WFDU, opposed the plan. The American Congress of Industrial Organizations, CIO, seceded from the WFDU in protest, and along with the AFL, which had never joined the WFDU, they helped initiate the International Confederation of Free Trade Unions, ICFTU, in 1949. One of the organizers of the ICFTU was William C. Doherty Sr. Doherty had the birth of AIFLD and the coup in British Guiana. 5. Doherty Sr.'s career fighting communism began at a young age. He joined the Army in 1919 and was part of the U.S. Army's expeditionary force sent to Russia to support the White Movement, a loose coalition of anti-communist forces who opposed the Bolsheviks in the Russian Civil War, 1917-22. He spent 3 years in Vladivostok, Russia, and became a chief communications officer. On returning to the U.S., he got a job with the U.S. Postal Service and became the president of his local union. In 1941, he was elected president of the National Association of Letter Carriers, NALC. In 1941, Doherty Sr. also became the youngest person to be elected as vice president of the National AFL-CIO. At the end of World War II, General Lucius B. Clay chose him to help the trade union movement re-establish itself in the Allied-controlled areas of West Germany. 9 In addition to his work with the NALC and the ICFTU, Doherty Sr. was also involved in the post-war revival of the Postal Telephone and Telegraph International, PTTI, and International Trade Secretariat, ITS. 10 The International Trade Secretariats were created around the turn of the century, but following World War II they became tiny and were quickly dominated by American affiliates, due to their dependence on CIA finances. 11 In 1962, Doherty Sr. was appointed ambassador to Jamaica, the first trade union leader selected for an ambassadorship. 12. Much of what we know about the senior Doherty's CIA links comes via former CIA agents Paul Sakwa and Tom Braden, who remember Doherty Sr. parceling out cash to foreign union leaders. 13 The CIA hired Sakwa in 1952, and he served until 1962. He was sent to Paris to work in the French branch as a case officer. According to Sakwa, the CIA paid Doherty Sr.'s expenses. 6. El Golpe had funneled CIA money to foreign unions. He would only say he had never been on a CIA payroll, or I never supplied money to anybody except on behalf of the organization I represented. 14 These earlier government-supported, anti-communist activities on the part of labor organizations would soon lead directly to the establishment of AIFLD. Perhaps the most important player in this episode was Joseph A. Byrne, president of the Communications Workers of America, CWA. according to AFL-CIO President Lane Kirkland. The most significant thing, as I recall, about Byrne was his role in the creation of the American Institute for Free Labor Development, AIFLD. I think that Joe was the moving party in that. 15. Serafino Romualdi claimed that the idea for the institute came to Byrne in somewhat of an epiphany while flying over the Andes Mountains on the western side of South America. 16. According to Romualdi, Byrne was contemplating the poverty of the region and decided that what these people needed to do was change their outlook and view of the world. Upon his return, Byrne inaugurated a training program for Latin American labor leaders, an effort for which he would rely on the assistance of a fellow Irish Catholic, William C. Doherty Jr. In April 1958, Byrne arranged to have Doherty Jr. tour Latin America with Romualdi's deputy at the AFL-CIO, Andrew McClellan. McClellan was working at the Federation's International Affairs Department. The trip's goal was to select a group of anti-communist labor leaders who would undergo on-site training at a new PTTI school in Washington, D.C. 17. Byrne brought 16 of these Latin American communications workers to the nearby CWA Training Center in Front Royal, Virginia, for a 3-month stay in 1959. William Doherty Jr. worked for the PTTI and supervised Byrne's 1959 training program. 18. On completion of the training course, the Latin American workers would return home and have their salaries paid for 9 months while they organized anti-communist unions and did administrative work for those organizations. 19. When Byrne's Latin American communications workers went home, their wages were paid by the PTTI, according to Romualdi. 20. In 1996. The birth of AIFLD and the coup in British Guiana. 7. Interview. William Doherty Jr. said that this funding came from the International Cooperation Agency, ICA, a forerunner of the U.S. Agency for International Development, AID. 21. The PTTI's member unions included Byrne's communications workers as well as the letter carriers of the NALC, of which William C. Doherty Sr. was president. 22. This training model would become the core activity of AIFLD in the coming decades. 23. See Appendix. Byrne went on to play his critical role in the formation and development of AIFLD. In April 1961, he approached the National Institute of Labor Education, NILE, a small nonprofit, with a 1-page proposal to train around 250 trade union officers from Latin America. The training content would include regular tool subjects, plus consideration for functioning of a free society and methods of dealing with communist efforts to capture control of unions. On May 12, 1961, AFL-CIO President George Meany convened a policy design committee with the idea of growing this original concept into a program that would encompass all of Latin America. 24. In July 1961, NILE sent Byrne's concept to the University of Chicago's Labor Education Department, the University Research and Education Project, UREP, to develop an organization that could fulfill the plan. 25. That year, the University of Chicago's UREP was contracted to develop an organizational blueprint for an institute that would train Latin American labor leaders. The AFL-CIO provided $20,000 for this. That model organization, which became known as the American Institute for Free Labor Development, would include business leaders as well as union officials. The UREP director was John McCullum, a young sociologist from the University of Chicago. McCullum was certain he would be the director of the new organization. 26. 8. El Golpe. The Federation's typical anti-communist, pro-free enterprise rhetoric that made it through Meany's Design Policy Committee was the new organization's name: the American Institute for Free Labor Development. 27. McCullum and Byrne quickly got into another dispute about the size and scope of the initial AIFLD training program. McCullum was struggling to find enough foundation money to pay for the 25 trainees he envisioned. The much larger number of students Byrne wanted would require substantial government funds. The issue became a pretext for Byrne and Meany to force McCullum out. Byrne said McCullum's resignation would be a sound alternative, and there was a very sharp difference between you and me. In November 1961, McCullum finally got the message and offered his resignation to Meany, which was accepted in January 1962. But the reality of his departure, according to AIFLD donors in the Rockefeller family, was that McCullum did not resign but got fired out and out-fired by George Meany. 29. In his autobiography, Romualdi wrote that McCullum resigned for personal reasons. Romualdi recounts that he was then offered the AIFLD director job by George Weaver, Assistant Secretary of Labor for International Labor Affairs, during a plane trip from Texas to Washington, D.C. In March 1962, Romualdi replaced McCullum and became Executive Director of AIFLD. 30. The birth of AIFLD and the coup in British Guiana. 9. Of the training program version, laced with some social projects, AIFLD was now poised to be an active combatant in the Cold War. AIFLD's formal unveiling was timed with its first training course at Front Royal in June 1962, According to minutes from the Labor Advisory Committee on Foreign Policy. 31 President Dwight D. Eisenhower established the Advisory Committee as a result of a study on international labor activities conducted during the administration's second term. That study called for increased coordination between organizations involved in international labor affairs, the Departments of State, Labor, and Defense, the CIA, the USAID, and the U.S. Information Agency. The Advisory Committee's second meeting was in March 1962, and those attending included George Meany, Serafino Romualdi, Joseph Byrne, Director of CIA Thomas McCone, Aide Administrator Fowler Hamilton, Secretary of State Dean Rusk, and Secretary of Labor Arthur Goldberg. 32 The organization voted to charter AIFLD as a member of the committee and fund it with $350,000 of government money. Arthur Goldberg, Secretary of Labor, personally delivered $100,000 of that to Romualdi to begin operations in June. 33. According to Romualdi, the first meeting of the AIFLD Board of Trustees took place in the Commodore Hotel in New York in October 1961. 34 The president of the new organization would be AFL-CIO President George Meany, and the chairman of the board would be J. Peter Grace, President and CEO of W.R. Grace & Company, a diversified industrial company with extensive holdings in Latin America. Grace was a leader of the U.S. Council of the International Chamber of Commerce and was president of the 1,000-member branch of the Catholic religious order the Knights of Malta, which traced its origins back to medieval Knights Hospitaller. He had long served as a liaison for CIA-financed religious missions in Latin America. 35 Romualdi has said that Grace and Meany were very close, and probably had daily contact during the 1960s. 36 Charles Brinkerhoff of the Anaconda Company and Juan Tripp of Pan American World Airways were also recruited to serve on the board of directors. 37 The secretary-treasurer would be Joseph Byrne of the CWA, the director of the Social Projects Department. 10. L. Golpe would be William C. Doherty Jr., William C. Doherty Sr.'s son. 38 Doherty Jr., often called Bill, after Romualdi's retirement, became AIFLD executive director in 1965 and held that job for 30 years. 39 Romualdi would later die of a heart attack while attending a Confederation of Mexican Workers (CTM) conference in Mexico City in 1967. Rumors circulated within AIFLD that he had been assassinated, as he was embittered over not getting an ambassadorship. Exploding a cyanide tablet near someone was reported to produce heart attack symptoms. 40 Doherty Jr. returned to the U.S., completing his philosophy degree at Catholic University where he also played football. He married in 1949 and started working part-time as a Capitol Hill policeman. Doherty Jr. somehow parlayed that into becoming the president in 1950, at age 24, of a local branch, number 32, of the American Federation of Government Employees, AFG, Union, with 1,000 members. 41 At this time, his father was the president of the Public Employees Department of the AFL and would have known the president of the AFG, also a member of the department, who might have played a role in this. The younger Doherty quickly moved on to Georgetown University, where he attended the School of Linguistics and Georgetown Law School, as well as the School of Foreign Service, according to his AIFLD biography. Georgetown University Law Center records show him enrolled from 1951 until April 1953, when he withdrew, returning to Europe in 1953 at the age of 26. Doherty Jr. got a job as an assistant director of the Regional Activities Department of the ICFTU and was stationed. The birth of AIFLD and the coup in British Guiana. 11. In Brussels, Belgium. He stayed until 1955 and then began working for the PTTI in Mexico. In a 1996 interview with the Association for Diplomatic Studies and Training, ADST, Doherty Jr. claims to have been the first American trade unionist to establish a presence in Latin America. He worked for the PTTI until 1962 and then began working for AIFLD. At AIFLD, he held the top position of executive director at the Washington, D.C. headquarters from 1965 until it was disbanded in 1996. 42 As journalist Jonathan Quitney sardonically noted about William Jr.'s rise to Union power, long and arduous it wasn't. 43. In 1994, President Clinton nominated William Doherty Jr. to be ambassador to Guyana, the former colony British Guiana. In an ironic twist of fate, the government of Guyana rejected him. Perhaps unknown to Clinton, the newly elected president of Guyana already had a history with Doherty Jr. and AIFLD. In 1953, British Guiana, an English-speaking British colony populated by the descendants of slaves and workers from Africa and India, elected its first native-born prime minister, Dr. Chetty Juggin. Juggin's father had been a cane cutter on a sugar plantation. 44 While studying dentistry at Northwestern University, Juggin married an American nursing student who was active in the Young Communists. He came to support immediate independence for Guyana and the nationalization of the sugar industry. 45 The Juggans returned to Guyana in 1943, and in 1948 Juggan led a huge funeral march for 5 workers shot and killed at a sugar plantation strike. 46 He won election as Chief Minister in 1953. UK Prime Minister Winston Churchill believed Juggan to be too leftist, suspended the constitution, and jailed him. After being released from jail, Juggan won re-election as Prime Minister in 1957 and again in 1961. Like Churchill, U.S. President Kennedy also determined that Juggan was a socialist threat and, after meeting with his national security officers, ordered him to be unseated. 47 Suddenly, things started going badly for British Guiana. Previously unheard of radio stations began to broadcast in the capital criticizing Juggan. New Spa. 12. El Golpe. These general strikes focused on a proposed change to the national labor law. The International Affairs Department of the American Federation of State, County, and Municipal Employees (AFSM) was reportedly run by 2 intelligence agency aides who operated out of the union's headquarters in Washington with the knowledge of the union's leadership. 48 In 1959, the CIA had begun funding AFSCME, through its president Arnold Zander, to set up an education program for government workers in Latin America, according to a New York Times article written in 1967. AFSM was part of an ITS, the Public Service International, PSI. With the CIA money, operatives allegedly persuaded some British Guiana public employees and dockworkers to organize strikes. At one point, one of the agents served on the bargaining committee for the dockworkers' union. Intervention in the strike was called Operation Fly Past, and was a joint operation of the CIA and the AFL-CIO, or, as a British Foreign Office official, J.C. Stackpoole, called them, the AFL/CIA. 49 The strikes lasted long enough to disrupt the national economy. 50. Juggan believed that the CIA, AFLD, Serafino Romualdi, and William C. Doherty Jr. were primarily responsible for the actions against his government. In July 1963, Juggan wrote a letter to the New York Times saying, "Local trade unionists known to be hostile to the government, and none others, have been trained by the American Institute for Free Labor Development to overthrow my government." 51 Following the fall of Juggan's government in 1963, free and fair elections for Prime Minister were not held until 1992. When Juggan was again elected. 52 After refusing Doherty's diplomatic credentials, Juggan told the New York Times, "Maybe President Clinton doesn't know our history, but the people who advise him should at least know their own history." 53 He thus blocked Doherty's nomination as ambassador to the now independent Guyana. 54 Further. The birth of AFLD and the coup in British Guiana. 13. Evidencing the AFLD-CIA relationship and their joint role in Guyana specifically, in 1999 the CIA acknowledged that it had been the executive agent of policy and the action arm of covert operations in British Guiana. 55. As long as I stayed within the policy guidelines of the AFL-CIO and its political, economic, and social objectives, we had a very large degree of autonomy to go out and to do our thing. We had the staff and the money to do it. Aid financing went to the regions. It didn't go to the AFL-CIO or go to a central body. Capital and money is what runs things. 56. In 1996, retired AFL-CIO President Lane Kirkland was also asked a question in an interview about the management of AFLD and its sibling organizations, the Asian American Free Labor Institute, AFLI, and the African American Labor Center, ALC, and how the AFL-CIO International Department fit into the chain of command of these. He responded, "Well, the institutes were set up as independent bodies." Kirkland's response raises a question here as to who was managing AFLD. 57. When asked about what percentage of funding aid or later the National Endowment for Democracy, ND, provided for AFLD, Doherty replied, "I'd say the percentage never got below 80. I'm just guessing that off the top of my head." Doherty recalls that AFLD received $18 to $20 million in a better year from U.S. government sources. 58 In fact, the U.S. government almost entirely funded AFLD. Between 1962 and 1974, AFLD received a total of $58.2 million from aid while the AFL-CIO contributed $2.46 million, and during that time span U.S. businesses added $1.60 million. 59 By 1985. The $19.4 million yearly budget was about 98% furnished by federal money. 60 With massive government funding, AFLD went on to establish 13 national training centers across Latin America. Romualdi claimed that by 1966-7 the institute 14. El Golpe was running schools in every country in the region except Haiti, Paraguay, and Cuba. 61 And according to Perry Felwak, a former National Security Agency employee turned whistleblower, writing in 1973, A CIA case officer is undercover in almost every AFLD office abroad. 62. Romualdi Serafino, AFL representative in Latin America and principal CIA agent for labor operations in Latin America. Doherty William, Inter-American representative for PTTI and CIA agent in labor operations. Executive Director of AFLD. Brown Irving, European representative of the American Federation of Labor and principal CIA agent for control of the International Confederation of Free Trade Unions, ICFTU. Point 63. The birth of AFLD and the coup in British Guiana. 15. AG recounts working directly with Doherty on a CIA project in Ecuador in 1960 when he was assigned their. Point 64. AG's first book, Inside the Company, CIA Diary, exposed 170 agency personnel and numerous agents and operations in Latin America known to him during his years of service there. These exposures resulted in the retirement of more than 100 active foreign agents. As of June 1977, the monetary cost of AG's exposures were estimated to be more than $2 million. The agency continues to incur other costs, both direct and indirect. Point 65. Inside the Company has stood up in almost every detail over time. A CIA analysis, obtained by Wall Street Journal reporter Jonathan Whitney, calls the reporting complete and accurate. 66. In interviews with Whitney, 5 former CIA operatives corroborated AG's assertions about AFLD and the CIA. Point 67. 16. L. Golpe. That I wanted to discuss with you, then raced out of the room 20 minutes into the interview. 68. Determined to get the last word, Doherty replies in part, I must repeat for the record that there has never been any involvement between AFLD and the CIA. 69. But, in another interview, when asked what the business community contributed to AFLD, Doherty veered off topic and said, as Kirkland has always done, and as I would always do, and George Meany vigorously deny that the CIA ever had anything to do with the AFLD. I would be willing to swear on a Bible, and I'm a practicing Catholic, that the CIA did not finance the AFLD. But that doesn't do any good because even if they did, I would have to deny it. And therefore, the denial will never be accepted anyhow, so I don't bother going around denying it. Point 70. George Meany and his successor Lane Kirkland would vigorously deny CIA involvement in AFLD and the AFL-CIO for 3 decades. Point 71. 2. Labor's foreign policy contested and a military takeover in Brazil. I did my best to try and lift the lid on it. And someday it will all come out. Victor Reuther, 1967. In April 1966, the small circulation magazine Ramparts printed a story on the Michigan State University Group, a technical assistance program in South Vietnam. The Ramparts expose quoted a former project director, who said that it was a front for CIA covert operations. The Ramparts piece unleashed a series of other articles detailing CIA involvement in U.S. civilian organizations, and changed how Americans would view the CIA. Point 1. One of the pieces that followed was an interview in May 1966 with Victor Reuther, brother of UAW President Walter Reuther, and the head of that organization's International Affairs Department. In that LA Times interview, Reuther suggested there were ties between AFL-CIO foreign policy, AFLD, and the CIA. Point 2. The Reuther brothers, Walter, Victor, and Roy, were sons of a German immigrant, Valentine Reuther, who settled in the Midwest. He was a union activist and socialist. When Walter and Victor were children, Valentine brought them to visit Eugene Debs, a socialist candidate for president, then imprisoned for his opposition to World War I. In the 1930s, Walter and Victor visited the newly created Soviet Union and worked in an auto plant there. Upon their return, they began working to organize the fledgling UAW. Point 3 following the successful strike and occupation of General Motors, GM, plants in Flint, Michigan, in 1936-7 and a decade of fierce factional. 18. L. Golpe. Fighting, Walter would become the international president of the new union, and appoint Victor to be director of the UAW Education Department, and then director of International Affairs. Point 4 During the 1950s, the CIO assigned Victor Reuther as European director. The CIO was a union federation composed of unions representing mainly unskilled workers in mass production industries, which often put it at odds with the American Federation of Labor, AFL, a federation composed mostly of unions based along craft lines. While every bit as anti-communist as the AFL leaders, the Reuthers had differing ideas on what free unions should be doing. While sometimes working together and often in opposition to the AFL-affiliated FTUC, Victor learned of the vast amounts of money being distributed by the FTUC to the service of anti-communist causes, primarily by AFL European Director Irving Brown. Point 5 This money was far more than could be accounted for from union funds. Revelations in the 1960s that many dummy foundations funded by the CIA, had contributed large amounts of money to U.S. labor unions, and their international labor affiliates proved that his concerns were valid. Victor Reuther claimed that the unions later shown to have received the CIA source distributions included the Oil, Chemical, and Atomic Workers Union, OCAW, AFSAM, and the newspaper Guild. 6. Labor's foreign policy contested. 19. Called 1. 7. Walter found working with Meany to be a frustrating experience, and the two leaders had significant disagreements on issues like union organizing and civil rights. At the core, they held opposing views about the mission and purpose of the trade union movement. At the forefront of those differences were foreign affairs and relationships with international labor organizations. 8. During the 1950s, Meany and his chief lieutenant in foreign affairs, J. Lovestone, had created a worldwide network in the FTUC funded by CIA cash. In Victor Reuther's view, this made them vulnerable to control by the donor. 9. When AIFLD began operations in 1962, it opened the door to the infusion of government funds on a still more substantial basis. The UAW had initially supported the creation of AIFLD, and Walter agreed to serve on the board with the understanding it was to be a joint effort with academic institutions. Subsequent events would change the UAW position on AIFLD. In March 1961, President Kennedy announced his economic and social development program in Latin America called the Alliance for Progress. He hoped to raise the masses in Latin America out of poverty and stop the spread of Castro-inspired socialism. For weeks after the alliance was announced, the failed Bay of Pigs invasion moved the Reuthers to call for an even more radical economic development program for Latin America based on the International Trade Secretariats and embracing the Peace Corps. The UAW called this the Council for Social Progress. As we saw in the previous chapter, Byrne, Doherty, and Romualdi were at the same time developing a rival trade union initiative with Meany's support, which led to the creation of AIFLD in 1962. The Kennedy administration decided to support the AFL-CIO-backed AIFLD model over the UAW's program. Walter Reuther stayed away from the 1961 AIFLD meeting, where George Meany and Peter Grace were elected as president and chairman of the board, but he retained a nominal membership on the board of trustees. 10. 20. L. Golpe. Only be open to the charge by our opposition that they are agents of the U.S., but they clearly will be in the pay of a U.S. institution which includes employers and government in what is presumably a labor training program. 11. Since AIFLD became the only U.S. government-backed labor program in Latin America, Victor believed it to be very nearly a private, unregulated, and irresponsible monopoly. 12. AIFLD established training centers in Brazil at the end of 1962. The first group of 33 Brazilian labor leaders arrived at Front Royal for training in January 1963. Their 6-month course included classes in U.S. labor history, economics, and techniques for fighting communists and fascists. Follow-up surveys found that many of the Brazilian leaders were largely unimpressed, and U.S. officials, impatient with the training, were eager to embrace a long-planned coup d'état. 13. In April 1964, the democratically elected president of Brazil, João Goulart, was overthrown by a CIA-backed military coup. Serafino Romualdi, AIFLD executive director, had known about the planning for the coup. 14. The deposed President Goulart was a member of the Brazilian Labor Party and enjoyed widespread support from workers and the trade union movement in Brazil. 15. When the coup began, the Brazilian Communist Party called for a general strike. AIFLD-trained unionists were in place to effectively split labor, exhorting the communications workers to stay on the job. Their directives kept communications systems operating, allowing the military to coordinate and seize power. 16. Workers were at the center of conflicts in the Goulart government, and it would be accurate to characterize the coup as one staged against workers. 17. When the military seized control in Brazil, they put army officers in charge of unions. They abolished the right to strike, and opposition dissidents were imprisoned and, in some cases, tortured. Following the takeover, communist-led unions were put into trusteeship and purged of leftists and Goulart supporters. Labor contracts negotiated during the Goulart government. Labor's foreign policy contested. 21. Were allowed to be terminated by employers. In the aftermath of the coup, AIFLD representatives began advocating for a wage freeze proposed by the military regime. The AFL-CIO embraced the new regime and bragged about bringing it to power. 18. Victor Reuther attended the first meeting of the Labor Advisory Committee, composed of representatives of the Departments of State, Labor, and Defense, the CIA, the USAID, the U.S. Information Agency, and the AFL-CIO, held in May 1964, after the coup. He raised questions about the ethics of labor's role in the events in Brazil. Although he was at the meeting in an unofficial capacity, he heard reports about AIFLD doubling their activities and coordinating with officials from the Department of State, DOS. Andrew McClellan, the AFL-CIO Inter-American Regional Organization of Workers, ORIT, representative, defended the new Brazilian government's practice of intervening in unions as necessary to provide continuity in legal counseling and social welfare services. 19. In On Company Business, the 1980 documentary film about the CIA, an American worker named Richard Martinez says he was recruited in 1962 to help build unions in Brazil. A union member from a Latino working-class background, he was hired by Tom Robles. Robles had been active in the New Mexico State AFL-CIO, and Martinez identified him as the AFL-CIO State Secretary. Robles was also the labor attaché at the U.S. Embassy in Peru from 1962 to 1964 when he recruited Martinez. Following his tenure with the DOS, Robles would work for the International Affairs Department of the AFL-CIO under J. Lovestone. 20. The author Jonathan Quitney interviewed Martinez for his book Endless Enemies and found him consistent in his claims. Martinez also provided Quitney with corroborating documents and photos. 21. In the film, Martinez says, "My position was to be administrator and organizer for the Postal Telephone and Telegraph International, which was, I later learned, one of the phony organizations under the CIA. My boss was Wallace Leahy, one of John McCone's, director of the CIA, 1961-5, top hands. Martinez's work would consist entirely of helping to foment the 1964 coup against Goulart. 22. L. Golpe. William Doherty Jr., then AFLD director of the Social Projects Division, 3 months after the coup, gave an interview on an AFL-CIO-sponsored radio program. When asked, "What happened to these individuals who learned the techniques and programs of free trade unionism, the AFLD training program, in recent developments?" he replied, "Well, very frankly, within the limits placed on them by the administration of João Goulart, when they returned to their respective countries they were very active in organizing workers and helping unions introduce systems of labor management relations. As a matter of fact, some of them were so active that they became intimately involved in some of the clandestine operations of the revolution before it took place on April 1st. What happened in Brazil on April 1st did not just happen, it was planned, and planned months in advance. Many of the trade union leaders, some of whom were actually trained in our institute, were involved in the revolution and in the overthrow of the Goulart regime. 23. Victor was irate over AFLD's participation in the Brazilian coup. 24. After similar events in the Dominican Republic in 1965, he advocated with Walter that the UAW leave the AFL-CIO. Walter agreed with Victor that the CIA was using the trade union movement to cover for covert activity. Still, he did not believe that Victor would be able to provide enough documentation to stand up to the barrage of fabricated documents and lies that the CIA could produce. Walter opposed forcing a split with the AFL-CIO on foreign policy instead of domestic issues. The conservative craft unionism of the AFL and the CIO liberalism of the Ruthers were often in conflict, and he believed a better opportunity would come. 25. In 1965, the UAW was involved in a union organizing drive at Airmold Products in Tonawanda, New York, owned by the Grace Company, whose CEO, Peter Grace, had recently become chairman of the AFLD board. The company mounted an all-out attack. Labor's foreign policy contested. 23. Against the UAW and the concept of unionism. Their anti-union literature included criticism of unions' funds being spent to help international unions. The Grace Company leaflet said, "Do you want to pay dues to help finance foreign unions in foreign countries? Ask the paid organizer about this private foreign aid program." Walter objected strenuously to the participation of corporate executives in AFLD, and the Tonawanda incident gave him a chance to move against the AFLD. Although he knew government money was also involved, he limited his attack to corporate funding. He resigned from the AFLD board that year. 26. Victor had been pondering what to do about AFL-CIO, AFLD, and the CIA for quite some time before the LA Times interview in May 1966. In the article, he gave as an example of CIA meddling 8 individuals in Panama who were posing as representatives of the International Union of Food and Allied Workers, an ITS. They did this without the knowledge of that organization's general secretary, who was forced to abolish their Panama office and its entire Latin American operations as a result. Andrew McClellan hired these mysterious representatives. Ruther asserted that the AFL-CIO International Affairs Department was involved with the CIA, and they had not reported much of that activity to the Executive Council. 27. Reaction to the 1966 LA Times article was immediate. Joseph Byrne of the CWA, who had run the pre-AFLD training prototype and was the AFLD secretary-treasurer, along with Meany, labeled Victor's remarks a damned lie. 28. After a contentious June Executive Council meeting, Walter was promised a complete discussion of the AFL-CIO's Latin American operations at the August Executive Council meeting. 29. However, before that meeting, Walter received phone calls from both Vice President Hubert Humphrey and former Attorney General Robert Kennedy, who urged him to cease the warfare over AFLD. Walter criticized Victor for speaking publicly about the CIA. He thought he had worked out an agreement with Meany through his top aide, Lane Kirkland, to keep AIFLD off the agenda in the interests of national security, and that Meany had agreed to this in a face-to-face meeting. 30. 24. L. Golpe. Since I know you are mulling over the CIA matter, you are entitled to have this thought before you. We can demonstrate, all apart from George Meany's admissions to you personally, that there is a massive CIA involvement in the foreign affairs operations of the AFL-CIO and vice versa. My personal assessment, based on what we have learned to date, is that Vic's statement was mild indeed and that you can lead from strength, not weakness. 31. When Walter got to the August meeting, in the first item on the agenda, Byrne commenced an attack on Victor, whose words he compared to the slanderous line of the commies. 32. Byrne made a motion to denounce the campaign of vilification that has been waged against AIFLD. The resolution passed with a 23-2 vote, with only Walter and Joe Kern of the Maritime Union opposed. The resolution declared, "The Executive Council commends the American Institute for Free Labor Development for their work in carrying out the policies of the AFL-CIO in the international field and rejects out of hand the campaign of vilification that has been conducted against the AIFLD." 33. In 1975, Philip Agee would name Byrne as an important CIA collaborator in the labor movement. 34. It was probably this meeting that brought about Walter's decision to have the UAW leave the AFL-CIO. 35. In February 1967, he resigned from the AFL-CIO Executive Council. In May 1968, the UAW was suspended from participation in AFL-CIO affairs for non-payment of dues. 36. Labor's foreign policy contested. 25. Evening Post, Tom Braden, a retired CIA official who was a top assistant to CIA Director Allen Dulles between 1951 and 1954, wrote an article entitled, "Why I'm Glad the CIA is Immoral." It appeared to be a defense of CIA operations and private U.S. organizations. Braden also seemed to cross a line by discussing CIA agents operating in a cultural organization and a journalistic publication. However, his article contained new information. As chief of the International Division of the CIA, he had given Walter Reuther $50,000 in 1951, which he, in turn, provided to Victor to spend on behalf of anti-communist unions in West Germany. The article caused Victor much embarrassment and further criticism. Victor admitted to doing it, but also recounted Braden's effort to recruit him as a CIA agent who would play the same role Irving Brown was doing for the AFL-affiliated FTUC. He declined the offer. 37. While Braden's article gave the impression of unauthorized action by a partisan, it is more likely that he proceeded with the foreknowledge of the CIA, who were aware of the impending publication and had ample time to invoke Braden's secrecy oath. The Johnson administration had prior knowledge about the article before publication. It was a common tactic for the CIA to expose covert operators who were no longer useful. The Reuther's actions against the AIFLD had put them in that category. 38. In his 1966 interview with the LA Times, Victor called the foreign policy of the AFL-CIO a vest pocket operation run by J. Lovestone. 39. The deep animosity between Lovestone and the Reuthers stretched back 3 decades. 26. L. Golpe. Figure who stood in Stalin's path to complete power in Soviet Russia. Stalin's fight against Bukharin was eventually successful, and it resulted in Bukharin's execution in 1938.40. Lovestone and 10 other Americans received orders to go to Russia for meetings in 1929 during the fight that was raging between Stalin and Bukharin. There, Stalin removed Lovestone as General Secretary of the American Party. He allowed the other Americans to leave but forced Lovestone to stay. With the help of a friend, Lovestone was able to escape Russia with his life. 41. Upon returning to the U.S., he organized the American Communist Party opposition, Lovestonites, but by the middle of the 1930s, he had become intensely and personally anti-communist. 42. Lovestone continued his mission to organize American workers. He focused on the ILGW, where one of his party's sympathizers ran for union office. In 1933, with Lovestone's help, that Lovestonite became the president of the largest local in the ILGW and one of the largest local unions in the U.S. The international president of the ILGW, David Dubinsky, recognized Lovestone's talents and his potential for fighting communists. In 1937, Dubinsky, a relative conservative in the newly organized CIO, sent Lovestone $100,000 to help Homer Martin, president of the second largest union in the CIO, the UAW, fight the communist influence there. 43. Lovestone became Martin's chief of staff for 2 years and wholly controlled him, as a union trial of 4 expelled UAW executive board members would later prove. Following Lovestone's directions, Martin began a purge of UAW communists and their allies, who had become the most powerful faction in the union. The communists had gained this position due to success in union organizing and then in the sit-down strikes that had spread across the auto industry. 44. Martin fired dozens of staff people in addition to the 4 suspended international executive board members. He replaced them with loyalists. 45. Labor's foreign policy contested. 27. Union based on his oratory skills developed as a Baptist minister, but as an administrator, he was an incompetent bungler. Despite Lovestone's best efforts, Martin proved to be no match for the Communists, the Ruthers, and John L. Lewis, the president of the CIO, who also intervened. At the next UAW convention, delegates elected R.J. Thomas president, and Martin and Lovestone were gone. The Ruthers would never forget or forgive Lovestone. 46. Following his failure to take over the UAW, Lovestone would disband his party and turn entirely against the Soviet Union and communism. In 1944, with Dubinsky and Meany's support, he would become the FTUC executive secretary and begin working closely with the forerunner of the CIA. For 30 years, he would direct the foreign affairs activities of the AFL and become one of the most influential players in the Cold War. 47. Lovestone's war with the Ruthers would rage on. In 1954, while negotiating the merger of the AFL and the CIO, the UAW leaders hoped to have Lovestone fired from the FTUC. In December 1954, Lovestone wrote to Irving Brown that Victor Ruther, that self-inflated character, was conducting a campaign of vicious slander, and that Victor and his like have a notion they will demand your head and mine as a price for unity with the AFL. 48. In 1956, Lovestone's lover and a CIA contact, Paige Morris, wrote, Jay is obsessed with destroying Ruther. He can think and talk of nothing else. Everything else is at a standstill. 49. In 1954, Lovestone began reporting to James Angleton, the counterintelligence head of the CIA. 50. Angleton was one of the more sinister figures to emerge during the Cold War. Among Angleton's more noteworthy activities were Operation Chaos and HT/Lingual. HT/Lingual was a CIA program that intercepted the mail of American citizens, opened it, copied it, and then sent it on. It was in effect from 1955 to 1973. During that time, agents opened 215,000 pieces of mail. One of those whose mail was intercepted was Victor Ruther. 51. In 1967, Angleton began Operation Chaos in response to the anti-Vietnam War movement. During the 6 years of its existence, it spied on the 300,000 individual Amer. 28. Golpe. Icons and over 100 organizations opposed to the war in Vietnam. The CIA sent 5,000 reports to the FBI. 52. Both programs were illegal. Angleton became obsessed with the idea that a Soviet mole had penetrated the agency in 1960. In pursuit of the effort to uncover this phantom individual, Angleton and his office tracked Lee Harvey Oswald, Kennedy's accused killer, for years before the JFK assassination. Angleton supervised Oswald's CIA file from October 1959 to November 1963. He was involved in covering up this and other CIA connections to the Kennedy assassination events for the rest of his life. 53. Early on, Angleton saw that labor unions were central to communist strategy and a crucial battleground in the Cold War. He needed sources of intelligence in this arena. 54. Angleton developed a close personal relationship with Lovestone, who became a virtual member of Angleton's family. They would have communications almost every day for 20 years. Before 1963, Lovestone would send intelligence reports from his FTUC operators to Angleton. When he became the Director of International Affairs for the AFL-CIO in 1963, he would report on news and rumors concerning the labor movement. Angleton was able to keep the Lovestone operation off the books in secret within the agency until the early 1970s. 55. Upon learning of the Lovestone operation when he became a new CIA director in the 1970s, William Colby assigned a trusted officer, Horace Feldman, to look into Angleton's activities. Feldman told Colby, "Here we have a senior officer in the labor movement, a domestic organization outside our mandate, and he is in our pay. And he publishes a newspaper, the Free Trade Union News. This is a clear violation of our charter. Lovestone is collecting information on U.S. citizens." 56. By 1967, the AFL's yearly budget was over $6 million, 3 times as much as the annual AFL-CIO budget. 57. Victor Ruther would go on to make several other public comments linking the CIA and AFL-CIO. In February 1967, in an interview with the New York Post, Ruther referenced Lovestone and his communist past. Victor. Labor's foreign policy contested. 29. Reported on the CIA's past involvement in Federation operations in Latin America. He also asserted that the agency had been involved in U.S. Union elections. He went on to say, "I did my best to try and lift the lid on it. And someday it will all come out." 58. After the publication of the 1966 LA Times Ruther article, Cord Meyer, the CIA's officer in charge of operations in the international trade union movement, told a UAW official, "Something has to be done to stop this. It's doing a lot of damage." Within weeks, Both a U.S. Vice President and a former U.S. Attorney General would call Walter and ask him to stop the attacks on AFLD.59. Meany got the AFL-CIO Executive Council to circle the wagons around his lies and condemn Victor. However, by the end of 1968, the restraints that could be used against the Ruthers were gone. Walter had been a staunch supporter of President Lyndon Johnson, but Johnson declined to run for re-election under the weight of the Vietnam War debacle. Robert Kennedy was assassinated. Hubert Humphrey would lose the 1968 election, and Richard Nixon, a Ruther enemy, would become president. The UAW, its largest union affiliate, left the AFL-CIO. In October 1968, Victor and Walter took a leased Executive Aviation Incorporated private jet plane to Washington, D.C. It was raining at 11:35 p.m. when they began their descent to Dulles Airport. A few hundred feet above the ground, the pilots went to visual control of the plane. They suddenly realized the aircraft was much too low. Victor described the impact at landing. As the pilot leveled, there was a jolt, the plane shuddered, and when the wheels touched there was a loud dragging and scraping sound. The plane whipped from side to side, nearly capsizing, but the pilots held it to the runway until it had slowed sufficiently to allow them to maneuver it onto the soft surface of an open field. We could see that we had struck a steel girder as we 30. Golpe. In his memoir, The Brothers Ruther, Victor mentions that the altimeter was set to 29.96. An altimeter, or an altitude meter, is an instrument used to measure the altitude of an object above a fixed level. On the drive into Washington, D.C., from the airport, Walter said, "I guess this wasn't intended to be our time." 60. On September 28, 1969, the Learjet which would carry Walter Reuther on its final flight several months later was found to have the pilot's altimeter in an out-of-tolerance condition. The altimeter was sent in for an overhaul. 61. Labor's foreign policy contested. 31. Landing time. 62. In the dark approach, the pilot would have had to rely on the altimeter to determine the aircraft's altitude. During the disassembly of the altimeter, it was observed that a brass screw may have fallen out and was lying loose in the case. Considering that the screw may have loosened because of heat, a similar calibration arm mechanism was placed in an oven and heated for 2 hours at 1,100 degrees Fahrenheit. This screw was found to be tight when examined. 63. Further examination of the altimeter revealed that an incorrect pivot was installed in one end of the rocking shaft. At the opposite end of the rocking shaft, an end stone was missing. A ring jewel within the mechanism was installed off-center. A second rocking shaft rear support pivot was incorrect. An incorrect link pin, which holds a spring clip in place at the pneumatic capsule, was installed. An end stone which supports a shaft within the mechanism was installed upside down. 64. No identification was present to trace the specific instrument type and date of manufacture. The mechanism construction isolated the unit to one of 3 major types, each of which had numerous variations, none of which were TSO, Technical Standards Orders, certified. 65. All of these types were essentially military. 66. 32. Golpe. About that. But some of the Reuther family did not believe that the crash was an accident. Walter's daughter, Elizabeth, hired a private detective to do an independent investigation. 67. Victor, too, in a 1993 interview with A.J. Weberman, said, "I've had very strong suspicions from the day the accident occurred. I'm convinced there was tampering with the altimeter and, although the plane was on the ground for only a short time, it was enough time. The full story was not told. When I wrote my book, I had not seen these files, Colesman, on the altimeter. I relied on the then General Counsel of the UAW, Steve Schlossberg, who I know from later experience was not too eager to make the investigation terribly thorough. He was more interested in passing the reins of power to the new president, Leonard Woodcock, and getting the Reuther years behind him, so I felt he was too quick to accept the findings. He is now in Washington as the official representative of the ILO, International Labor Organization, 68. In the Weberman interview, Reuther said he did not believe the CIA was responsible and suspected old enemies like the U.S. Communist Party. 69. But, in a 1992 interview, Victor had also discussed motives for an assassination of Walter. Also, I had exposed some CIA elements inside labor, and this was also associated with Walter. Although Walter knew I was right, he felt that I had put him in an impossible position. He said, "You're taking on an agency that can forge any document to prove we are liars." 70. Labor's foreign policy contested. 33. The Reuthers threatened the CIA's decade-long investment in AFLD, and there was no backup organization. Because of Reuther's attacks, the cover of many agents and assets in Latin America was endangered, with lives hanging in the balance. The relationship between the AFL-CIO and the UAW showed no signs of improvement. The animosity between Walter and Meany, if anything, had gotten worse. At the time of his death, Walter had just organized a rival labor federation with the Teamsters, the chemical workers, and one other small organization called the Alliance for Labor Action. 71 The 30-year hatred between the international affairs directors of the two organizations, Lovestone and Victor Reuther, showed no signs of abating. By 1969, the Cold War had gotten hot. During this time, the CIA was involved in the Phoenix program in South Vietnam, which was responsible for the assassination of between 25,000 and 40,000 National Liberation Front political cadres. How far would the elements in the agency be willing to go to protect AIFLD and its sibling organizations? 34. Golpe. Would the CIA have the means to put together an altimeter that would read several hundred feet higher than it should on a dark, rainy night? In the CIA's declassified electronic reading room, a search of documents containing the word altimeter returns over 150 items. While most of these concern topics like high-altitude spy planes or Soviet military aircraft capabilities, the agency was very familiar with altimeters. Of interest is one document labeled Air America Incorporated Vientiane, Laos, Facilities and Capabilities. Air America was a CIA-operated airline. The document, written in March 1973, details the size of the Laotian facility, 1,615 employees, and explains they operate a fleet of 58 aircraft. They could completely disassemble, inspect, and overhaul those aircraft. The avionics shop could overhaul and test most electronic equipment in the plane, including altimeters, and those were tested, repaired, and maintained regularly. .72 It would have been well within CIA capabilities to assemble an altimeter so it would incorrectly read altitude. Would it have been possible to replace an altimeter in the Learjet carrying Reuther on May 9th? Much was made in the ensuing investigations that the flight list for the private Learjet was not publicly available, and no one could have known Reuther would be on that plane. As some pointed out, Reuther was traveling to the news site for the UAW Education Center almost every weekend at this time. The private investigator, retained at Walter Reuther's daughter's request, found a journalist who knew in advance that Reuther would be on the flight that night. 73 A bigger question regarding opportunity is, was it possible to install an altimeter on board the plane during the 20 minutes it was on the ground at the Detroit Metro Airport? The NTSB did not do any testing of the feasibility of that. In 2018, the NTSB responded to my own Freedom of Information Act (FOIA) request concerning the altimeter on board the plane carrying Reuther, stating that the only information available was a summary of a report that indicated pilot error, due to lack of visible cues, and possible altimeter error were the causes of the crash. The NTSB found its full report on the accident in its records when I filed a new FOIA request in 2021 and sent them a copy of that report. 74 By 1992, the FBI had still not released over 200 pages of documents. Labor's foreign policy contested. 35. Concerning Reuther's death, including correspondence between the field offices and FBI Director Hoover concerning the crash. The documents that had been released were so heavily redacted it was impossible to get any information from them. 75 A careful reading of the NTSB report points to foul play as the most likely explanation for the crash, and a sophisticated sabotage investigation was beyond their capabilities. They would have likely contacted the FBI for assistance, and this would account for the 200 pages of documents in the Bureau's possession. These 200 pages were part of an 8,400-page file on Reuther compiled by Hoover between 1935 and 1970.76. With Walter's death, the UAW that was built by the Communists and the Reuthers began a long, slow death. The old union would be replaced by something much more compatible with George Meany's view of trade unionism. While the UAW drifted aimlessly for many years, in 2015, federal authorities began a corruption investigation that by 2020 had resulted in convictions or guilty pleas of 11 high-ranking union officials, including 2 international presidents, 2 international vice presidents, and a regional director. That group did not include another international vice president who died before he could have joined his wife in prison. 77 In March 2020, the International Executive Board hired a New York law firm to enter into negotiations over reforms with the U.S. Attorney in an attempt to avert a Justice Department move to seize control of the union. 78 Later in the year, a tentative agreement was reached that called for a vote on direct membership election of international officers and 6 years of federal oversight. 36. Golpe. Changes made to the Institute. Following the reaffiliation, a UAW president joined the AIFLD board of directors. In 1985, Victor came out of retirement to support a dissident reform movement in the UAW. That effort ultimately proved unsuccessful. In 1988, the UAW united with the AFL-CIO in a cross-border organizing committee with the CTM, and participated in a conference in Texas and Mexico. The meeting participants would agree to form another organization. UAW President Owen Bieber would be co-chair of the auto section of this group, and Hector Uriarte, the General Secretary of the Ford CTM, would be the Mexican co-chair. 3. AIFLD and the Battle of Chile. More important for us in the labor movement, we must discover as exactly as possible just what the role of U.S. labor has been in clearing the brush for advancing corporations, the State Department, and the CIA. That we have played such a role is a fact. Only the extent of that role is in question. Has such a thing happened through the democratic processes we boast, or has our power and representation been hijacked by the CIA? Fred Hirsch, 1974. Exactly what Salvador Allende Gossens was feeling throughout the morning of September 11, 1973, will never be known. Under siege in Chile's 168-year-old presidential palace La Moneda, as bombs rained down from Hawker Hunter jets, Allende was able to address his supporters over the airwaves, in which he declared to repay the people's loyalty with my life. The Chilean president, who 3 years before was the first Marxist elected to the role in the nation's history, had seen the armed forces and a majority of the political establishment, with the backing of the United States and much of the international economic community, revolt against him. Facing almost certain death, he still had time in his broadcast to castigate the traitors who were toppling him, to defend the advantages that a capitalist society grants to a few. One group in particular stood out. The sedition sponsored by the professional unions had been a defining feature of the final 11 months of his presidency. 1. Strikes by truck owners, shopkeepers, mine supervisors, government employees, and other white-collar sectors had created not only a political deadlock between the government and opposition, but a bitter social chasm between those who supported or opposed Allende. By the end of the day, Allende was dead, and a military junta ruled the country. 38. El Golpe. Lieutenant Colonel Patrick Ryan, head of the Navy section of the U.S. military group in Chile, was less somber. He believed that September 11th was our D-Day, and a day of destiny for Chileans. Ryan's attitude was reflective of the covert policy that the U.S. government practiced, a policy which sought to make Allende's position untenable. 2. In 1975, the Church Committee, which investigated CIA abuses, published a report on U.S. government plans to prevent Allende from obtaining and consolidating power, and revealed how covert funding had been given to opposition parties and groups as early as 1958. 3. It was not until the Chilean Declassification Project, launched in 1999 and leading to Peter Kornbluh's seminal 2003 book The Pinochet Files, that the specifics of the plans to topple Allende were revealed. Initial plans to bribe Chilean congressmen to vote against Allende's constitutional right to assume the premiership, and the plan to assassinate the head of the armed forces, were followed by an order to inflict as much economic suffering as necessary to remove the president. Most damning of all was that these plans were traced back to the Oval Office, and to Richard Nixon and National Security Advisor Henry Kissinger. AIFLD and the Battle of Chile. 39. AIFLD appears most prominently in two accounts of U.S. policy toward Allende's government. The more recent, by Jonathan Haslam in 2005, offers a comprehensive discussion of the Institute. He links the organization's activities to both the truck owners' strikes of October 1972 and the summer of 1973, and the copper industry strikes throughout 1973. Haslam's conclusion that AIFLD's penetrative activities paid off when tensions increased outlines the Institute's intentions of causing economic chaos in Chile. For Eddie Kaufman, in his 1988 work Crisis in Allende's Chile, is the only other historian to give a similarly serious level of agency to AIFLD in fomenting economic disruption. Describing the Institute as the most interesting channel of foreign support for the opposition, Kaufman emphasized the significant number of opposition supporters who were trained as evidence for AIFLD's impact on the Chilean labor scene. 5. Kaufman's analysis of AIFLD is briefer than Haslam's, presumably due to having less access to the relevant archival material. Haslam was writing after both the Chilean Declassification Project had taken place, and after the AFL-CIO archives had opened, perhaps explaining why he writes in more detail on the Institute. 40. El Golpe. AIFLD in fomenting strikes would have enabled him to recognize that the everyday rupture of socio-political relations was touched by foreign influence. He instead relies on the testimony of Robert McNamara, then president of the World Bank, as evidence that the whole damned economy is being destroyed by Allende's policies. 6. Tanya Harmer's triangulated analysis of relations between the United States, Cuba, and Chile similarly emphasizes the agency of Chilean political forces at the expense of uncovering the full extent of U.S. influence into opposition groups. Harmer believes it was Chileans who had let the resulting junta, happen. Chilean truckers and miners had staged strikes in the hope of bringing their country to a standstill, with funding from outside but with a will of their own nevertheless. 7. Where Brands and Harmer have more credibility in assessing the impact U.S. foreign policy had on Allende's opposition is their access to Spanish-language primary sources. Due to a lack of such primary sources here, pronouncements on the significance of Allende's impact in Chile have to be measured. Claims that the very existence of a Chilean opposition to the popular unity government was dependent on U.S. instruments such as Allende, without sufficient evidence from Chilean sources, would be as weak historically as they are patronizing to Chileans. A desire to recognize the agency of Global South actors should not, however, preclude an acknowledgement of the existence, and indeed forcefulness of organizations such as Allende. Judgments such as that of Christian Gustafson, who claims the CIA was involved in the funding but was not the main motivator behind the crippling strikes, are therefore weaker for not considering Allende, who were important in not only funding, but also in educating and organizing opposition groups. 8. The relationship between the Institute's activities and the opposition's motivation, which arose from long-standing Chilean class divides, was not mutually exclusive, as Allende was able to give significant help to sectors that were naturally inclined to oppose the government. There is evidence, however, to demonstrate the Institute's capacity to change minds, or at least to foment a fervent anti-communism where none had existed before, underlining the duality. Allende and the Battle of Chile. 41. There is significant evidence that Allende served as an important instrument of the DOS and the CIA in their quest to rid Chile of Allende's socialism. Concluding this in part requires trusting the testimony of U.S. labor activists who, in well-intentioned efforts to hold the AFL-CIO to account for its foreign policy, might claim that the Institute was a more nefarious and important influence in Chile than it actually was. Despite public derision of such claims, Allende representatives privately welcomed a reputation of importance. Correspondence in the Institute's archives reveals how the representatives saw themselves as active participants in the Cold War, obsessed with how many Chilean Union leaders they trained, compared to how many the Marxist-Leninists were reaching. 10. Concern over the enemy was coupled with near paranoia over Allende's image in Chile, which was tested in September 1971. Panic arose when an article appearing in the popular Chilean newspaper El Siglo claimed the Institute was serving the aims of the CIA, lamenting that it is obvious that we've had a leak somewhere. A memorandum was sent to Executive Director William Doherty warning of an all-out attack on Allende and other U.S. instrumentalities still in Chile, which could make recruitment of representative candidates that 42. El Golpe. Much more difficult. Interestingly, this was followed by a criticism of the Nixon administration's policy of low profile in Chile, which, through its hostile nature, fueled greater suspicion of U.S. underground activities. Allende believed a more dynamic policy on the part of our government would allow us to open more schools and start a full-scale program until we are thrown out of Chile. 11. Missing from this warning memo was any denial of the points made by El Siglo. Of course, this is because they were probably true. A CIA report on communism in the Latin American labor from 1967 highlights how even before Allende came to power the Institute was serving the government. Praising Allende's contribution to the anti-communist gains made in South American labor movements, the report also cites the numerical strength of communist and anti-communist unions, information that correlates closely to the detailed reports on membership figures collected by the Institute. Information gathering was a crucial function that Allende served, and went far beyond a mere count of union membership. Detailed tracking of the political persuasion of both union leaders and members enabled estimates to be made on the overall political leanings of a national labor movement, allowing the CIA to discover that in the present situation, communists play a dominant role in the labor movement of Chile. 12. Breaking the communist dominance of Chilean labor was Allende's original aim, and this naturally transformed into a more holistic effort to undermine the popular unity government after the 1970 election. As early as 1962, Allende executive director Serafino Romualdi had accepted that the only way to defeat a communist cut, Central Unitaria de Trabajadores de Chile, the Chilean equivalent of the AFL-CIO, is through a breakaway. 13. While failing to achieve this goal over the course of the following decade, Allende made important friends during their efforts, which would enable them to create the economic turbulence that ensued during Allende's presidency. Robert O'Neill was one of them. O'Neill was serving as U.S. labor attaché to Chile, and given his prominence among the sources found in the Institute's archives, was also one of the most important Allende employees based on the ground in Allende and the Battle of Chile. 43. Santiago. He believed as late as 1972 that a breakup of the cut was still possible, if only workers in copper, Lanchili, the national airline, maritime unions, communications, and banks could form a bloc. 14. During her speech at the World Peace Conference at Yale in 1975. The Chilean leader's widow Hortensia Allende Bussy accused O'Neill of involvement in clandestine activities to promote economic sabotage during her husband's presidency. 15. The archival evidence available, and the parallel role O'Neill served as AIFLD employee and U.S. attaché, suggests that this accusation contains some truth. 44. Golpe. Moreno's own story underlines the closeness of AIFLD's relationship with Comic. Having led maritime workers since 1950, he helped found the ICFTU in 1949, and served on the AIFLD Board of Trustees throughout the 1960s. 16 Working for the Institute had seen Moreno and Comic used as central agitators for a breakup of the cut. But attempts to create a rival National Confederation of Workers had failed to win sufficient support from other sectors. Even before Allende's election, Moreno appeared to be becoming weary of the anti-communist struggle. He complained to a board meeting in 1970 of how he had constantly been under attack from the Chilean press for receiving payments in US dollars in exchange for defending the imperialist position, and constantly being in contact with chairman of the AIFLD board, Peter Grace, and the CIA, perhaps explaining his decision to step down in 1972 from frontline trade union politics. 17 Moreno's relationships with Chilean labor and with the United States did not end here, however. He returned after the coup, serving as the Pinochet regime's labor attaché to the United States. In this role, he helped end a boycott organized by OIT of Chilean goods in 1979 that had been formed in response to the persecution of trade unionists by the military government, believing that in allowing a very limited form of collective bargaining, the junta had made sufficient concessions for the boycott to be cancelled. 18. AIFLD in the Battle of Chile. 45. Missions. Schlaumann held a diplomatic role in the U.S. Embassy, but he also sat in on CIA meetings in which plans were discussed to fund Allende's opposition. News that he consulted with AIFLD on how to create opposition to the Popular Unity government was best avoided for both parties. 19. Fear of losing influence in Comic was understandable given the extensive financial efforts AIFLD had made to win its favor. This had generally been through loans for building projects, which helped transform the union's headquarters in the port city Valparaiso. In 1965, the building of a library, for example, was supposedly to enable the union's sophisticated and democratically oriented leadership to strengthen its collective bargaining capacity, service the worker and his family, and enhance its influence among sister unions in Chile. 20. The library and a grant of $4,000 for earthquake relief was given in part to make up for the failure of a planned $5 million housing project that Comic had been promised in 1964, but which failed to get off the ground. Moreno appeared to be forgiving, however, as a renovated headquarters, complete with an AIFLD-funded ship-to-shore radio system, reinforced his own power among the maritime sector. 21. In 1971, AIFLD had started using the DEEC company to transfer US dollars into Chilean escudos to take advantage of the black market rate. This meant that rather than receiving 15.36 escudos to the dollar, Comic and other unions funded would receive 35 escudos, a premium of 100% compared with the official exchange rate. Headed by former Office for Strategic Services employee Nicholas DeEck, the company was regularly used by the CIA for funneling money into US-backed political groups, and it appears that Comic was no exception. 22. 46. Golpe. Presence of 4 U.S. ships off the Chilean coast that morning has been cited as evidence for the Nixon administration's role in helping the Chilean military plan Operation Unitas. 23. In this context, AIFLD had served a useful function. They had collected information about the political leanings of the port workers, which was then passed on to the CIA, and had subdued support for Allende among port workers through educational programs and financial incentives, such as the building of homes and a library. Despite their lack of resistance to the coup, it is difficult to actually prove that any Comic figures were themselves involved in the naval takeover of the ports. An AIFLD progress report from 1974 does introduce an affiliate union of Comic, the Union of Merchant Marine Professionals, based in Valparaiso, which appeared to be made up of men trained by the Navy and retired Navy officers. The subsequent political comeback of Moreno under the military junta, and the promotion of his former deputy at Comic, Eduardo Rios, to president of the new National Confederation of Workers, again unveil a strong relationship between the junta and leading Comic figures. 24. In a packed outdoor amphitheater near the El Teniente mine in Cachapo province, crowds of copper workers put a clever spin on the anthem of Chilean socialism, chanting, "El Teniente United will never be defeated," as opposed to "The People United." They displayed their commitment to a strike that would wreak havoc on the economic strength of the Allende government. 25. Despite projecting this image of unity, the strikers did not command hegemony over their fellow workers, many of whom went back to work, or, indeed, had never stopped. Lurking behind the strike, and enabling it to be as effective as possible despite a lack of widespread support, was AIFLD. As Chile's richest natural resource, copper accounted for the majority of the nation's foreign exchange earnings, with El Teniente itself producing up to 20% of this figure. Nationalization of the industry had broken the stronghold which saw Kennecott and Anaconda corporations own 80% of Product. Tie-in, an egregious act in the eyes of AIFLD board member and Anaconda chairman Charles Brinkerhoff. 26 The expropriation of AIFLD in the Battle of Chile. 47. Attempts to undermine support for Allende among copper workers formed an integral part of the Institute's Chilean program. Copper's position as Chile's principal export meant that mine workers were relatively more comfortable than those in other sectors, allowing AIFLD a potentially more receptive audience to their anti-communist, pro-market message. This opportunity did not go unnoticed. O'Neill stated clearly that AIFLD will continue to stress contacts in the copper sector, utilizing union-to-union trips and front royal course for younger leaders. The aim of these contacts was to create internal dissension within the copper unions. O'Neill hoped for a reinforced effort by the international trade secretariats and U.S. unions along these lines to add to the unrest. 27 visits by copper leaders were quickly put in motion, with one taking place in the summer of 1971 dubbed a great success. AIFLD's regional director, Jesse Friedman, Serafino Romualdi's stepson, emphasized the importance of making these trips available to Allende supporting union leaders to show these influential leaders, through exposure to our unions, that they have been misled in the formation of their concept of the United States. 28 Despite the relative economic security of copper workers, many supported the Popular Unity government, forcing AIFLD to develop their tactics beyond haranguing students about the evils of communism. Aside from an emphasis on collective bargaining, Chilean copper workers were able to attend a U.S. Workers' Congress in Las Vegas, where they were allowed to address the audience and then live with leaders of American copper unions for a number of days. The trip was intended to offer them an insight of the U.S. family way of life which is so often distorted in the leftist Chilean press. American trade unionism, which rested on bread and butter solutions rather than ideological rigidity, was used to convince Chilean copper leaders that they owed no loyalty to the workers' government, and that their members' concerns over pay were more important than the nation's foreign exchange earnings. 29. 48. El Golpe. Directed against the government. Lasting 76 days, the strike was originally called at the El Tenian mine in an attempt to force the government to follow through and implement a policy of salary readjustment that had been promised. After spreading to other prominent mines based in the towns of Rancagua, El Salvador, and Chuquicamata, the strike began to lose support among the wider membership, and by May 7, 61% of the El Tenian workforce were back at work, and on May 16 workers in both Chuquicamata and El Salvador voted to go back to work completely. The absence of prominent union leadership in this return to work was telling, however. By creating enough leaders and supervisors committed to frustrating the Allende government, copper production was seriously weakened despite a large proportion of workers returning to the mines. Chilean filmmaker Patricio Guzman uncovered this often ugly friction between workers and union leaders in his three-part documentary The Battle of Chile. Footage of workers explaining why they had returned to the mines sees an emphasis on duty and putting the benefit of all Chileans above personal benefits. One worker bemoaned that we've got a lot of comrades who still don't know why they stopped. They're fighting with the police because some guy sets himself up as leader, and he puts on a show for them, and they follow him like Christ. As late as June, however, 25% of the mining workforce was still on strike and demonstrating in Santiago. One prominent copper leader even became the first labor leader to give a speech at the Catholic University of Santiago, whose predominantly middle-class student population was firmly against Allende. While the strike had by no means won widespread support in the country, or even majority support in the workforce, considerable dissension had been created. 30. AIFLD stood back and admired its work, with Andrew McClellan gleefully reporting back to Jay Lovestone at the AFL-CIO that Allende was now facing a crisis of heretofore unequaled portent for the future operations of his government. 31 The Popular Unity government managed to spin the end of the conflict quite effectively, with up to 500,000 pro-government workers marching on Santiago as the strike petered out, portraying a victorious finale. The stoppage. AIFLD in the Battle of Chile. 49. Had seriously undermined Chile's foreign exchange reserves, however, which Jonathan Haslam has estimated to have cost the country at least $30 million. 32 While causing similar economic suffering to that which the Nixon administration enforced through reducing global copper prices. The strike had a much greater political and symbolic impact. 33 Not only did it amplify the social chaos and unrest caused by a deteriorating economic situation, it portrayed Allende as unable to govern even those workers he supposedly represented. Yet, on September 11, when Allende was in his office in La Moneda, his presidential palace, under siege from the Chilean Air Force, it was the revolt led by the professional unions that he chose to castigate. By professional unions, he was referring to groups of workers, predominantly from the transport and communications sectors, who had grouped together in 1971 as the National Command for Gremio Defense. Gremio in Spanish refers to a guild, rather than a union, and often refers to small business owners rather than blue-collar workers. One of the groups affiliated to the National Command was the Confederation of Chilean Professionals, Confederación Única de Profesionales de Chile, CUPROC, to which prominent mine supervisors belonged. Another, the Confederation of Truck Owners of Chile, were responsible for calling the devastating truck strikes in October 1972 and July 1973. Behind these organizations' creation, planning, and funding was AIFLD.34. 50. El Golpe. To create the professional unions, along with FIT, International Federation of Commercial, Clerical, Technical, and Professional Employees, and PTTI. The ITSs went far beyond supplying printing machines. These were the organizations through which the CIA funneled money to opposition groups, which the New York Times estimated to be near to $8 million over the last 18 months of the Allende presidency. 35 according to American labor activist, scholar, and journalist Professor Ruth Needleman, who interviewed both leaders of the Chilean professional unions and representatives of ITSs while working in Chile. AIFLD and the ITSs were critical in channeling this funding to the groups who could do most damage to Allende. By diverting U.S. government funds through an international trade union federation, payments were less easily traceable and could appear more legitimate, under the guise of international solidarity between workers in the same sector. Needleman's claims were based on extensive interviews with relevant figures such as the leader of the truck owners' strike Leon Villerin, and head of the PTTI Walter Legg. They provide the best explanation given thus far of how the CIA actually distributed their covert funds to the gremios, and suggest that their organizations depended on AIFLD and ITS support for their very existence. 36. AIFLD's responsibility for precipitating the strikes did not stop at funding. Leaders of the National Command for Gremio Defense, of the truck owners' strikes, and the public employees' strike were all trained by the Institute. Many of these were trained by AIFLD at the Front Royal Institute, explaining why the number of Chileans trained in Virginia rose during Allende's presidency, to reach over 140 by 1973. Villerin was one of these, who, despite being a former militant of the Socialist Party and friend of Allende himself, had been swayed by the allure of Front Royal. 37 Shortly after the October strike, a group from the Government Employee Union, Agrupación Nacional de Empleados Fiscales, ANEF, visited the U.S., including Milenko Milovanovic, who would go on to lead the government employees' walkout in the summer of 1973. Milovanovic was described by the AIFLD report as a very alert individual, who had real possibilities in continued leadership in union work. This AIFLD in the Battle of Chile. 51. Was after the Chilean received a standing ovation at the graduation banquet, which could have seen him dine with businessmen such as J. Peter Grace or Charles Brinkerhoff of the Anaconda Company. 38 Presumably the real possibilities AIFLD believed lay before him included the ability to organize a crippling public sector strike. Other key leaders of the National Command for Gremio Defense, such as Jorge Guerrero, Manuel Valdez, and Orlando Saenz, were reportedly trained in the U.S. by AIFLD. Correspondence after the coup between the former National Command for Gremio Defense leaders and AIFLD reveals quite a comradely relationship, however, insinuating that the Institute built useful contacts with the small business leaders who created social chaos. 39. The Gremio revolt came in two bouts, and served a dual purpose of causing economic sabotage and creating enough social chaos to justify a military intervention. The first of these began at midnight on October 10, 1972. 12,000 truck owners refused to drive after the announcement that the government would pilot a scheme for a nationalized road haulage system in Isen. Solidarity with the strikers in other sectors quickly increased. Within a week, students, doctors, technicians, bank employees, merchant seamen, lawyers, and even dentists were striking. Mass walkouts across sectors exacerbated the economic damage from the stoppage, but the most critical losses came from the truck owners. Chile's reliance on road haulage for its economic activity, given its geographical predisposition to motorways rather than railways, meant that by November 11, 1972, the economy had lost $170 million. 52. El Golpe. And government employees added to the chaos. Increasingly desperate, especially given the mobilization of far-right terrorist cells such as Patria y Libertad, Homeland and Freedom, Allende brought members of the armed forces into his cabinet. This included bringing Army Commander General Prats into the Ministry of Defense. Taking over from Prats as head of the Chilean armed forces was General Augusto Pinochet, considered by many to be a constitutionalist. It was a miscalculation that proved fatal for Allende. 41. Noting that if you kill the bitch, you'll Eliminate the litter. Pinochet did not mince his words. 42 a year to the day after the second truck owners' strike began, he declared that the date has special importance for the history of the country, as the day on which the Gremio movement started, imposing the rejection of Marxist tyranny from Chile. 43 in Pinochet's assessment, the strikes that had been funded and organized by AIFLD had been the catalyst for the coup. With its principal aim of fighting communism and Latin American labor movements, the Institute had apparently achieved its goal in Chile. The cost of this, however, was horrific. In October, the CIA station in Santiago was given access to a highly sensitive summary on post-coup repression prepared for the new military junta. Information made its way back to the White House that more than 13,500 citizens had been rounded up in mass arrests. Made up of prominently left-wing activists, trade unionists, and workers, they were being held in 20 concentration camps around the country, such as the National Stadium in Santiago, and many were subject to torture. Approximately 1,500 civilians had already been massacred by mid-October, a number that would rise to 3,197 confirmed cases during the 17-year dictatorship. The manner of the executions, by firing squads into unmarked, secret mass graves, or disfigured bodies dropped into the ocean out of helicopters, leaves families ignorant of missing relatives' fates even today. 44 As if purging the country of left-wing workers and activists was not sufficient for the junta, the legal suppression of trade unionism was the next step, with the banning of collective bargaining and abolishing the cut. 45 AIFLD in the Battle of Chile. 53. The junta's crimes did not deter AIFLD from maintaining a working relationship with them. It is unlikely that this was due to a lack of information regarding the persecution. AFL-CIO leaders appeared to be aware to some extent of the information the CIA was receiving from Santiago, with Meany sending a number of cables to Pinochet throughout the 1970s, urging the general to intervene personally when trade unionists were arrested. The junta permitted the Institute to continue working with trade unions who had inflicted much of the anti-Allende action, even if much of AIFLD's work was complete. 46 Joseph Byrne articulated AIFLD's disapproving but ultimately tolerant stance toward the Chilean regime. He expressed concern in a report that if the right-wing military regimes of Brazil and Argentina and several other South and Central American countries should collapse, the pendulum might swing to an even more reprehensible totalitarian left. To him this proved, in the long run, that authoritarianism does not constitute a better shield than endemic racy against leftist extremism. 47 Far-right authoritarianism was not the Institute's preferred solution to replacing left-wing governments, but it was deemed acceptable if necessary in the short run. 54. El Golpe. Chile was yet another casualty in the pantheon of 20th-century U.S. intervention, but one in which the nefarious role of American labor can clearly be proven. 48 Efforts to prove this have been led in a large part by American workers, seeking to uncover the exact role their union federation played in undermining not only the Chilean workers' government, but enabling the persecution that followed. Historians of American foreign policy should recognize these efforts, and incorporate the actions of American labor into their analyses when documenting U.S. interventionism during the Cold War. More important for us in the labor movement, we must discover as exactly as possible just what the role of U.S. labor has been in clearing the brush for advancing corporations, the State Department, and the CIA. That we have played such a role is a fact, only the extent of that role is in question. Has the U.S. labor movement allowed itself to be shanghaied into the service as the aid of the junta executioners of Latin America? Has such a thing happened through the democratic processes we boast, or has our power and representation been hijacked by the CIA? 49. AIFLD in the Battle of Chile. 55. Be it resolved that this Labor Council disassociate itself from any further actions of the AIFLD and demand the dissolution of the Institute, and complete disentanglement of the AFL-CIO International Relations Department with government and business strategies abroad. 50. The Hirsch pamphlet led to a formal resolution that passed the Santa Clara County, California Central Labor Council, which includes San Francisco, by an overwhelming vote on March 4, 1974. The resolution specifically asked the AFL-CIO to provide information that will enable this council to reaffirm the integrity and high purpose of the AFL-CIO in foreign as well as in domestic affairs on behalf of all working people, here and abroad. The adopted resolution was a substitute to the one appended to an analysis of our AFL-CIO role in Latin America, proposed by a local teachers' union. 51. The Santa Clara resolution garnered attention at the national AFL-CIO. Bill Doherty left Washington, D.C., to visit the errant California labor body. He denied AIFLD involvement in the Brazilian coup and claimed that the Institute had no in-country programs in Chile during the 1973 coup. He laughed off the question of CIA connections. The Santa Clara Central Labor Council stood its ground and sent Doherty away. 52. A few years later this action was 56. El Golpe. followed by efforts of some substitute teachers in Chicago to expose the links between the American Federation of Teachers and its president Albert Shankar, and the CIA. 53 The trip to California marked a new turn in Doherty's career. From this point on, he was assigned with administering AFLD and also tasked with managing internal dissent over AFL-CIO foreign policy in the U.S. Several courageous National Union leaders spoke out against the junta whose rise to power had been supported by the AFL-CIO leadership. They included Pat Gorman, Amalgamated Meat Cutters and Butcher Workmen of North America; Ralph Hellstein, United Packing House Workers; Leonard Woodcock, UAW; Floyd Smith of the International Association of Machinists and Aerospace Workers; and Harry Bridges, International Longshore and Warehouse Union. 54 These actions would lay the basis for a more significant rebellion against AFL-CIO foreign policy in the 1980s. In 1974, J. Lovestone was forced out as director of the AFL-CIO International Affairs Department. George Meany learned that Lovestone had been maintaining his relationship with James Angleton and the CIA 7 years after being instructed to end it. Meany had discovered a letter and a check made out to Lovestone's longtime paramour, Paige Morris, from Angleton. 55 Meany appointed his son-in-law, Ernie Lee, to be International Affairs Director. AFLD in the Battle of Chile. 57. In 1975, he praised the economic measures the military junta was taking. 56. For El Salvador, Nicaragua, and AFLD's agenda for Central America. The days are over when a small group of right-wing staffers in Washington develops foreign policy for the AFL-CIO and get a rubber stamp from the Executive Council. Edward Clark, International Vice President. Amalgamated Clothing and Textile Workers Union, 1985. On the night of January 3, 1981, two American AFLD employees, Michael Hammer and Mark Pullman, were having a late-night dinner with a Salvadoran, Jose Rodolfo Vieira, at the Sheraton Hotel in San Salvador. Vieira was the General Secretary of a peasant workers' union and El Salvador's Land Reform Agency director. AFLD was renting a suite at the Sheraton for him. 1 The hotel was located in a stylish neighborhood, and they might have heard music from the disco in the building. While they talked at a table in the hotel restaurant, the Salon de las Americas, a right-wing businessman, Hans Christ, some witnesses claim, led two Salvadoran soldiers to the restaurant's entrance. They opened fire, one with a .45 caliber submachine gun and the other with a 9mm submachine gun, killing all three men at the table. 2 These murders and the subsequent failure of the Salvadoran government to prosecute those who ordered the killings would lead to political problems for the Reagan administration and the AFL-CIO, which supported the administration's policies in Central America. El Salvador had long been considered a breeding ground for revolution by the U.S. before Michael Hammer opened AFLD's first country office there in 1966.3 throughout the late 20th. AFLD's agenda for Central America. 59. During the 1960s, these subsistence peasants were being forced off the land by large farmers expanding sugar, cotton, and coffee production for export. 5 With so much farmland devoted to export crops, food production dwindled, resulting in hunger, malnutrition, and an infant mortality rate of 10%, 4 times higher than that of Cuba at the time. 6. The percentage of landless peasants increased from 20% of the population in 1960 to 30% in 1970. By 1974, it stood at 41%. 7 Unions were illegal in the countryside, but the Catholic Church began to organize peasant cooperatives in the 1960s, and by 1965 these had come together to form the Christian Peasants Federation known by its Spanish initials FECCAS. Priests in the countryside, inspired by liberation theology, encouraged peasants to join FECCAS, which advocated for land redistribution and better wages and working conditions for agriculture workers. FECCAS began to move to the left politically in the face of resistance from the landed oligarchs and the military. 8. In most Latin American countries, AFLD built or supported anti-leftist, pro-American unions among urban and industrial workers. In El Salvador, AFLD would pursue a similar strategy among rural agricultural workers and peasants. 9 In 1966, with the support of the El Salvadoran government, Michael Hammer, with AFLD money, began to fund infrastructure projects in the countryside, hold training seminars for sharecroppers, and pay for land purchases for some of the landless peasants. He continued the Peasant Association FECCAS's work of organizing cooperatives, attracting many of its supporters. In 1968, Hammer formed this AFLD-created network into the Salvadoran Communal Union, UCS. 10 Being a union, it was not technically legal, but the government supported. 60. El Golpe. It as an alternative to the more militant and political organizations sprouting up. 11. While Chile had a long history of democratic governance before the 1973 coup, El Salvador had been under military control longer than any other country in Latin America. Arturo Araujo, a reformer, was elected in 1931 in the last actual democratic presidential election before the Civil War of the 1980s. He was ousted in a military coup a few months later. Military participation in politics would become institutionalized with the National Party of Conciliation, PCN, founded in the early 1960s. 12. An opposition coalition headed by a charismatic Christian Democrat, José Napoleón Duarte, challenged the PCN in the 1972 presidential election. Duarte's alliance included socialists and communists. With the Duarte coalition ahead in the early returns, the government simply stopped announcing the count and proclaimed as victor the PCN candidate, Colonel Arturo Molina, by 10,000 votes out of a total of 650,000 cast. Another colonel, who had backed the Duarte coalition, initiated a coup to prevent Molina from taking power. The military quickly crushed the coup, and Duarte was arrested, severely beaten, and forced into exile. 13. By 1972, it was apparent that the organized peasant movement was gaining momentum, and it was seen as communist subversion by the oligarchs and the military. In July 1973, the Molina government told the AFLD to leave the country. The junta could have destroyed the UCS, but it allowed it to survive. The UCS stayed in communication with the AFLD and sent members to AFLD's training seminars in Guatemala. 14 Before it left El Salvador, AFLD arranged to fund the UCS via the Inter-American Foundation, IF, an independent U.S. government agency that became its chief funding source. 15 One of the principal leaders of the UCS during the 1970s was José Rodolfo Vieira, who became its undisputed leader in 1978. Hammer and Vieira had a long relationship stretching back to AFLD's earliest Salvadoran leadership training in the mid-1960s. 16 After leaving El Salvador, AFLD assigned Hammer to be its country director in Brazil. 17 AFLD's agenda for Central America. 61 The 1972 election convinced many Salvadorans that peaceful change in El Salvador was impossible. The left continued to grow throughout the decade. 18 Robert White was ambassador to El Salvador between 1980 and 1981 and said he was fired from the Foreign Service by Ronald Reagan for refusing to cover up the Salvadoran military's involvement in the murder of 4 American churchwomen there in 1980. He described the left in El Salvador to a congressional subcommittee as follows. The guerrilla groups, the revolutionary groups, almost without exception began as associations of teachers, associations of labor unions, campesino unions, or parish organizations which were organized for the definite purpose of getting a schoolhouse up on the market road. When they tried to use their power of association to gain their ends, first they were warned and then they were persecuted and tortured and shot. 19 In the fall of 1980, 5 leftist armed guerrilla groups formed the Farabundo Martin National Liberation Front, FMLN, after the personal intervention of Fidel Castro tampered down the divisions that had prevented the various socialists and revolutionaries from uniting. That same year, political opposition groups with diverse ideologies formed the Democratic Revolutionary Front, FDR. 20 The FMLN/FDR would remain at war with the US-backed Salvadoran governments until 1992 when they signed a peace accord, and the FMLN/FDR became a legal political party. 21 In 1979, with El Salvador on the brink of civil war following the Sandinista victory in Nicaragua, a group of young reformist military officers instigated a successful coup to remove Molina as president. The post-coup government initially supported land reform, civilian control of the military, and an end to corruption and human rights abuses. The cabinet was composed of a political cross-section of El Salvador. A few months later, it was subverted by more conservative military officers, who formed a new government with Duarte, who returned to El Salvador, and the Christian Democratic Party, PDC. 22 62 El Golpe. Land reform was going to be central to the program of the new junta. They called on the UCS to provide support for the effort. However, internal splits and financial scandals had weakened it during the 1970s. 23 AFLD and Michael Hammer were invited back into the country to give technical assistance to the land reform initiative and help organize political support for the Duarte PDC military government. 24 When AFLD returned in mid-1979, they got involved with the UCS again, hiring 400 of its members as full-time organizers in the countryside. The institute quickly reasserted its control of the Peasant Workers Union. 25 Almost the entire $2 million annual UCS budget was paid for by AFLD. The UCS had become little more than a front for AFLD and U.S. policy. 26 The Christian Democrats approached José Rodolfo Vieira and offered him the presidency of the Salvadoran Institute of Agrarian Transformation, ISTA, if he would back the new Christian Democrats/military government. ISTA would be in charge of the new land reform program. Afraid of losing influence over Vieira, AFLD representatives tried to persuade him not to take the ISTA position and instead offered him an AFLD job at $1,000 a month, a lot of money in El Salvador at the time. 27 After consulting with Archbishop Oscar Romero, Vieira took the ISDA job. 28 On March 6, 1980. The government enacted the Land Reform Law. 29. The original 1979 Coup government had designed Phase 1 and Phase 2 of the new Agrarian Reform Law. Under Phase 1, farms over 1,235 acres would be expropriated with compensation and turned over to the peasants who worked them. Under Phase 2, farms between 247 and 1,235 acres would be appropriated. The coffee-growing elites owned many of these. The hostility from the landowning elites to Phase 1 was so intense that the government indefinitely postponed Phase 2. 30 IFLD was responsible for designing Phase 3, which would redistribute the smaller parcels of land. The institute contracted with Dr. Roy Prosterman to administer the Phase 3 program. He had created a land reform program intended to thwart a guerrilla insurrection in South Vietnam. Phase 3 was called the Land to the Tiller Law, and it began on April 28, 1980, after Phase 2 had stalled. 31 The law was forced onto L. AIFLD's agenda for Central America. 63. Salvador with nearly universal Salvadoran government, civilian, and military opposition. Soon the Phase 3 land reform program bogged down due to this opposition. AIFLD's El Salvador office hired one of Prosterman's former students and an expert on agricultural law, Mark David Proman, to be a full-time staffer advising the reform's ongoing implementation. 32. Rodolfo Vieira was now officially responsible for the land reform program. 33 Many problems beset it. If Phase 1 had been fully implemented, it would have affected 7.2% of farm families, but it never got that far. The only actual beneficiaries of the program by late 1980 were UCS peasant union members, and now they were also becoming victims of rural terror. Opponents of land reform killed dozens of UCS members and organizers. An assistant to Vieira, Leonel Gomez, testified to a U.S. congressional subcommittee that between January and March 1980, 240 leaders of UCS peasant cooperatives were murdered. He blamed the Duarte military government security forces for 80% of them, while guerrillas and others unknown had killed 2.34. According to his aide Gomez, after taking over the ISDA, Vieira had discovered large-scale corruption in the land reform program. He found that the government had overvalued the original land purchases for Phase 1 by $40 million and paid twice for some of the farms. Vieira had taken the evidence of the corruption to Duarte and the government, but they did nothing. He began making the charge of fraud publicly on television. 35. AIFLD had reassigned Michael Hammer to the Washington, D.C., AIFLD headquarters, directing technical assistance programs related to peasants and peasant organizations. He was living in Potomac, Maryland, when contacted by Vieira requesting a meeting. Vieira indicated that he was in hot water. 36 Hammer flew to San Salvador on an emergency mission after learning the land reform effort was in jeopardy and Vieira might resign. 37 He went to confer with Vieira and had just arrived on the morning of January 3. 38 Vieira met with Hammer and Proman for dinner at the Sheraton Hotel later that night, shortly after going public with the land reform corruption charge. Perhaps this was the subject of their conversation on 64. El Golpe. That same Saturday evening, a wedding party was taking place in the Sheraton Hotel's coffee shop. The party included right-wing oligarchs, military officers, and Hans Christ, a wealthy landowner and right-wing businessman. Christ was the son of a German immigrant who came to El Salvador shortly after World War II. Christ spotted Vieira and told the group that he wished Vieira was dead. A short time later, Christ met with Lieutenant Rodolfo Isidro Lopez Cibrian and Captain Eduardo Ernesto Alfonso Avila in the hotel parking lot. The officers allegedly ordered 2 low-ranking guardsmen to kill Vieira and the 2 others at the table. The soldiers followed Christ into the restaurant and killed all 3 men, Vieira, Hammer, and Proman. 39. Michael Hammer had likely been a CIA officer, although there is no direct evidence of this. 40 Born in Paris in 1938 to German parents, who fled Nazi Germany in 1933, he spent his youth in Ecuador. When the family moved to the U.S. in 1950, he became a U.S. citizen. After serving 4 years in the U.S. Air Force, he studied in Switzerland, then enrolled at Georgetown University's School of Foreign Service. He spoke 5 languages. 41. The Georgetown School of Foreign Service, located in Washington, D.C., has a history with the CIA. A 2018 article, appearing on the CNBC website, announced, "The CIA is hunting for its next generation of talent." That year the CIA was looking to fill more than 100 jobs. According to the article, the agency recruits in veterans groups, military bases, and schools that run the gamut from local colleges to Ivy League universities. It goes on to explain that foremost among these is the Georgetown University School of Foreign Service. 42 These recruitment efforts didn't just begin in 2018. A 1969 CIA document announces, "Agency-sponsored training at local schools. 1969 fall semester." The memo explains the procedure for acquiring tuition advances for agency sponsorship at 10 DC area schools. Georgetown University is in this group. 43 In 1985, the agency began the Officer in Residence (OIR) program, which would AIFLD's agenda for Central America. 65. Assist agency staff recruiting efforts by placing in selected schools experienced officers who can spot promising career candidates, can counsel students as to career opportunities, and can use their knowledge and experience to address questions or concerns students may have regarding the agency. Encourage the study and knowledge of the intelligence profession through participating in seminars, courses, and research. Afford senior officers a year or two to recharge their intellectual batteries in an academic setting by teaching in an area of academic or work-related expertise. 44. The CIA pioneered an OIR program at Georgetown University. The first OIR, Harold Bean, who also taught an undergraduate class at Georgetown, hung framed CIA memorabilia bearing the agency's name on the walls of his office, clearly indicating affiliation. 45 While still a student at Georgetown in 1964, Hammer began working part-time in AIFLD's Washington, D.C. office as a messenger. Jesse Friedman, an AIFLD deputy director in the 1980s, claimed that Serafino Romualdi, AIFLD executive director in 1964 and Friedman's stepfather, told Hammer to resign as aide and come back at a professional level. Hammer took a couple more courses and returned as a program officer in 1965. After being sent to Israel to train in agricultural cooperatives, he founded the agrarian component of AIFLD. It was in this capacity that he was assigned to El Salvador in 1966.46. 2 weeks after the Sheraton murders, an article by Reed Irvine, a conspiracy-oriented conservative, appeared in Accuracy in Media attempting to blame the Hammer, Pullman, Vieira killings on Philip Agee and 2 pieces written about El Salvador that appeared in a publication associated with him, Counterspy. The Irvine article said that the Marxist left carried out the murders and that they resulted from the articles in Counterspy linking the CIA and AIFLD and criticizing both Hammer and Vieira. 47 As the facts of the killings came out, they discredited the Irvine version of events, but the article appeared again in Human Events a month later. 48. 66. El Golpe. Supreme Court arguing that the government had the power to revoke Philip Agee's passport. In response to a question, McCree blurted out, "Just recently 2 Americans have been killed in Salvador. Apparently, they were some kind of undercover persons, working under the cover of a labor organization." McCree later said his remarks were intended to be hypothetical. The CIA declined to comment, and AIFLD said they did not know about any relationship between the murdered AIFLD men and the CIA. 49. Hammer was given a hero's burial in Arlington National Cemetery on the specific authorization of President Carter. Classified DOS documents show that an unusual effort was made to make sure high-level Carter administration officials attended the funeral. Vice President Walter Mondale and Secretary of State Edmund Muskie made remarks at the funeral service. 50 The President-elect, Ronald Reagan, sent his newly appointed National Security Advisor Richard Allen to the funeral as well. 51 The U.S. government did not make the same effort for Pullman or the 4 American churchwomen killed in El Salvador just 2 weeks before the Sheraton murders. 52 Jean Kirkpatrick, designated by Reagan to be ambassador to the United Nations, said she knew Hammer as a very brave man. "I shared a lot of views and values and some common activities with him, and with others at the AIFLD and the AFL-CIO. 53. AIFLD in El Salvador did not confine itself solely to working with agricultural workers. In the summer of 1980, a new labor coalition was formed with their financial assistance called Popular Democratic Unity (UPD). The UPD's base was in a Christian Democratic Regional Labor Organization, and with AIFLD funding, it grew quickly, as the leftist unions had been driven underground by repression and violence. By 1982, the UPD was the largest labor federation in El Salvador. It was composed of 5 labor organizations: the mostly rural UCS, FESI and CONSTRNS, composed primarily of construction trade workers, the Salvadoran Workers Central, CTS, made up of public employees, and 2 smaller peasant worker bodies that had split off from the UCS in the 1970s. AIFLD paid 80% of the operating budget of these groups except for the CTS, which was financed independently of AIFLD. 54. AIFLD's agenda for Central America. 67. In the 1982 Constituent Assembly elections, the UPD made an all-out effort to get out the vote for Christian Democratic candidates. They never openly endorsed the party, as workers and peasants had realized few gains during the previous administration. They did see the elections as progress for democracy under the Duarte military junta. However, as the 1984 presidential election drew near, the UPD was no longer prepared to lend full support to the PDC and conditioned this support on specific promises and government influence. For this, they would learn the political price required for AIFLD financial support. 55. In 1979, Faced with relentless criticism of AIFLD both internationally and domestically, a decision was made to scrap the business component of the institute, which Walter Reuther had first objected to in the 1960s. The new AFL-CIO president, Lane Kirkland, and Bill Doherty met with the AIFLD chairman of the board to inform him his services were no longer needed. They traveled to New York to have lunch with Peter Grace in the W.R. Grace Company's corporate dining room. After several drinks, the conversation turned to the equine sport of polo. Grace had been the captain of the 1933 U.S. Olympic polo team, and Kirkland was a big fan of the game, having cleaned out horse stalls for polo teams as a boy. For 2 hours, they didn't discuss labor or Latin America but spent the entire time discussing the minutiae of polo. Finally, late in the afternoon, Grace turned to Kirkland and said, "Lane, I understand you came up here to fire me. Don't you think it's time that we get that over with?" And Lane says, "Peter, you're perfectly right and you are fired." 56. 68. Golpe. Many had opposed the war in Vietnam. 57 Some of the affiliate unions had supported the candidacy of George McGovern, whom Meany and the AFL-CIO had refused to endorse for president in 1972. These trends would merge around opposition to U.S. policy in El Salvador. In September 1981, Jack Shinkman, the Amalgamated Clothing and Textile Workers Union, ACTWU, Secretary-Treasurer, organized the National Labor Committee in support of democracy and human rights in El Salvador, NLC. He enlisted union presidents Doug Fraser of the UAW and William Winpeisinger of the International Association of Machinists as co-chairs. Within a few years, they had recruited the heads of 23 national unions as NLC members and supported the creation of 27 local committees. Shinkman, Fraser, and Winpeisinger limited the NLC membership to international presidents to avoid the red baiting they expected from President Kirkland's faction. The interventionist faction did not hesitate to red bait the local committees, but held off until 1987 before red baiting the NLC. 58. Over the coming decade, the NLC was active in preventing U.S. military intervention in El Salvador. It opposed military aid to El Salvador and promoted a U.S. policy of negotiations between the FMLN/FDR rebels and the Salvadoran government to end the conflict. The NLC defended imprisoned and kidnapped trade union leaders in Central America, sent U.S. trade union leaders for visits to Central America, and sponsored a speaking tour of El Salvadoran union leaders in the U.S. The NLC lobbied the U.S. Congress toward its goals and coordinated with other non-labor groups in the Central American peace movement. It eventually worked on stopping military aid to the Contras in Nicaragua. 59 To achieve its objectives, the NLC began organizing for the National 1983 AFL-CIO Convention in Florida. AIFLD's agenda for Central America. 69. Collected over to the U.S. Embassy. The U.S. pressure resulted in El Salvador getting confessions from the 2 corporals who committed the murders. They identified 2 officers as having given them the orders and the guns on January 3, 1981. Those officers, Lieutenant Rodolfo Lopez Cibrian and Captain Eduardo Avila, had their first court hearing in October 1982. Cibrian had changed his appearance, making it hard for witnesses to identify him, while Avila's uncle was on the Supreme Court and was in attendance at the hearing. Perhaps unsurprisingly, the court dismissed the charges against them. 60 Between 1982 and 1985, a succession of Salvadoran courts threw out all charges against Lopez Cibrian and Avila based on insufficient evidence. El Salvador's Supreme Court upheld these decisions. 61. By 1983, Clarence D. Long, Democrat congressman of Maryland, added foreign aid appropriations legislation that would condition 30% of the $64.8 million requested for El Salvador for that year be suspended unless the killers of the 4 American churchwomen, Perlman and Hammer, were brought to trial. The Reagan administration opposed the condition regarding the AIFLD workers because they knew the highest levels of the Salvadoran military were linked to the AIFLD murders. A congressional aide sent 2 memos and made 5 calls to Doherty asking for AIFLD support for Long's condition. Doherty did not return those calls. The proviso relating to Hammer and Perlman was removed from the bill that was passed by Congress. AIFLD said their inaction was due to a lack of human resources. AIFLD had 2 lobbyists working with Congress at the time. The Catholic Church was active in supporting the churchwomen conditions being added to the legislation, and Congress approved those. 62. While El Salvador refused to prosecute the alleged murderers of Perlman, Hammer, and Vieira, the AFL-CIO continued to support the military aid that the Reagan administration was giving to the country. That aid amounted to $354 million between 1980 and 1982. 63 Their position on this changed in 1983, not long after the case against the officers broke down. Bill Doherty announced the reversal, outlining that support was suspended until there is justice. 70. Golpe. In this case, as well, of course, as in the cases of other U.S. citizens, 64. The AFL-CIO policy change was the opening the NLC had needed to advance its case for an end to military aid to El Salvador. The AFL-CIO reiterates its insistence that aid to the government of El Salvador is made contingent upon its progress in implementing the land reform program, protecting trade union rights, establishing a just judicial system, and bringing the right-wing, death squads, under control. Until we are satisfied that progress is being made in these areas, the AFL-CIO will not support military aid to the government of El Salvador. 65. The AFL-financed Labor Federation, the UPD, was unwilling to give Duarte and the Christian Democrats their unconditional support in the 1984 presidential election. The leadership met at the AFL Center in Honduras in July 1983 to agree on a list of demands to present to Duarte. These included human rights improvements, wage increases, and direct labor participation in the government, including high-level appointments. They also called for direct negotiations with the FMLN/FDR to end the war. The Christian Democrats agreed with most of the demands. They promised to incorporate labor participation in the agrarian reform and other labor relations matters in exchange for UPD support in the election. 66. Duarte and the Christian Democrats won the 1984 election with significant UPD support that included door-to-door canvassing by almost 1,000 activists and financial contributions of at least $500,000 to $800,000.67. A dose source said at least $50,000 in cash was carried into the country by AFLD reps to assist Duarte in the 1984 election. 68. The Reagan administration considered the 1984 election a great victory. Still, the NLC believed Duarte was merely a front to justify U.S. military aid. The real power was held by the far right that controlled the legislature, the judiciary, and most importantly, the military. 69. Following Duarte's election victory, the U.S. AFLD's agenda for Central America. 71. In a few months, the UPD Union Federation came to believe that Duarte's government had not lived up to the pre-election agreement and threatened to break their alliance. The leftist unions had begun to recover from years of terror and challenged the Popular Democratic Unity's dominance as a labor federation. 70. Ignoring ominous warnings from AFLD Country Director Bernard Packer and the U.S. Embassy. In August 1984, the UPD held a press conference criticizing Duarte for the state of the economy and for failing to open negotiations with the FMLN/FDR. They also made some objections to U.S. military aid. Packer told UPD leaders their actions were an insult to AFLD, which had been paying 80% of the expenses of 4 of the 5 UPD Federation's unions. 71. The Institute proceeded to attempt to force the UPD unions to join another labor federation, the Confederation of Democratic Workers, CTD, which they believed they could more easily control. Many of the UPD leaders resisted, and some of the union affiliates were in open rebellion. Those would lose AFLD funding. Bill Doherty traveled to El Salvador in January 1985 after getting a letter from some of the UPD unions refusing contact with Packer. A battle between opponents of the new federation and AFLD loyalists erupted in some unions, with AFLD intervening in the inter-union conflicts or entirely cutting off funding for some organizations. 72. In April 1985, Ramon Mendoza, the General Secretary of the UPD, said, AFLD is organizing dummy conventions, buying off labor leaders and using anti-democratic and destabilizing methods and blackmail against El Salvador's democratic trade unions. 73. When the March 1985 election took place, one of the Christian Democrats' central pillars of support, the UPD, was divided and disarrayed. Never having diverged far from U.S. foreign policy for long, the AFLD/AFL-CIO reversed its position on military aid in early 1984 and supported the latest Reagan administration request for $70 million. It claimed El Salvador had made progress with the Duarte election. 74. Doherty, relentless in his determination to adhere to the 72. El Golpe Reagan administration position, supported continued military aid based on the Army's discharge of Cyprian and modest PDC gains made in the 1985 legislative elections. 75. The NLC objected to Kirkland's reversal of the position adopted at the 1983 convention, and a new debate about how the AFL-CIO should make foreign policy began. When the Salvadoran Supreme Court dropped all charges against Cyprian and Avila in November 1984, it strengthened the NLC's position. These events set the table for a major confrontation over foreign policy at the October 1985 AFL-CIO convention. 76. The DOS can't call for justice on one hand and then indirectly support the death squads with the other. Congress should do what they did in the case of the 4 churchwomen murdered in El Salvador in December 1980, put conditions on the aid that we send to El Salvador. In the nuns' case, 30% of 1 year's appropriations was held up until a verdict was reached. 77. AFLD's agenda for Central America. 73. Hammer wrote, I was told that the guy who's the current AFLD director, Bill Doherty, turned 7 shades of purple when he heard I was on the trip. 78. Upon returning to the U.S., the NLC delegation issued a comprehensive 27-page report of their findings. The search for peace in Central America. A flurry of activity followed. Some local unions passed resolutions opposing U.S. military assistance to El Salvador and supported an April 20th national demonstration for jobs, peace, and justice. Articles on El Salvador appeared in national and local union newspapers, and speaking engagements were held. On May 17, Frank Hammer testified before the House Appropriations Subcommittee on Foreign Relations about the Sheraton murders, highlighting 3 years of inaction and demanding that Congress withhold military aid to get justice. 79. In the period leading up to the October 1985 AFL-CIO convention, the NLC was at peak strength with 23 unions, containing a majority of the AFL-CIO total membership. 80. The AFL-CIO leadership and the government-funded institutes became increasingly active domestically. AFL-D hired David Jessup to commence a counterattack on the critics of the Federation's foreign policy. Jessup had previously founded the Institute for Religion and Democracy to provide an alternative voice to those of Protestant denominations who he believed were providing moral and financial support for leftist movements in Central America and other parts of the world. He became a controversial figure in the Central America debate after alleging that the Methodist Church was engaged in collaborative projects with communist governments and movements. 81. Jessup's labor strategy included a focus on countering the NLC's activities by organizing a base of support among international presidents and lower-ranking officials for the AFL-CIO's policies. He utilized the directors of the institutes, AFL-D, Latin America, AFL-I, Asia, ALC, Africa, and the Free Trade Union Committee, FTUC, Europe, the Director of International Affairs, Irving Brown, and AFL-CIO President Lane Kirkland. A memo sent in May 1985 by Jessup details the AFL-CIO leadership's plans to hold conferences in New York and Michigan in late September 1985, a few weeks. 74. Golpe. A. Campaign for free South African trade unionists. B. Sponsor local international affairs educational events. C. Raise funds to send equipment to Central American unionists. 82. The participants in this conference were to be by invitation only and included State Federation officers, State Federation executive boards, Central Body officers, AFL-CIO staff, Committee on Political Education, COPE, staff, International Union representatives, International Affairs directors of international unions, support groups, and others. This grouping encompassed almost everyone who had any leadership connection whatsoever with the AFL-CIO. There are several topics, but the first listed is Overview plus explanation of international affairs organizations such as ICFTU, ILO, OECD, ORIT, AFL-D, ALC, AFL-I, etc. 83. The conference featured Bill Doherty as a speaker on Central America. Doherty had been the executive director of AFL-D for over 20 years at the time of the conferences. He had long-time links to the CIA, and there is no reason to believe that he wasn't a CIA agent with full benefits, tenure, and pension. As Philip Agee said to Fred Hirsch about Doherty in 1975.84. AFL-D's agenda for Central America. 75. There until 1959. While employed by the ILGWU, he was awarded a one-year fellowship at Harvard. In 1960, he was made the Assistant Secretary General of the ORIT. In 1964, Palladino became the Deputy Executive Director of AFL-D. George Meany appointed him Executive Director of AFL-I in 1970.85. Agee listed Palladino as the principal CIA agent for control of ORIT and inside the company. 86. At the end of the second day, the conference attendees were to be addressed by Lane Kirkland, AFL-CIO President. Kirkland was born in Camden, South Carolina, and raised in the heart of the Jim Crow South. Kershaw County, where Camden is located, produced 6 Confederate generals during the Civil War. Kirkland's great-grandfather, William Lennox Kirkland, joined the Charleston Light Dragoons and was killed in the war in 1864. He was a prosperous member of the South Carolina planter aristocracy, who, according to the 1860 census, owned 156 slaves. When General Sherman and his Union Army moved through the area, the freedom fighter Harriet Tubman arrived with a convoy of 5 steamships and took the liberated former slaves away from the Kirkland plantation, after which some of them joined the Union Army. His great-grandmother's father, T.J. Withers, was a senator in the Provisional Confederate Government and a signer of the Articles of Secession. 87. Lane Kirkland referred to the Civil War as the War of Northern Aggression. Throughout his life. 88. Kirkland's father attempted to establish himself as a cotton broker in the 1920s, but when the Depression came, his business collapsed and he became a cotton buyer, a middle-class profession. As a boy, Lane was sent for a time to live with an uncle, Marion Addix, a manager of a local textile mill and a firm enemy of trade unions, who boasted of keeping his mills union-free. 89. In 1940, The 18-year-old joined a special New Deal program to train merchant ship officers and became a deck cadet. Upon graduation in 1942, he became a member of the Masters, Mates, and Pilots Union and served as a deck officer on board merchant ships. Throughout World War II. 76. L. Golpe, who aspired to careers in the Foreign Service. Kirkland's biographer, Arch Puddington, said it wasn't clear why he chose this program. 91 fellow alumni would include Bill Doherty and Michael Hammer. After earning a bachelor's degree in 1948, he went directly to work for the AFL Research Department, specializing in international relations. At that time, the Central Intelligence Group was beginning to funnel large amounts of money to the AFL-created FTUC in Europe. 92. In 1960, Kirkland became President Meany's chief assistant, and, in 1969, Meany anointed Kirkland to become his future successor when he supported him for the office of AFL-CIO's Secretary-Treasurer. 93 Kirkland replaced the 85-year-old Meany as the Federation president in 1979. His succession was managed behind closed doors by Meany, who chaired the 1979 convention, making the nomination himself. The new president, like his predecessor, was an ardent anti-communist throughout his career. He strongly supported U.S. involvement in the Vietnam War and was instrumental in the AFL-CIO's refusal to support the anti-war Democratic nominee Senator George McGovern for president in 1972. 94 In 1976, Kirkland became a founding member of the Committee on the Present Danger, which called for larger military budgets to confront the Soviet Union. 95 He worked tirelessly to support the Solidarity Union in its effort to topple the Polish communist government, and surreptitiously channeled money to it through the FTUC. Henry A. Kissinger, a close friend of Kirkland, said, "The success of Solidarity owes a lot to Lane. He supported it with funds and organizers, and he had a big effect on American policymakers." 96. Irving Brown, who had previously been the director of the African American Labor Center, ALC, was slated to begin the 1985 two-day foreign policy conference with an overview. Irving Brown had been linked to the CIA for 4 decades, and more evidence exists for Brown being a CIA operative than for any other individual in organized labor. 97 Brown had been a disciple of J. Lovestone, while Lovestone was the head of the American Communist Party, opposition. 98 He ran the FTUC operations in Europe during the 1950s. In early 1982, when AFL-CIO foreign policy came, AFLD's agenda for Central America. 77. Under scrutiny by the NLC unions, AFL-CIO President Kirkland appointed Brown to be AFL-CIO International Affairs Director, replacing Ernie Lee, Meany's son-in-law. 99 On the AFL-CIO International Affairs Department staff, Mark Anderson soon came into conflict with the new director over which unions the Federation should support in Africa. In South Africa, then still an apartheid state, Brown supported a Zulu chief who cooperated with the South African government, while Anderson advocated for unions who supported the anti-apartheid African National Congress of Nelson Mandela. The conflict became so intense that Anderson left the International Affairs Department believing Brown wanted to fire him. 100. The planning memo also raised the issue of who pays for the conference. David Jessup signed the document and sent it to 7 individuals, including Brown, Doherty, and Palladino. Eugenia Kimball, director of the Free Trade Union Institute, FTUI, was also sent a copy. The FTUI was set up in the months following the Reagan administration's creation of the NED in 1983. The FTUI would receive money from the NED and pass it on in the form of grants to the AFLD, the AFLI, the ALC, and the FTUC. The only reason Kimball would have received this memo was that the organizers were looking for endowment funding to pay for this conference. 101 Individuals with long-time links to the CIA, likely using government money which originated in a United States congressional budget, organized these conferences to reach a political goal in a domestic labor organization. Jessup notified the memo recipients of a meeting on conference planning to be held May 10, 1985, at the AFLI office in Washington, D.C. 102. The initial conference concept grew into an 8-city tour with AFLD staffers addressing invited union officials in New York, Detroit, Philadelphia, Boston, Providence, Milwaukee, Chicago, and Dallas. Accompanying the AFL-CIO officials were 3 Central American unionists affiliated with AFLD-aligned unions. The first meeting held in New York September 13 to 14 was defensive in tone. Speakers complained about those within our movement whose intentions are good but who are grossly uninformed. 103 at 78. L. Golpe. The Detroit meeting, Frank Hammer challenged AFL-CIO policy. This meeting was also enlivened by a disagreement between Brown and Doherty over whether the Federation had taken a position on military aid for the U.S.-supported right-wing rebel Contras in Nicaragua. Doherty said that the AFL-CIO had taken no position but that the Executive Council might do so in a few weeks. Brown argued that the AFL-CIO did have a position which was to oppose U.S. aid to the Contras but encouraged the Nicaraguan government to enter a dialogue with them. 104 Heading into the 1985 convention, the AFL-CIO foreign policy leadership appeared to be off balance. On May 12, an article appeared in the Boston Globe entitled, AFL-CIO Split on Latin America, written by Linda Gaurav. The article describes George Meany's successful efforts to keep U.S. unions solidly behind the Vietnam War. It explains that Kirkland was attempting to do the same thing with the Reagan administration policies on Central America. Still, union workers and union leaders were refusing to go along this time. Gaurav interviewed several area labor leaders involved in a regional union affiliate of the NLC. These labor leaders linked AFL-CIO foreign policy to declining union membership, cuts to social programs, and repression of workers in Latin America. Edward W. Clark, an international vice president of the ACTW in New England, is quoted as saying, "The days are over when a small group of right-wing staffers in Washington develops foreign policy for the AFL-CIO and get a rubber stamp from the Executive Council." Bill Doherty downplayed the dispute and told the Globe that it continues only because the dissidents were ill-informed. 105. AFLD's agenda for Central America. 79. TIATED settlement rather than a military solution in Nicaragua, but would also denounce the Sandinistas. The foreign policy conservatives had managed to stop an explicit anti-Contra resolution, but had to concede on general anti-war language for the first time. Both sides assumed that the fight was over, and this compromise resolution would pass without an acrimonious floor fight. They turned out to be wrong. 106. Now I don't know about the rest of you people here, but when I look at Iran, I look at Vietnam, I look at Nicaragua, I look at El Salvador, Guatemala, I would like for one time for my government to be on the side of the people, not on the side of rich dictators living behind high walls. 107. 80. El Golpe. Into a compromise resolution tying military assistance to human rights improvements and calling for negotiations between the Salvadoran government and the FDR/FMLN rebels. 108. These resolutions allowed the NLC unions to lobby Congress for reductions in military assistance when disagreements arose over human rights, and, in 1987, the NLC was successful in passing a resolution opposing Contra aid. 109. The resolution, which represented a major shift in national AFL-CIO policy away from U.S. intervention, also called for the withdrawal of Soviet and Cuban military assistance to the Sandinista government of Nicaragua. The resolution read in part, "We urge the Reagan administration to pursue in good faith a diplomatic rather than a military solution to the conflict within the framework of the Guatemala Plan that will provide for guarantees of democratic freedoms along with a halt to outside aid to all armed opposition groups. 110. The really big problem that we face is the creation of all kinds of fronts in support of the Sandinistas and the guerrilla movement in El Salvador and the support of these groups with PUSTL, Permanent Congress of Trade Union Unity of Latin America, WFTU, World Federation of Trade Unions, affiliates in general in the hemisphere as opposed to the AFL-CIO working with ICFTU affiliates. 111. AFLD's agenda for Central America. 81. Trade Unionists for Peace, a group formed by concerned individuals from various locals throughout the Minneapolis/St. Paul metropolitan area. They began a campaign called Not One Penny for the Contras. Its spokesman was Wayne Whitman, a Korean veteran, grandfather, church deacon, and AFSM member. 112. Sue Marin, a Teamster and the vice president of the Twin Cities Coalition of Labor Union Women, CLUW, reported in a story covered by the labor press that, after 2 months of living and studying in Nicaragua, she thought it was a mistake for the United States to continue giving aid to Contra rebels who were attempting to overthrow the Sandinista government. Marin stated that conditions have improved since the Sandinistas overthrew the Somoza government. 113. An opposing view was taken by Dan Gustafson, the president of the Minnesota AFL-CIO, who was working in support of AFLD and AFL-CIO foreign policy. Part of David Jessup's strategy for winning support for Federation foreign policy was to arrange exchange visits between U.S. union officials and their AFLD-aligned counterparts in Central America. 114. Gustafson took such an AFLD-sponsored trip to Central America in 1985. During the 14 days of the journey, the majority of the time was spent in Nicaragua. The Union Advocate newspaper reported, "That image of a deteriorating country was a pervasive one for Gustafson. It stuck with him throughout his tour of that country. The Nicaraguan state is literally collapsing," Gustafson said. 115. The labor group spent only 2 days in El Salvador and believed that they were in danger there. They were greeted at the airport in San Salvador by 2 Chevrolet armored vans. Each carried an armed driver and guard. The union leaders were free to go anywhere they wished in the city, but they could do so only in a group accompanied by guards. The American trade union delegation appears to have seen little of El Salvador. Gustafson would later speak in favor of continuing aid to the Contras during the debate at the 1985 National Convention. 116. 82. L. Golpe. And be it finally resolved that the Minnesota AFL-CIO recommend that the National AFL-CIO pledge support to the democratic unions in El Salvador in their opposition to President Duarte's violations of trade union and human rights. 117. AFLD's agenda for Central America. 83. Resolution were both passed by a voice vote. It may have been the first such measure ever passed by any state. AFL-CIO. 118 who recruited Gustafson and others to take the AFLD trip to Nicaragua. The NED likely funded these trips and the money probably originated in a congressional budget. Did someone ask Gustafson to speak at the 1985 convention in opposition to the NLC effort to end aid to the Contras? Was Gustafson encouraged to rule the resolution at the 1987 Minnesota convention out of order? Were Irving Brown or Bill Doherty involved with this? Was the CIA working outside of its mandate inside the U.S., organizing support for administration foreign policy? These questions might be answered if the Minnesota AFL-CIO Executive Board minutes or AFL-CIO convention transcripts were open to researchers. They remain closed along with the bulk of the Federation Cold War records. AFL-CIO President Richard Trumka did not respond to my request to view these records. 119. Part 2. 5. Mexico in the 1980s. Recalcitrant workers are expelled from their locals and, because of strict union shop requirements, lose their jobs. Dissident victories in shop elections are voided. Union thugs exert physical persuasion when necessary. Central Intelligence Agency description of the Confederation of Mexican Workers, CTM, tactics, December 1983. Mexico has had a long and sometimes troubled relationship with the United States. It lost to the U.S. perhaps the two wealthiest provinces in the Western Hemisphere in terms of natural resources and agriculture, California and Texas, in the Mexican-American War, 1846-8. A number of U.S. employers have since been located in Mexico, forming social relationships that have at times also been difficult. Some historians trace the beginning of the Mexican Revolution, 1910-20, to a strike and accompanying violence that took place at a U.S.-owned copper mine in Cananea, Sonora. In 1906.1, the Green Consolidated Copper Company employed over 5,000 Mexican workers and paid them around 70% of what the company's 2,000 American employees received for doing the same jobs. The unequal pay, as well as other poor conditions, led to a strike that had the support of the local population. During a demonstration in support of the workers, Cananea mine managers shot and killed 3 people. The angry mob responded by killing the 2 American managers responsible. In response, a posse of 275 from Arizona, led by an Arizona Ranger, responding to a call for help from the company, entered Mexico illegally and came to Cananea. Other workers were killed in the ensuing violence before the government sent in Mexican state and federal troops, who expelled the interventionists and restored order. According to the company representative. 88. L. Golpe. Colonel William Green. Trouble was incited by a socialistic organization that has been formed by malcontents opposed to the Diaz, President of Mexico, government. 2. That would not be the only time that a U.S. employer blamed socialist agitators for labor problems in Mexico. American intelligence services have conducted extensive operations in Mexico over the years. Philip Agee, the former CIA agent, was assigned to Mexico in the late 1960s. He worked for the CIA in Mexico City under the cover of the U.S. Olympic Committee and later wrote that in the 1970s the agency had 50 people working in Mexico, 15 who were working under cover of the DOS. While being trained for the Mexico assignment, he observed that CIA policy was, "We prop up the good guys, our friends, while we monitor carefully the bad guys, our enemies, and beat them down as often as possible." 3. Agee recalled that, because of the strategic importance of Mexico to the U.S., its size and proximity, and the abundance of enemy activities, the Mexico City station is the largest in the hemisphere. 4. Mexico in the 1980s. 89. 90. L. Golpe. Which of course were not declassified. These papers contain some redactions. By 1984, Casey had shuttled the ultra-conservative Menges off to the National Security Council and replaced him as National Intelligence Officer for Latin America with a career professional, John Horton. Casey pushed for a National Intelligence Estimate, NIE, on Mexico to be completed by the CIA, which would reflect both his and the Reagan administration's views. This NIE became a source of conflict with Horton, who resigned after the agency published it. He would go public with his disagreements on Mexico, believing that it posed much less danger than Casey purported. 9. The NIE paper, entitled The Outlook for Mexico, was published for the intelligence community in April 1984 and covers what it expected for Mexico through the rest of the 1980s. It begins by saying, "The Mexican political system is under greater stress today than at any time in the last 30 years. 10. The authors judged it was likely that the Mexican political system would probably remain intact, but that there was a 20% chance that political opposition and centrifugal forces would result in political destabilization. The 20% figure was a compromise between Casey's 50% position and Horton, who thought destabilization likely to be at less than 20%. 5 intelligence professionals are listed as opposing the 20% figure as excessive: the Director of Intelligence and Research, DOS, the Director of the Defense Intelligence Agency, the Assistant Chief of Staff for Intelligence, Department of the Army, the Assistant Chief of Staff for Intelligence, Department of the Air Force, Director of Intelligence, Headquarters, Marine Corps. Casey's view would prevail. 11. The outlook for Mexico describes the Mexican political system as one of the most complex and inscrutable in the developing world. It had allowed the ruling Institutional Revolutionary Party, PRI, to monopolize repressive power for over 5 decades. Government leaders and party bosses were labeled as skilled at employing policies and tactics, tacking and changing political winds, adjusting the balance. Mexico in the 1980s. 91. Of power among the elite groups, isolating dissidents, manipulating the media, maintaining a monopoly of repressive power, and exercising exclusive rights to revolutionary ideals that provide legitimacy to the system. 12. The research goes on to look at the immediate challenges to the system. During the 1970s, Mexico experienced good economic growth and wage gains as a result of its oil reserves and the likelihood of more oil being discovered. The country borrowed heavily to finance infrastructure improvements and government spending on social programs. Due to an economic crash and falling oil prices in the early 1980s, the Mexican economy fell into significant trouble. The economic crisis was one of the big challenges described by the agency research experts. GDP and living standards were slipping. The Mexican government made major economic adjustments. They slashed government spending, reduced consumer subsidies, and devalued the peso sharply. Mexico had an enormous foreign debt. By 1985, it owed $97 billion to creditors, while U.S. commercial bank exposure to Mexico stood at $25.2 billion that year, a factor closely followed by the CIA. 13. The zero-sum economic growth in Mexico was believed by the agency to be undercutting the traditional rules of the Mexican political game. The PRI's blue-collar labor sector, primarily represented by the CTM, had suffered great deprivation without much clamor, but the agency researchers did not believe that indefinite sacrifice was likely. Moreover, the chances for wildcat strikes and possibly violent labor unrest would increase. 14. The CIA report concludes that U.S. political and economic interests would be substantially affected by conditions in Mexico. The security of the border was seen to rely on the continued existence of a stable Mexico. Other U.S. interests, such as illegal immigration and drugs, as well as Mexican oil, trade, investment relationships, and willingness to make payments on its debt, would be affected by Mexico's success in dealing with the economic and political challenges it faced. 15. 92. El Golpe. Logically, the first significant paper to show up is The Opposition Left in Mexico, dated June 1982. Given DCI Casey's concerns, the timing is no surprise. The 12-page paper begins by noting in an overview that organizational activity from the left has increased significantly during the past few years. It goes on to discount a threat from the left in the July 1982 presidential election because of the PRI's ability to contest any of the left's efforts to claim constituency groups, and that the PRI had developed tactics for containing, co-opting, or eliminating opposition elements. The agency believed that the parties of the opposition left recognized that they could survive only by following government rules. In general, the CIA concluded that leftist leaders appeared committed to nonviolent change. 16. The opposition left in Mexico goes on to evaluate every party on the political left. It notes that progress toward leftist unity had arrived with the formation of the communist-dominated Unified Socialist Party of Mexico, which reflected a commitment on the part of communists to nonviolent reform. The 9 largest parties on the left recognized by the government had a total membership of about 200,000 out of a total population of 70 million. The smallest of these 9, the Revolutionary Workers' Party, Partido Revolucionario de los Trabajadores (PRT), is worth a closer look because it will play an essential part in the events that took place at Fort Cuautitlán later in the decade. 17. Mexico in the 1980s. 93. Exiles, fugitives, and disappeared persons. When her son disappeared after being arrested and accused of being a communist. 18. The intelligence estimate of 1984 also mentioned the PRT. It comments that the PRT had avoided manipulation by the PRI and has attracted considerable attention because of its strident anti-government positions. It describes Ibarra de Piedra, its presidential candidate in the 1982 election, as charismatic. The CIA believed the PRT stood a good chance of attracting new support from alienated youth and disenchanted middle-class professionals. 19. Mexican labor unions, almost wholly co-opted by the ruling party, are showing few signs of militancy despite soaring prices, declining real wages, rising unemployment, and shortages of food and consumer goods. The continued loyalty of organized labor, constituting only an estimated 20 to 25% of the nation's workforce but politically influential beyond its numbers, is essential for the maintenance of IMF-mandated austerity and for short-term political stability. U.S. and multinational firms are likely to face increased problems from unions when the economy begins to recover. 20. Recalcitrant workers are expelled from their locals and, because of strict union shop requirements, lose their jobs. Dissident victories in shop elections are voided. Union thugs exert physical persuasion when necessary. 21. 94. El Golpe. The document devotes an entire page to the key role played by 83-year-old Fidel Velázquez, who has been in command of the CTM since 1941. His unquestioned authority in the organization allowed him to run the Labor Federation like a microcosm of the PRI. The CIA scholars say that in return for the vast patronage they give to Don Fidel, the PRI leaders expect him to head off dissent within labor and to persuade the rank and file to acquiesce to policies that would cause riots in other countries. The paper notes that the process of finding a successor to Velázquez will test the political system. 22. The Union report concludes with the warning that if the economic crisis and consequent labor problems become unmanageable, a scenario they found to be an unlikely but possible outcome, the implications for the U.S. assume significant proportions. The U.S. would then face an unprecedented set of economic, political, and social problems south of its border. 23. At 7:19 a.m. on September 19, 1985, Mexico suffered an earthquake which measured a magnitude of 8.1 on the Richter scale and was followed 2 days later by a major aftershock. It resulted in between 5,000 and 20,000 deaths, and the collapse of over 400 buildings, as well as major damage to another 3,000. The collapsed buildings included 2 public hospitals, many government buildings, several tourist hotels, and the main telephone building. 24. An apartment building in downtown Mexico City, named Nuevo León, which was home to 1,200 residents, collapsed. The dead bodies pulled from the ruins were carefully recorded. 472 were recovered. At 7:38 p.m., another earthquake, measuring 6.5 on the Richter scale, struck. Hundreds of people still trapped in the rubble from the first quake died when it shifted. At the end of the year, 180,000 homeless refugees were still living in lean-to shelters on the streets of Mexico City. 25. The devastation to so many buildings laid bare the failure of the government to enforce building codes. Corruption was suspected as the primary cause. The residents of Nuevo León had complained for Mexico in the 1980s. 95. Years about how damage done to the building in a quake a few years earlier had not been repaired. At the time the building collapsed on September 19, the residents had hung a banner down the side of the building denouncing the inadequate repairs. The engineer responsible told them Nuevo León was one of the 3 safest buildings in Mexico City. 26. The army was sent to protect factories instead of aiding rescue. They were supposed to prevent looting but were seen looting themselves. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs rejected aid from the U.S. 27. The earthquake revealed torture chambers when the Mexican equivalent to the U.S. Justice Department building collapsed. Rescuers came across the bodies of 6 men who had been arrested by federal police 4 days before the quake. Medical examiners announced they all showed signs of torture, and 2 had died from it. 28. The PRI government was paralyzed. Citizens were left to cope with rescue and relief on their own. The people of Mexico City formed organizations and began making decisions themselves. They formulated demands calling on the government to rescue all survivors, to prosecute officials responsible for structural weaknesses, and to rebuild instead of relocating people. Within days, a grassroots movement began to spread across the city. On October 24, the movement named itself the Coordinadora Única de Damnificados, the United Coordinating Committee of Earthquake Refugees. On October 26, they called for a march and 40,000 people showed up. 29. Alongside the victims' mobilization, a more militant political. 96. El Golpe. Ground. The university groups helped repair telephone lines and the electric grid, directed traffic, and kept an independent census of the dead. The radical students won broad support among the people of Mexico City. 30. In 1972, Nicaragua experienced an earthquake. The overthrow of the Somoza government by the Sandinistas in 1979 was attributed to poor handling of the relief effort by the regime. The CIA analysts described this as a generally held belief. 31. The CIA examined 3 aspects of the de la Madrid, PRI President of Mexico, government's handling of the quake, corruption in the relief effort, the portion of the population assisted, and ability to handle the earthquake. The research indicated that because of government performance, it was unlikely that the event would affect the country's long-term political stability. The report mentioned a factor different from the situation as it developed in Nicaragua in the 1970s. That was the formation of popular self-help quake relief groups. 32. The agency noted as somewhat of an afterthought that high-ranking Mexican officials had become increasingly worried due to the spontaneous organization of the new groups in the quake's aftermath. These groups filled a vacuum created by the failure of traditional political institutions to respond to the disaster, and officials believed they posed a threat to political stability. The CIA and the U.S. Embassy dismissed these concerns as premature and an overreaction. 33. In actuality, these groups would be the catalyst for a nationwide political upheaval that would challenge the PRI's 60-year history of Mexican rule. The poor handling of the quake called into question the legitimacy of PRI rule. These local organizations developed into an opposition force to the PRI establishment. The newly awakened people would make themselves heard in the 1988 election. 34. Mexico in the 1980s. 97. The July 6, 1988 election developed into the biggest challenge to the Mexican ruling elite since the 1910 revolution. The country would stand on the brink of fundamental change. During the run-up to the 1988 election, the impact of the economic crisis became intense. Inflation reached a high of 160% in 1986. Wages rose by only one-third of that amount. 35. Cuauhtémoc Cárdenas, who was the son of a revered former president of Mexico, Lázaro Cárdenas, defied the PRI dictatorship in 1988. While president of Mexico between 1934 and 1940, the elder Cárdenas had realized many of the objectives of the Mexican Revolution, like land reform and the nationalization of the oil industry. Cuauhtémoc moved quickly into the PRI hierarchy, becoming a senator in 1975 and then, in 1980, a governor of the state of Michoacán. In 1985, he argued at an academic forum that since his father left office, the PRI had abandoned the revolution's commitment to social justice. In the following years, he spoke out aggressively against President de la Madrid's economic policies, which had impoverished millions. Cárdenas, along with some other PRI dissidents, began advocating publicly for a more democratic nominating process in the PRI. De la Madrid responded by having Carlos Salinas de Gortari chosen as the PRI candidate for president in the 1988 election. A week after Salinas' selection, Cárdenas accepted the nomination for president of a small party, the Party of the Authentic Mexican Revolution, PARM. The PRI expelled Cárdenas immediately. 36. During the following weeks, Cárdenas won the support of hundreds of Mexican leftists, who formed an alliance composed of 6 parties to support his candidacy. They called it the Frente Democrático Nacional, Democratic National Front. In addition to the PARM, these parties on the left included the Popular Socialist Party, PPS, and the Social Democratic Party. Later, an agreement was reached with the Mexican Socialist Party to support Cárdenas in the 1988 contest, and it was integrated into Democratic National Front. The Mexican Socialist Party was founded in 1987 as a merger of the Unified Socialist Party of Mexico, the Mexican Workers' Party, the 98. El Golpe Communist Leftist Union, the People's Revolutionary Movement, and the Revolutionary Patriotic Party. 37. Violence took place in the run-up to the election. Many individuals in the political parties who supported Cárdenas were killed in places like Michoacán, Oaxaca, and Morelos, with some estimates as high as 600 dead. 38. The violence included the 1988 assassinations of Cárdenas' close aide Francisco Xavier Ovando and his assistant. They were killed while they were driving in Mexico City on the eve of the federal election. They had created a nationwide network of polling place informants, and the murders destroyed Cárdenas' ability to compile independent voting results. 39. The PRI candidate in the 1988 election, Carlos Salinas de Gortari, had been President de la Madrid's budget secretary, but had never served in an elected position. His lack of skills as a campaigner showed up in the new world of contested elections in Mexico. No PRI candidate for president had ever received less than 76% of the vote, but authorities knew this time it would be much closer. 40. Cárdenas was greeted with throngs of enthusiastic supporters everywhere he went. The Mexican election system had changed little since the revolution. Ballots were counted by hand in each of the 54,000 polling places. Tally sheets and ballots were then trucked to the country's 300 election districts. 4 days after the balloting, election officials would add up the results from each polling place in their district and send the results to Mexico City. For the 1988 election, the government had developed a new mainframe computer system to speed up the process. The Secretary of Government, similar to an interior minister or attorney general in the U.S., had intended to keep it a secret from the opposition parties. But when they found out about it, the government was forced to let representatives from each campaign view results on terminals at the government secretariat building on election eve. 41. Mexico in the 1980s. 99. The National Action Party, PAN, was inadvertently able to access all the election results. He told the representatives of the other campaigns to come look at his terminal. Cardenas and the PAN candidate were winning in every part of the country. When the government learned that the opposition was seeing this, they shut down the terminals at 7:50 p.m., claiming the system had gone silent, or, as was often said, the system crashed. Also meant as a reference to the political system. The Secretary of Government was caught lying to the opposition about what building the computer was located in and why the terminals had shut down. 42. It was a PRI election catastrophe without precedent in Mexican history. There were fraudulent practices all over the country. Roving bands of PRI supporters cast ballots in multiple precincts. Opposition poll watchers were expelled from polling places. Ballot boxes were filled with ballots marked for Salinas before the polls opened. Polling places in Cardenas areas never opened, or closed with hundreds of people still waiting in line, and thugs stole ballot boxes. Thousands of burned ballots marked for Cardenas were found. Others were dumped in ravines or found floating in a river. In the 300 separate congressional elections, there were 255 formal accusations of fraud. The number of votes for president far exceeded the number of congressional votes, indicating that votes for Salinas had been added to totals. 43. At 2 a.m., the computer terminals were turned on. They showed Salinas with 45% of the vote, Cardenas with 38%, and the PAN candidate with 17%. The next day, the government declared Salinas the winner with 50.4% of the vote, and Cardenas with 31.1%. The opposition parties were not having it and issued a statement denouncing the election results as fraudulent. 44. 100. El Golpe. And Cardenas won. 45. Cardenas declared himself the election winner and began a nationwide tour, with the crowd shouting for action to defend the true vote. Seeing the swelling anger, the PRI threatened violence. 46. A 24-hour debate preceded the final vote in Congress to certify the Salinas victory. One PAN deputy, Vicente Fox, proposed opening the ballot boxes and recounting the ballots. He led 30 deputies into the basement where the ballot boxes were kept. They were met by soldiers. Fox later wrote that a soldier threatened the group, saying, "Take one more step and you die, motherfuckers." The PAN would later vote with the PRI to burn the ballots and boxes. 47. The PRI outnumbered the opposition deputies by 260 to 240. Every PAN deputy voted against certification, and the 136 members of the Cardenas Front walked out before the vote. 4 days later, Cardenas supporters flooded Zocalo in a demonstration that one Salinas supporter called the most powerful and most radical concentration of people in our history. 48. Some estimates of the number reached 1 million people. When Cardenas addressed the crowd, he advocated pursuing legal, peaceful means to remedy the election fraud. A month after the election, the CIA issued a paper evaluating the events that had just transpired. Mexico, assessing the potential for short-term instability, is a highly redacted 10-page paper that reviews the conditions that caused the erosion of PRI support, focusing on the economic crisis. In the CIA's view, the election seriously challenged the PRI's credibility. They believed the potential for widespread and potentially violent protests existed and were likely to persist. They speculated the PRI would be able to control the situation eventually. The agency reported that the PRI believed the opposition parties would be satisfied with the unprecedented gains made in the legislature. PRI leaders were negotiating behind the scenes with the left, which they could co-opt. The opposition stayed within legal means to challenge the election, and these were firmly in the hands of the PRI. Salinas was inaugurated in December 1988. 49. One of Reagan's and Casey's stalwarts in the anti-communist offensive in Central America was John D. Negroponte. 50. Negroponte had been a Foreign Service officer in Asia and an aide to Henry Mexico in the 1980s. 101. Kissinger. He had been able to convince Kissinger that he was conceding too much to the North Vietnamese in secret negotiations in 1972, and those fell apart. The American war effort continued in Vietnam for 2 more years, but finally, the parties reached a peace agreement with the same terms in late 1973. Kissinger blamed Negroponte for many of his problems in the negotiations, and when he became Secretary of State, banished his former aide to a Foreign Service post in Ecuador. 51. Negroponte persevered, and Ronald Reagan appointed him as ambassador to Honduras from 1981 to 1985. Honduras was a base of operations for the Contra rebels who waged war against the Sandinista government of neighboring Nicaragua throughout the 1980s. After Congress prohibited aid to the Contras in 1982, Oliver North labored to raise extra-legal money for them, and Ambassador Negroponte worked with the Honduran government to retain their support for the Contra army, which would eventually total between 20,000 and 30,000 men. U.S. military aid to Honduras rose from $3.9 million in 1980 to $77 million in 1984, and 1985 economic assistance totaled $229 million. 52 according to the Washington Post. Negroponte developed skills in back-channel communications with the CIA during this time to avoid Congress detecting his prohibited efforts in support of the Contras. The cables show that Negroponte enjoyed a close relationship with senior Washington policymakers, such as then CIA Director William J. Casey, that was unusual for career diplomats. He used a back-channel system of communication through the CIA to send messages to Casey and others that he did not want widely distributed. 53. Between 1981 and 1984, as many as 200 suspected leftists may have been killed for political reasons in Honduras. The CIA aided Honduran security forces that it knew were responsible for this. 54 Negroponte downplayed the human rights abuses in Honduras. The previous U.S. ambassador to Honduras, Jack Binns, had sent several cables to Washington before being recalled in 1981, warning of 102. El Golpe. Death Squad activity linked to General Gustavo Alvarez. Negroponte dismissed talk of death squads and in a cable of October 1983 emphasized Alvarez's dedication to democracy. Negroponte's history is important to our story because President George H.W. Bush later appointed him as U.S. ambassador to Mexico, and he assumed the office in February 1989. The CIA station chief he worked with in Honduras between 1981 and 1985 was Vincent Shields, whom Negroponte described as a good friend. 55 Shields would be assigned as the CIA station chief in Mexico during Negroponte's tenure there. Shields ended his career in 1997 as a 34-year veteran of the CIA's Directorate of Operations, which supervises spying and covert operations abroad. He handled controversial operations in Honduras in the 1980s during the Reagan years, and when he retired in 1997 he was praised by John Negroponte from the DOS and the Defense Intelligence Agency Director, Light. General Patrick M. Hughes, who recognized him for his role in INT. Grading CIA and military intelligence operations abroad. 56 Negroponte and Shields were joined in the Mexico assignment by another experienced foreign service and national security expert, Robert Pastorino. Pastorino had served in Mexico City as an economic and political counselor from 1984 to 1985. He was then sent to Honduras as deputy chief of mission from 1986 to 1987. President Reagan appointed him as Special Assistant to the President for National Security Affairs and Director of Latin American Affairs on the National Security Council staff in 1988. Pastorino was appointed as the Deputy Chief of Mission at the U.S. Embassy in Mexico City in 1989. In that capacity he helped draft the first conceptual paper on NAFTA. 57. Mexico in the 1980s. 103. Nomination met fierce criticism in the Mexican Congress because of his previous posts in Vietnam and Central America and his close ties to American intelligence agencies. 58 Negroponte's most enduring legacy from his time in Mexico would be his role in facilitating the successful negotiations in 1990 and 1991 between Presidents Salinas and Bush for a North American Free Trade Agreement, NAFTA. 59 William Webster, the new DCI who had replaced Casey, told the LA Times in February 1989 that unrest in Mexico will receive far more attention than in the past. 60 The Reagan administration responded to the 1988 election crisis in Mexico by sending in a diplomatic and intelligence team with strong links to national security and with extensive covert operations experience. 6 U.S. auto companies move south. A key episode in CAP's Cuautitlán assembly plant union management relationship was the 1987 100-day work stoppage that coincided with the government's shift to a policy of economic liberalization. The contract buyout resulted in an immediate payroll cost reduction of 40%. The CTM's national leaders acquiesced to these events and pressed the local union to sign a new contract that dismantled some of the previous restrictions on management action. P. Roberto Garcia and Stephen Hills. Meeting lean competitors, Ford de Mexico's industrial relations strategy. In the 1980s, the big three automakers, General Motors, Ford, Chrysler, began a fundamental restructuring of their operations. This transformation was forced by two oil crises and a resulting increase in demand for small fuel-efficient vehicles, by more stringent regulations on safety, energy, and the environment in the U.S., and a drastic fall in vehicle demand overall. Japanese automakers were able to take advantage of the changing competitive dynamics using new technologies and production methods, like lean production and just-in-time delivery. They also held a competitive cost advantage over American operations. 1. During the U.S. military occupation of Japan following World War II, occupation forces initially encouraged unions as a democratic force that could oppose remilitarization. In the poverty and hardship in early post-war Japan, unions proliferated. The unions battled with employers as they both struggled to adjust to the newfound rules and power being given to workers. As the Cold War heated up, the U.S. supported purges of the communists who had gained control in the new Japanese unions, and began to restrain support for unionization. In the spring of 1953, a battle U.S. auto companies move south. 105. Began between Japan's strongest auto union and Nissan, backed by the Bank of Japan and the government, eventually leading to the reshaping of the auto industry worldwide. 2 On May 25, 1953, a 100-day strike and lockout began at the Nissan plant involving 7,000 union members. In Japan, unlike the US, middle management employees were allowed to join the union. A new union, supported and funded by Nissan management, was created to challenge the striking union. The new union organization, led by members of management, contested with the old union for membership. Fistfights between the factions took place regularly. The now-communist leftist leader of the striking union was arrested and jailed after charging a company barricade. By early September, Nissan broke the strike and defeated the old union, and it was replaced by a new company union, which became the workers' representative. Out of this new union, management relationship was born the production methods that would soon dominate manufacturing. Touring worldwide, lean manufacturing. 3 The new production system was initially called just-in-time production. It was further refined as the Toyota production system, then came to be called lean manufacturing. Lean manufacturing is a method that focuses on minimizing waste while maximizing productivity. The system requires a high degree of cooperation from the workforce, and if a union represents those workers, it requires a collective bargaining agreement that allows employers the necessary degree of flexibility. The transition to lean production would become a point of contention at Ford Schwaditlan in the late 1980s. The U.S. auto industry's competitive challenges were closely observed by Professor Harley Shaken of MIT. Shaken, who spent several years working on a GM assembly line, believed that while job losses to Japanese industry were the most apparent danger to American workers, they were not the most severe threat. Shaken believed the new competitive landscape would provide the American companies an excuse to locate their factories in developing countries with weak or non-existent unions. Shaken's concerns were a forewarning. 4. 106. Golpe. The U.S. Big Three reacted to Japanese industrial competition by outsourcing the production of parts and small vehicles to low-cost countries overseas. First among these was Mexico. Mexico was an attractive low-wage country to locate in for a number of reasons: its geographical proximity to the U.S., the government's unilateral adoption of free trade and pro-investment policies, the quality of the labor force, the lack of unions in northern Mexico, and the overall weak state of unions across the country. 5 By 2010, 1 out of every 4 automobiles imported into the U.S. had been assembled in Mexico. 6. In 1980, General Motors (GM) began constructing a new assembly plant at Ramos Arizpe. This initiated the corporate automakers' campaign to reorganize the Mexican auto industry by moving it northward. GM's Mexico City area plant had a militant local union that had conducted 6 strikes between 1965 and 1979. In 1980, GM refused to agree to contract terms with the local, and a 106-day strike followed, which ended in defeat for the Mexico City Union. This GM victory allowed them to open the Ramos Arizpe plant with a different union federation that had a weaker union tradition. The lower wages and more ineffective unions in northern Mexico attracted other new investments as well, following the GM move. These included Chrysler Saltillo, engines and trucks, Nissan Aguascalientes, engines and cars, and GM Silao, trucks. Ford Motor also began investing in new plants in northern Mexico in the early 1980s. 8. Ford seemed to be the best prepared of the auto companies for a global strategy, given the size of its international operations. By 1990, Ford was the second largest auto manufacturer in the world, with operations in 200 countries and territories employing 350,000 workers. It followed a less aggressive strategy than GM or Chrysler of outsourcing parts and small vehicles. The Ford determination was partly due to its decision to adopt the lean production model that the Japanese had developed. It would therefore require a much more cooperative labor relations model than Ford had previously been. U.S. auto companies move south. 107. Using. In the U.S., the union contractual changes necessary would compel Ford to enter into job security provisions with the UAW that would impede the transfer of production operations to Mexico. 9 In the 1970s, Ford had increased its Latin American investments to produce parts for export markets. The value of this production was insignificant. GM became the leader in Mexico. By 1989, GM had 25 maquiladoras in Mexico, employing more than 25,000 workers compared to Ford's 7,000 and Chrysler's 5,000.10 in Mexico. A maquiladora is a subcontractor factory operation that imports materials and equipment on a duty-free and tariff-free basis for assembly, processing, or manufacturing and then exports the assembled, processed, or manufactured products, sometimes back to the raw materials country of origin. Ford also established joint ventures with a Mexican company to produce 750,000 radios annually and joined in a collective glass manufacturing operation there. 11. Following the passage of NAFTA in late 1993, total employment in the maquiladoras would jump from 450,000 to 867,000.12 by 2000. An industrial trade magazine counted a total of 3,384 maquila plants employing 1.2 million workers. Of those, 214,000 were employed making auto parts. In 1999, those workers earned an estimated $1.75 an hour. 13 NAFTA permanently tied the Mexican economy to a low-wage export strategy. 14 Ford made investments in Mexico in the 1980s principally to strengthen its small car strategy. The establishment by the automaker of an engine manufacturing plant in Chihuahua in 1984 was primarily a response to GM's and Chrysler's competitive moves in the late 1970s and early 1980s. In 1987, it finished its Hermosillo, Sonora, assembly plant, which built small cars for the U.S. market. The plant was a significant change from previous operations in Mexico. Ford had used obsolete technology in Mexican facilities before opening Hermosillo. By the late 1980s, the Hermosillo plant was the only North American complex that combined stamping, manufacturing, and assembly, making it one of the most modern production operations in the world. It also allowed Ford to experiment with lean production in its new labor contract with the CTM. 15 108 El Golpe. Ford Hermosillo and Chihuahua were producing almost exclusively for export, while the older Cuautitlán plant produced for the contracting domestic Mexican market. 16 When the Hermosillo and Chihuahua plants were completed and began production, all three Ford facilities would have unique local contracts. Ford paid workers at each plant a different salary. While the labor contracts had a differing expiration date, they would form a National Ford Workers Union in the CTM. 17 In the U.S., each unionized Ford location operates under a national contract with the same expiration date. Ford Cuautitlán. Ford's operations in Mexico had begun in 1925 with the construction of an assembly plant in Mexico City. In 1962, construction for a new facility began 25 miles outside of Mexico City in Cuautitlán, which is in the state of Mexico. Mexico City, like Washington, D.C., is in a federal district. The CTM union affiliation traveled from the old plant on the north side of Mexico City to the new facility at Cuautitlán. 18 In the 1960s and 1970s, several PRI governmental administrations rewarded the CTM's political support by enacting strong labor laws. During this period, the Cuautitlán union leadership was able to wrest a robust degree of shop floor control from Ford management. Their contract contained 17 broad job categories, with each classification linked to the one before it. Management was required to hire only entry-level employees. Layoffs had to be in the order of reverse seniority. The system protected employment security by its narrow definition of the jobs and who was allowed to do them. Ford found these and other contract provisions burdensome and prohibitive to productivity improvements, and they also made implementing the lean production system they envisioned impossible. Managers determined to get rid of them. 19 When the economic crisis first erupted in 1981, Ford decided to terminate some workers at Cuautitlán. When these workers learned that the company would fire them, a few started to scratch the automobiles at the plant and cause damage to the units, as a protest against their dismissal. The CTM informed the Cuautitlán workers. U.S. auto companies move south. 109 That to compensate for the losses caused by this, Ford would cut by 30% the salaries of those hired after that incident. It is likely that this story was a cover for the CTM, who may have agreed to a two-tier wage system in which newly hired workers are paid less than senior ones. The two-tier wage system was also being introduced in the U.S. at big three auto companies at about the same time. In both cases, the new lower wage rate would become a source of discord in the future. 20 In 1987, contract negotiations between Ford and the CTM began in the wake of another peso devaluation and an economic crisis in Mexico. The head of the National Ford CTM was Lorenzo Vera Osorno, who had sole authority under Mexican law to negotiate for the Cuautitlán workers. Inflation was rampant, and vehicle sales had declined to leave an excess of workers at the plant. A layoff would eventually have to take place. The government, which held a form of wage freeze authority, authorized a 23% wage increase that year in response to the 133% inflation rate. Vera Osorno and Ford agreed on a solution to their problems. Ford would refuse to match the 23% wage increase approved by the government, and offer only 16%. Vera Osorno would call a strike at the plant over the wage issue, but while on strike, Ford would pay the workers 50% of their salaries. In reality, this would be a subsidized layoff but with a hook. 21 110 El Golpe. They accepted the deal and returned to work under the new contract terms. 22 Ford rehired 80% of the workers under the new contract. Ford did not call back approximately 600. Many of the Ford workers believed the company used the opportunity to eliminate troublemakers, unreliable workers, the injured, and individuals with absenteeism problems. Those that they rehired would receive the new wage at the lower rate established in 1981. The contract termination resulted in an immediate payroll cost reduction to Ford of 40%. Under the new contract, Ford also achieved more shop floor flexibility, which they needed to pursue lean production. For example, they reduced job classifications from 17 to 7. What would take 10 or 15 years to accomplish at a UAW-represented auto plant in the U.S., in terms of cost reductions and contract changes, was accomplished by Ford in a few months in Mexico. The new contract and the method Ford and the CTM used to achieve it became a source of bitter conflict in the coming years. Emergence of democratic unionism. In 1987, in the middle of the conflict, Fidel Velázquez, the General Secretary of the CTM, asked Ford to deposit in the laborers' bank all the severance payments required for the termination of the contract. Lorenzo Vera Osorno, who had been negotiating with Ford for the CTM, rejected the proposal. As a result of that dispute, the CTM removed Lorenzo Vera Osorno as the General Secretary of the National Ford Union. The Ford Cuautitlán dissidents believed that this was a violation of Mexican law. With the approval of only the local union committees at Hermosillo and Chihuahua, the CTM appointed a new General Secretary, Hector Uriarte Martinez. Since they were on strike and without a contract, the Cuautitlán workers had no say in this new national Ford CTM leader. The Mexican Federation needed to designate a new General Secretary and National Executive Committee to conclude the strike and return the workers to their jobs. Uriarte and the new National Committee took office in late summer. 24. U.S. auto companies move south. 111. The 1968 student movement began in July of that year with a brawl between teenagers from rival high schools at a football game in Mexico City. Riot police attacked the kids and followed them into a vocational school where they beat students and teachers alike. That led to days of skirmishing between the young people and the police. The repression that followed drew more people into the fighting, including some from the neighborhoods. Díaz Ordaz, then president of Mexico, ordered the army to assault one of the high schools using a bazooka to blow apart a door. The following day, 50,000 students and professors marched in protest of the government's actions. By mid-August, every college, university, and preparatory school in Mexico City, and many as 31 universities in other Mexican states, had joined in a student strike. They called for freeing the jailed students and railway union leaders imprisoned from a 1959 strike, compensation for injured protesters, the disbanding of the riot police, and the repeal of vague laws used to jail dissenters. On August 27, 400,000 joined a march to Zocalo, the central square. 25. 112. El Golpe. Host the games. On September 18, the Army occupied the National Autonomous University of Mexico, the largest university in Latin America, with 100,000 students, and arrested 500. By late September, Mexico City was under a near state of siege. 26. National strike leaders called for another protest rally on October 2. It would be held in the Commons area of a downtown housing project called Tlatelolco. The Commons area was called the Plaza de las Tres Culturas, Plaza of the Three Cultures. The student rally would prove to be the violent birth of a new political generation of Mexicans. 27. About 8,000 people attended the rally. More than 10,000 soldiers and police were present. Helicopters hovered close overhead and dropped 2 flares on the protesters. The crowd panicked and tried to flee, but authorities blocked escape routes. Soldiers began firing into the crowd with automatic weapons. Hundreds of plainclothes police assaulted the student leaders who were inside a nearby apartment building. Unidentified snipers on the roof fired on both demonstrators and the military. The shooting continued throughout the night. Estimates were that 300 to 500 students were killed and 2,000 arrested. The CIA reported in 1985 that according to embassy cables, over 300 were killed and 1,000 wounded. 28. The incident is called the Tlatelolco Massacre. 29. The CIA produced daily reports on the student movement, and the U.S. military sent assistance to Mexico during the crisis. Philip Agee, who had been assigned to monitor the Olympics in Mexico City, resigned from the CIA in disgust. 30. Mexicans saw the army in a vast array of security forces used against peaceful protesters. The judiciary proved to be no more than a kangaroo court. Authorities charged hundreds of student leaders with murder, and the courts imprisoned them for years. The Congress completely supported President Díaz's action. The media reported nothing more than government propaganda, and the Catholic Church remained silent. 31. U.S. auto companies move south. 113. BR Communist League. His mother, Rosario Ibarra de Piedra, sent him out one evening in 1973 to get cheese. She never saw him again and later learned that the police had detained him. He became one of the desaparecidos, disappeared. Rosario Ibarra's efforts to find out what happened to her son and other desaparecidos would lead her to collaborative efforts with the PRT. She became one of the most determined opponents the PRI elite ever faced. 32. The PRT had grown very quickly since its founding in 1976 as it absorbed smaller Trotskyist bands. Militants from different social movements and guerrilla organizations joined. Non-Trotskyist political groups also merged. It grew into a genuine political party, not just a Trotskyist sect, with 8,000 members in 1982 according to the CIA. 33 In 1978, the PRT became a legal political party, and in the 1982 election, Rosario Ibarra de Piedra, now a nationally known human rights activist, ran for president. The PRT openly advocated gay rights and openly supported gay candidates in the 1982 election. In that election, a handful of PRT members won seats in parliament. After the election, the PRT received leaked information that came from Mexican military intelligence. Ibarra de Piedra had in reality received more votes than had been officially recognized. Official results showed she had 416,448 votes, but the PRT believed that the actual tally was approximately 1 million votes in her favor. 34 This period of PRT expansion coincided with the emergence of neoliberalism in Mexico. 114. El Golpe. Following among the workers. Ford never found out who was publishing the paper, though they fired many suspected of doing it. When workers ratified the 1987 contract, Ford fired 600 workers, including those they believed to be troublemakers. Hector de la Cueva was one of them. He remained active at the Ford factory as an advisor to the workers. 35. The PRT had opposed the strike called by Vero Osorno in 1987, fearing Ford would use it as an opportunity to terminate the existing contract. They had advocated for voting against the contract in the 1987 ratification vote. Events were soon to prove them right. PRT-supported candidates won the 1988 local CAP union elections. After that point, the local executive committee was composed entirely of PRT members and their supporters throughout the decade. 36. The CIA closely monitored leftist attempts to organize Mexican workers during the 1980s. In December 1983, the agency noted, opposition political parties have made little headway in building a following among workers. Although Marxists have managed to attract enough support to establish footholds in many PRI-affiliated unions, we believe the PRI's success in co-opting leftist leaders has undermined even this limited foundation. 37. There is no evidence that the PRI had any success in co-opting the PRT. Cueva and his comrades at Ford Cuautitlán were having great success in organizing. Meanwhile, AIFLD had established an office in Mexico City in the mid-1960s. It was a successor to the PTTI in Mexico, where William Doherty had set up shop as the regional director in 1955. The transition between PTTI and AIFLD is murky. 38 Both Doherty and Jesse Friedman claimed Doherty had been working for AIFLD a year before the founding date. 39 Jesse Friedman was an AIFLD agent in Mexico between 1963 and 1966, and worked in Washington, D.C. at the AIFLD headquarters between 1967 and 1995, rising. U.S. auto companies move south. 115. In 1983, a new funding source had been proposed by the Reagan administration for AIFLD and some other CIA operations. Congress passed the National Endowment for Democracy (NED) Act. The NED would receive money from Congress or the U.S. Agency for International Development (AID) for democracy building overseas. 48 Few months later, the Free Trade Union Institute (FTUI) was set up to receive funds from the NED and distribute them to AIFLD, ALC, AFLI, FTEC, and international trade secretariats like the PTTI. 41 The FTUI was another quasi-official organization of the AFL-CIO. 42 One of its first board members was Irving Brown, and William Doherty Jr. was a principal staff member. 43 Both were linked to the CIA. Perhaps Paul Samajai best explains the FTUI-NED relationship. Samajai was an AIFLD country director in Mexico during the 1980s. In 1986, he became the assistant director of the International Affairs Department for the AFL-CIO and in the 1990s was the executive director of the FTUI. 116. El Golpe. Arm of the American Chamber of Commerce, and the two political party institutes, NDI/National Democratic Institute, and IRI/International Republic Institute, all creations to do for their respective sectors what FTUI was doing for labor. 44. The NED necessitated more vigorous financial reporting and accounting than the previous AIFLD funding streams had required. 45 AIFLD would have to prepare budgets and substantiate expenses. The new accounting procedures were a problem for AIFLD. NED was unable to close out several of the grants given to the FTUI during the 1980s because it never submitted the proper paperwork. AIFLD never properly closed one of these grants before dissolving in 1996.46. U.S. auto companies move south. 117. Owing to unanticipated local problems, the program by mutual agreement has not gone forward. 47. By 1986, AIFLD had located its office in the new CTM building in downtown Mexico City. 48. The alarming results from the 1988 election were causing grave concern there, as well as in Washington. Political forces opposed to the PRI and its programs were gaining strength. The U.S. auto companies had become major employers in Mexico, and they too were becoming concerned about the unstable political situation and worker demands for wage and benefit increases. These currents would coalesce at the Ford Motor Company's Cuautitlán assembly plant in 1989, where there would soon be a deadly clash between these contending forces. 7. The coup. Subject: labor strife at Ford Plant 1. On January 8, violence at Cuautitláni's Cali Ford Motor Plant, which injured at least 10 workers, 8 with gutted QQQQMQ, forced the company to temporarily suspend operations. Union members have charged that several hundred labor agitators hired by the head of the CTM-affiliated union in the Ford plant, Hector Uriarte, infiltrated the plant during the morning shift with the aim of intimidating dissident workers. Pastorino. U.S. Embassy in Mexico City cable to U.S. Secretary of State, January 11, 1990. On April 19 and 20, 1988, a joint meeting of the AFL-CIO and the CTM was held in the twin sites of Brownsville, Texas, and Matamoros, Tamaulipas, Mexico. A few documents concerning these meetings are found in the Reuther Library at Wayne State University. 1. The records of the International Affairs Departments of the AFL-CIO and the UAW for this period are not open to researchers. The labor federations held the first meeting at the Sheraton Plaza Royal Hotel in Brownsville. Of the 18 American labor union officials in attendance, 7 were AFLD officers, staff, or former staff. These included AFL-CIO Secretary-Treasurer Tom Donahue. He held the same position in AFLD. AFL-CIO Vice Presidents Owen Bieber, UAW President, and William Bywater, International Union of Electrical Workers President, both AFLD trustees on its board of directors. AFL-CIO Assistant Director Paul Samajai, International Affairs Department. Samajai had been the AFLD Country Director in Mexico in the mid-1980s. William Doherty, Executive Director/AFLD, Jesse Friedman, Deputy Director/AFLD, and Roberto Torres, who was listed as Secretary-Treasurer of the Inter-American. The Coup. 119. Regional Organization of Workers, or IT Mexico, but was also the current AFLD Country Director in Mexico. 2. The meeting began with a welcome by Tom Donahue and a response by CTM General Secretary Fidel Velázquez. The meeting then moved into a discussion of the Twin Plant Program and its impact on the national and local scenes. The Twin Plant was what the labor federations called the maquiladora system, where parts were exported duty-free from the U.S., then assembled in a Mexican border plant and sent back. The second meeting duplicated the first agenda but was held at the Hotel Presidente in Matamoros, with Velázquez giving the welcome and Donahue the response. The group discussed a joint communique by the AFL-CIO and the CTM. One of the participants at the Brownsville/Matamoros meeting was Owen Bieber, president of the UAW. In 1981, he had brought the UAW back into the AFL-CIO. Strikingly, he was also a member of the AIFLD Board of Directors from at least 1986 to 1992. His name appears on the bottom of AIFLD/Mexico stationery during those years. 3. The Reuther's previous problems with AIFLD had not deterred Bieber from joining the board and giving the UAW's endorsement to its efforts. On May 20, 1988, Bieber received a letter from Paul J. Samajai, the Assistant Director of the AFL-CIO International Affairs Department. At the April meeting, the unions agreed to form joint industrial groups, and Samajai was in charge of coordinating that effort. He was very familiar with Mexico and AIFLD. A 1986 voucher found in the AIFLD files at the University of Maryland lists his name and an address on a voucher for the ORIT office, which was on the 3rd floor in the CTM building in Mexico City. Edificio CTM, Vallarta No. 8, Tercer Piso, Mexico DF, Mexico 06030. In 2019, this was still the CTM address in Mexico City. ORIT is the Spanish acronym for the Organización Regional Interamericana de Trabajadores, translated as Inter-American Regional Organization of Workers. It was the regional organization of the ICFTU based in Brussels, Belgium. The AFL-CIO maintained control when it left that organization in 1969 and again when it rejoined in 1983.4. ORIT also had an interesting history with the CIA. Philip A.G. 120. El Golpe. Called ORIT. A principal mechanism for CIA labor operations in Latin America. 5. Additionally, Samajai is listed on AIFLD letterhead as the AIFLD country director in Mexico in 1986 using the same address as the ORIT one, except that the CTM building identification doesn't show .6 from these addresses. It is certain that the Samajai, ORIT, and AIFLD occupied an office in the CTM headquarters building during the 1980s and would have had constant exposure to the CTM and information about events at Cuautitlán. The Coup. 121. Steve Beckman worked in the International Affairs Department of the UAW between 1985 and 2007. Unaware of Bieber's position as AIFLD trustee, he was in attendance at 2 cross-border union meetings in 1988.10. Beckman remembers the AFL-CIO meetings as being a farce, because nothing really happened. He recalls Uriarte as being uninterested in the UAW and not engaged in the cross-border process. Paul Samajai was someone Beckman didn't have anything in common with politically. Regarding Samajai and the AFL-CIO International Affairs crew in general, it's true that I was relatively new at being a part of these activities and not aware of all the relationships and affiliations, but I knew enough to know that these were not people I wanted to get to know any more than was required to get through the process that was set without our input. 11. Don Stillman and Steve Beckman discussed a letter by Samajai dated May 20th in an interoffice communication addressed to Bieber dated June 1, 1988. They tell Bieber that CTM does not represent all unionized auto workers in Mexico. They explain that a national CTM-affiliated union represents Ford and Chrysler workers at the non-border plants, and 60% of such GM workers. The Stillman/Beckman analysis would make the Ford CTM the largest and best organized CTM union in auto, and the most likely to be assigned to lead the CTM industry group. Uriarte had been appointed General Secretary of the Ford CTM following the 1987 strike. A memo from Stillman and Beckman to Bieber on September 28, 1988, suggests October 20, 1988, as a suitable date for the automotive commit. 122. El Golpe. To meet in Washington, D.C., as Bieber would be in town that day. Beckman and Stillman had proposed Juarez, Mexico/El Paso, Texas, as a site for the automotive committee meeting because many auto-related industries were located in the area. 12. Beckman does not know why the participants changed the meeting to Washington, D.C., or who changed it. Beckman and Stillman also suggest that the Mexicans might not be interested in a meeting because of the serious defeats they, the CTM/PRI, had suffered during the July elections. The Beckman/Stillman proposed agenda for the automotive committee meeting was ambitious, focusing on maquiladora plants and union organizing. 13. Bieber, Beckman, and at least 3 other Mexican CTM auto union officials were in Washington, D.C., on November 11, 1988. Beckman does not know how long the Mexicans were in Washington or who else they met. Both Beckman and Mark Anderson are skeptical that an automotive committee subgroup meeting took place, as either were in attendance. Mark Anderson, from the AFL-CIO International Affairs Department, was also in Washington on November 11. He agreed with my speculation that the Mexicans were meeting with CIA representatives or go-betweens. 14. This group was on the passenger list of a private jet plane that flew from Washington to San Diego on November 11. A memo from Paul Samajai to Tom Donahue dated November 9, 1988, lists the confirmed passengers on the flight as Tom Donahue, Owen Bieber, Steve Beckman, William Doherty, Tom Kahn, who may have had to cancel at the last minute. Kahn was the International Affairs Director of the AFL-CIO, replacing Irving Brown, Mark Anderson, plus 3 or 4 Mexican auto workers, Victor Betancourt, GM, Jorge Rodriguez Leon, Nissan, and Hector Uriarte, Ford, plus possibly Ricardo Chavez Narvaez, Ford. The plane's amenities included an onboard continental breakfast, lunch, and a complete bar. 15. These were quite luxurious accommodations for a Mexican autoworker in his 20s like Uriarte. Beckman noted that this was the only time in his career that he was on a private jet flight, and he was not comfortable. He stared out the window much of the trip. The AFL-CIO made a special effort to fate the Mexicans and their hosts. The Coup. 123. The 5.5-hour jet flight to San Diego brought its passengers to another AFL-CIO/CTM cross-border organizing committee meeting in San Diego and Tijuana held on November 11 and 12. Tom Donahue had urged the industrial committees and the border committees organized with state AFL-CIO officers from Arizona, New Mexico, and Texas to meet before November 11.16. Bieber attended at least 5 meetings with Uriarte in 1988, 2 in Brownsville/Matamoros, 1 in Washington and 2 in San Diego/Tijuana. He also spent 5.5 hours with him on a charter jet flight. There is other evidence that Bieber knew Uriarte. Beckman would mention him in an interoffice communication to Bieber dated February 15, 1990. It appears that the problems at the Cuautitlán and Chihuahua Ford plants have been, for the most part, resolved by a 27% wage increase, but Hector Uriarte has not been apprehended. 17. No explanation was necessary of who Uriarte was or why he would need to be apprehended. First, American workers are losing jobs to maquiladora production, and shifting to alternative available jobs would mean living standard reductions comparable to those suffered by Mexican workers in recent years. And second, preventing the loss of these jobs through cutbacks in maquiladora operations should be offset by new American policies to address the impact of the debt crisis on Mexico. We can develop a list of specific items to be included over the next few weeks. Point 18. 124. El Golpe. Outrageous, he said in the brief time I listened to him talking, but it certainly didn't change what I thought of AIFLD or his adverse impact on independent trade unions in Latin America. 19. The UAW and the Reuters had a history with AIFLD that the UAW president would have been aware of. Perhaps this was part of the problem. Bieber and Victor Reuther were in 1988 locked in a fierce internal union dispute. Bieber and Uriarte may well have commiserated about the difficulties of being National Automobile Workers Union leaders during their meetings in Brownsville/Matamoros, Washington, and San Diego/Tijuana. Bieber was facing a challenge by the New Directions movement led by Jerry Tucker, a dissident assistant region director. Tucker lost his election for the position of region director by a margin of 0.16 votes out of a total of 650 cast at the 1986 UAW convention. Delegates have voting power proportional to the size of their constituency. The Department of Labor found that some of the delegates were elected improperly and ordered a new election. In the new election, Tucker won with 52% of the vote. Aided by Victor Reuther, Tucker was challenging Bieber and his caucus on the issues of the cooperative programs that the big three auto companies wanted. He also advocated more rank-and-file participation in the union. Reuther and Tucker were very critical of Bieber and his caucus's tactics, which they believed to be undemocratic. The 1989 UAW convention was going to be a battlefield on these and other issues. Point 20. Hector Uriarte Martinez faced his own problems with the local union at the CAP. Uriarte was from Hermosillo and had likely been a Ford employee at the new plant before taking charge of the Ford CTM union. A cable from the U.S. Embassy in Mexico City to the Secretary of State sent on January 11, 1990, describes him as follows. Uriarte, who is a protege of CTM Secretary General Fidel Velázquez, took over the leadership of the union after a 1988 strike at the Ford plant. Young, late 20s, and Politi. The Coup. 125. Cali ambitious, Uriarte, according to our labor contacts, is being groomed for a more important leadership role in the CTM by Velázquez. Point 21. At the CAP, Uriarte faced a capable and united opposition to both himself and the CTM. Following their election in early 1988, the new local executive committee began making changes. The reform leadership made efforts to regain the losses suffered under the 1987 contract. They followed a new strategy of actively engaging the union membership in the process. The local began doing previously unheard of things, like holding union meetings where the local executive committee listened to the workers. Point 22. Due to their efforts to institute contract changes, the local committee of Cuautitlán had grown in fame and recognition throughout Mexico. Point 23. After being appointed as General Secretary to replace Vera Osorno in 1987, Uriarte would face re-election in July 1989 after finishing Osorno's term of office. The local committee at CAP was planning to challenge him in this election. As the largest local union in the Mexican National Ford Union, they would be able to mount a serious threat. The membership at Ford Cuautitlán was larger than those of Hermosillo and Chihuahua combined. The Cuautitlán candidates were almost certain to win. Point 24. In the run-up to the July 1989 Ford CTM national election, the CAP candidates seemed to be gaining strength. Ford Motor Management in Mexico acted as if they supported the candidacy of Uriarte and the CTM status quo, and so made a sizable profit-sharing distribution to the workers. The payment amounted to even more because Ford did not withhold taxes from it. According to the Secretary-Treasurer, Escobar Briones, the payment represented a millionaire's sum. 25. The windfall did not appear to be enough to shift the election to Uriarte. 126. El Golpe. UAL, whose first name was Jesus, who was Secretary of Minutes, and Raúl Escobar Briones, Secretary of Finances. The growing strength of the union had led to work stoppages and slowdowns. The union and the workers began to challenge Ford's hegemony in the workplace. Such workplace actions were similar to the formative days of the UAW at the plants in Flint, Michigan, where there were 170 wildcats and slowdowns in early 1937.26. Ford fired the local executive members at CAP, according to those workers interviewed, for supporting these work stoppages during early 1989. The firings left only General Secretary Isaac Moreno and Hugo Ontiveros, Secretary of Sports, as active Ford employees. 1 month later, in July 1989, without significant opposition, Hector Uriarte was elected to a 6-year term as the head of the Ford CTM National Union. 27. Just a few months before, Uriarte had joined 2 other Mexican Union officials in the trip to Washington, D.C., where they met with AFL-CIO and AIFLD officials and perhaps others. With the firings and Uriarte's election, the conflict at Fort Cuautitlán began in earnest. The June discharges sparked the formation of the Ford Workers' Democratic Movement, FWDM. Mexican labor law prohibits arbitrary firings of union leaders. Still, with the legal system firmly under control of the PRI, the fired executive committee members did not count on the government approving their legal demands for reinstatement. The dismissals had created a climate of fear in the plant. Many workers believed that if Ford could fire the union leaders, they too could be next to go. The discharged executive committee members set up a camp in front of the assembly plant. The FWDM started a rank-and-file newspaper called En La Línea, on the line, a reference to the assembly line. The paper contained information about working conditions at CAP and general information about the labor movement. 28. The Coup. 127. Many workers. They knew that as long as the SAC leaders kept fighting for reinstatement, Ford would be reluctant to fire more workers. With this act, the majority of workers inside the plant began to support the fired leaders. The women's actions marked a turning point in the battle with Ford and the CTM. Firings, a tactic the CTM had used for decades to control dissent, was failing. 29. The hunger strike was not enough to make Ford relent on the discharges, however. Law enforcement removed the workers from El Ángel. According to a study in the British Medical Journal, hunger strikers begin to feel severe starvation symptoms after around 35 to 40 days. That's when many develop confusion, hallucinations, and convulsions. Shortly after, they begin to experience organ failure, leading to death directly or to fatal heart attacks. 30 After 38 days, the FWDM called off the hunger strike. The hunger strike action brought the Ford conflict to the public's attention. The movement gained a voice. The demands of the workers at Cuautitlán were kept alive. 128. El Golpe. Robert Pastorino, Deputy Chief of Mission, 31. Ford had reached the agreement about withholding taxes at the end of the year with the national CTM, to whom none of the workers were listening. They had since fired 4 of the 6 executive committee members, and communication with the workers at CAP was at a minimum. Assembly plants are fertile soil for rumors, and many workers believed Uriarte had diverted their money to CTM accounts. On December 21, 1989, the workers walked off their jobs and went outside. They blocked the federal highway near the plant and called the media to air their grievances. They demanded the restoration of their salaries and bonuses. The workers picked a commission of 22 representatives to assist the local executive committee in negotiations on the issue. 32. The Coup. 129. In that meeting, the CAP workers put forward the demands for a partial payment of the salaries, a year-end bonus, reinstatement of the fired executive committee members, and a new Democratic Congress of the CTM. Secretary General Fidel Velázquez agreed to meet with the local committee again on January 8. The Cuautitlán workers continued to refuse to recognize the authority of Héctor Uriarte and the National Ford CTM. 33. 130. El Golpe. The assembly lines. Flores Duran took advantage of the disruption caused by the work stoppage to escape back into the assembly area and tell the others what had happened. 34 On January 3, work resumed at the CAP. On Friday, January 5, local leaders came to the plant to hand out a leaflet calling on workers to go to a scheduled meeting with the CTM's General Secretary, Velázquez. 35 Soon, about 30 thugs, protected by municipal and federal highway police, attacked 6 workers handing out the leaflets in the vicinity of the plant: Marco Antonio Jimenez, Jamie Pena Silva, Antonio Galinda, Alfredo Arista, Francisco Farusca, and José Sanchez. All were members of the commission, or the local executive committee. These leaders were then taken away. When the workers in the plant learned of the disappearances, they stopped work and halted production but remained in the plant. They conducted a sit-down strike and barricaded themselves in the Ford complex. The organizers in the plant contacted the Mexican Secretary of the Interior, the National Front Against Repression, a human rights group, and the Mexico City newspapers to report the disappearances. 36 In the afternoon, the Ford workers located the leaders. The kidnappers had released them at the Tlalnepantla police station. By 6 p.m., the 6 were free, and the workers left the plant for the weekend. The forces that had planned the January 5 attack did not identify themselves. Their group may have included individuals from Ford, the CTM, Mexican gangsters, and some in law enforcement who may have blocked traffic. A question remains as to who could pull such a group together. 37 The work stoppage came as a surprise, and pulled Ford publicly into the dispute. Over the weekend, the shadowy grouping would formulate plans for a new attack. The Coup. 131. The local executive committee reconvened on Sunday evening, January 7, when they learned that strange things were going on in the CAP. Unknown people were entering the plant. Ford personnel were providing them with uniforms and Ford ID badges. 38 The workers in the plant told the committee it looked like these individuals were going to be present at the start of work on Monday morning. The executive committee prepared tactics to use the following morning for what was shaping up to be a confrontation. 39 Outside the Cuautitlán plant, a group of 300 golpeadores gathered, to borrow the term used by the Mexican press. The word translates into English as hitters or batterers, but it implies a substantive purpose. They began arriving around midnight on buses identified as Gregorio Velasquez, Fidel's brother's company. 40 They were wearing Ford uniforms and ID badges and were armed with clubs, pistols, and machine guns. 41 They were under the tactical command of Wallace de la Mancha. 42 Mancha's national origins are unknown. It was speculated at different times that he could have been Cuban, Guatemalan, Puerto Rican, or Mexican. 43 Mancha was a participant in the violence of Mexican unions on behalf of the CTM for many years. But none of his previous actions had reached the level of what he was about to initiate at CAP. Before November 1988, he had not attracted much attention. In the wake of the PRI election fraud of that summer, he would soon become notorious for an attack on striking workers at the Babcock and Wilcox Company, where he allegedly shouted, "Wallace de la Mancha has arrived, you bastards!" 44 Mancha's thugs shot a journalist from La Jornada during the violence there, and 2 other people were killed. 45 Mancha described himself as short and ugly. He wore jewels, a bracelet, a gold watch, a nicely pressed sports suit, and cologne. 46 His relationship with the CTM was unclear. At times Fidel Velasquez had denied knowing him. Mancha recruited his soldiers from gang members or young people who wanted an industrial job and thought serving with Mancha could provide 1.47 Uriarte's involvement may have been critical in recruiting these golpeadores for the Ford Cuautitlán operation. They would have needed to be assured that there 132 El Golpe would be no retaliation on the part of Ford or the Mexican government. Uriarte would seemingly have been essential to coordinating the assault with the Ford plant. He knew where to get Ford uniforms and ID badges from his previous employment, and contacts. 48 The expense and logistics of pulling together 300 men in the middle of the night, arming them with clubs, firearms, and even some machine guns, providing communication equipment, getting them in Ford uniforms, and then securing each a company ID badge were daunting. These tasks far outstripped the financial and organizational capacity of the CTM. The Ford Cuautitlán factory complex consisted of 5 buildings: an engine plant, a foundry, a paint building, a body build shop, and a final assembly plant. The large group of golpeadores was divided up, with a trusted lieutenant assigned to each area to ensure that all instructions were carried out. 49 Wallace would not go into the complex himself but placed a trusted lieutenant in charge, Guadalupe Uribe Guevara. Uribe had been working for Mancha as a shock trooper since 1974.50. In addition to being an associate of Wallace de la Mancha, he was also a minor CTM official in Mexico City. Uribe brought along his 2 sons to assist in the venture. 51 After several witnesses claimed to have seen him outside the CAP on January 8, Mancha wrote a letter to the editor of the newspaper La Jornada, which was printed on January 10, denying he was involved in the attack. 52 The amount of attention Mancha was attracting, and the publicity the Ford battle drew, would not sit well with his employers. Wallace de la Mancha was 58 years old on the morning of January 8. He would be dead at 59.53. Some witnesses said they observed Hector Uriarte with the golpeadores on January 8. The CTM's attorney, Juan Moises Calleja, a former minister of the Supreme Court of Justice, stated that he didn't believe that authorities would find or arrest Uriarte. Calleja told the press that he was prepared to testify he had been with Uriarte on the morning of the shooting. 54 Another account has Uriarte give Mancha the signal to enter the plant complex over the phone, which seems more likely. 55 Velasquez was 89 years old on January 8, and many suspect Calleja and other staffers were running the CTM. 56 The coup. 133 The activists reported for work on January 8, expecting trouble. When reporting for work at the beginning of a shift, workers in a Ford assembly plant first go to a small coverall locker to retrieve a clean pair of coveralls. That morning 10 leaders of the January 5 work stoppage found that the locks on these lockers had been changed, preventing them from getting coveralls. A notice was posted on each of their lockers telling them to report to the locksmith to be assigned new ones. When they approached the locksmith, they could see unusual characters loitering in the area. All but one of them decided to go directly to their workstations. That unfortunate worker was beaten. 57 When the rest of the workforce arrived for the morning shift on January 8, they found 300 strangers on the assembly lines. These were easily identifiable as not being genuine Ford employees because they wore tennis shoes instead of the required leather shoes, and they were wearing the Ford ID badges around their necks. Ford employees would keep them in their pockets so they wouldn't get caught on things, come loose, and be lost. Many of the golpeadors were drunk or on drugs. The intruders immediately started to harass and intimidate the workers. The leaders had prepared for this event, and the workers picked up tools and organized themselves to fight back. The workers knew the plant and outmaneuvered the golpeadors, who felt cornered, took out their guns, and opened fire. A voice came over the company loudspeaker, telling the workers to do as they were told. 58 Escobar Briones remembers the voice on the loudspeaker saying, "Do not run, those are only blanks." 59 9 workers would go down wounded, one of them fatally. In an interview 9 years later, a reporter asked Uribe if he had trouble obeying an order to shoot the Ford workers. He said, "No, there were no orders. The conditions were met, I had to defend myself. I didn't want to fight, but that's how things happened." 60 The local leaders notified the press about the incident, and a radio station began broadcasting reports on it almost immediately. When the wives of the workers heard about the injuries, they went to the factory, joining a throng of reporters and onlookers who had gathered outside the plant. Ford's security guards had closed the gates and 134. El Golpe vented ambulances from coming in. The women began pushing on the fence gate surrounding the complex, and they managed to push the fence down and open the gate, allowing the ambulances and press to enter the factory along with them. With the fence down, most of the Ford management fled, leaving a small contingent behind. 61 In the ensuing turmoil, and with the rapid retreat of the main body of golpeadors, 3 of their number, Armando Salgado Jaramillo, Constancio Escobar Hernandez, and Juan Enrique Hernandez Avalos, were separated and detained by the workers. 62 These had their hands tied tightly behind their backs with wire, and the workers decided to lynch them as an example to others. When Ortiz Monasterio from the Human Rights Department of the Secretary of the Interior arrived at the scene, they changed their minds and turned the golpeadors over to the police, who detained them. The police would only prosecute the 3 captured thugs if someone would file charges, so several of the CAP workers went to the police station and did so. 63. Tie-in in July 1988. The Coup. 135. To believe that the golpeadors had been PRT members. It is unlikely that Ford lied to the embassy, as the newspapers would dispel this interpretation within a few days. This cable seems to exclude the possibility that Ford's upper management played a significant role in planning the violent attack. Ford Motor had not used violence against their workers in their plants since the infamous Battle of the Overpass in 1937. In the widely photographed encounter, Henry Ford's security goons pummeled Walter Reuther and UAW staffers attempting to hand out leaflets to workers at the Dearborn, Michigan, complex. The press photographed the bloodied UAW men, and the pictures were published around the country, resulting in what must be a contender for the worst public relations disaster of the 20th century. The idea that Ford management would have agreed to gangsters and the CTM coming into the plant to commit violence against its workers is therefore not credible. The question remains, why did Ford call police into the plant on January 8th, as they reported to the embassy a few days later, and why were signs placed on the uniform lockers instructing the local leaders to go to the locksmith? The notices on the lockers indicate Ford's participation, as only Ford management would know which worker was assigned to which locker. A likely explanation would be that after enduring 2 unauthorized strikes in the last few weeks, Ford had decided to fire the strike leaders after the work stoppage on the previous Friday, and had called the police to remove them from the plant. Ford put the notices on the uniform lockers to get the leaders to go to a location where their removal could quickly take place. The 10 workers who had notices placed on their lockers had been organizers of the January 5th work stoppage. By preventing the leaders from reporting to their workstations, management hoped to avoid another strike over their discharges. Ford would have had to notify the CTM of the firings, and Uriarte would have been privy to that information. The CIA had informants in Latin American police stations in major cities. They could have coordinated the golpeadors' entry into the plant alongside the police. In 1991, Ford Motor told the UAW bargaining chairman at the Ford Assembly plant in St. Paul, Minnesota, Ted LaValle, that they 136. El Golpe had agreed to allow a group to come into the plant on January 8 to talk with the workers. 65 Ford may have hoped that this group could have dissuaded the workers from a new work stoppage in response to further firings. Ford may have assigned people to the plant loudspeaker system in anticipation of a work stoppage when the workers learned of the leader's dismissal. This seems to be the best explanation for Ford management's role in the January 8 events, though there were likely CTM supporters and individuals in the complex who could have been bribed to play a different role. If U.S. Ambassador John Negroponte or CIA Station Chief Vincent Shields had advocated for some retaliatory action against the FWDM/PRT, Ford would have agreed to a group coming into the plant. Ford Motor Company has not responded to several requests for comment for this book. The workers had survived a well-financed, violent attack on their movement. To remain safe, they decided to secure the entrances and stay in the plant. As night fell, they notified the press of their demands: 1. No more attacks on the factory. 2. Those responsible for the crimes committed on January 8 must be punished. 3. Full pay for the lost salaries due to the pay withholdings of December. 4. Reinstatement of the fired executive committee members. And 5. A National Democratic Congress to be held on union rights. In support of these demands, the workers began a strike, and after determining the only bargaining power they had was control of the factory complex, the workers decided they would occupy the plant. 66. 8. The strike. In of itself, the Ford dispute is a potentially serious problem for President Salinas' efforts to attract investment and business to Mexico. For Velázquez and the CTM, it may be a reflection of the inability of the CTM gerontocracy to effectively deal and adapt to an inexorably changing labor sector in Mexico. On the other hand, Fidel has faced and successfully resolved situations of this TPE 6 scores of times in the past. End comment. Negroponte. Department of State Embassy cable from Ambassador John Negroponte, January 19, 1990, DOS F 2016-16693C06337074. In 1990, the Cold War was nearing its end, and American workers were about to reap the harvest of the AFL-CIO alliance with U.S. foreign policy and the CIA. Lane Kirkland had decided to make another attempt to bring the CTM into some agreement that would address U.S. job losses resulting from low wages in Mexico. With the ambassador to Mexico, John Negroponte, President Salinas and Bush had settled on a free trade agreement, and it would take legislative form in 1992. A free trade agreement with Mexico would provide ammunition for Kirkland's critics and might even lead to a challenge to his leadership at the 1995 AFL-CIO convention. The AFL-CIO had developed a close bond with the CTM over 3 decades of battling communists, socialists, and their allies, and it was worth another effort to try to preserve that. The AFL-CIO/CTM built a close relationship mainly through AIFLD, who had assigned William Doherty Jr., Jesse Friedman, Paul Samajai, and Robert Torres to Mexico City. In 1990, the AFL-CIO held another joint meeting with the CTM in Tijuana, with Kirkland attending instead of Secretary-Treasurer Tom Donahue. CTM General Secretary Fidel Velázquez would also. 138. El Golpe. The CAP was initially occupied by 2,000 workers, and many of their wives, out of about 2,500 who reported for work on the day's shift. That number would ebb and flow as the occupation went on. The workers created a maintenance commission to take care of the factory, so that it would be in condition to start production again when needed. The press was allowed to check that the strikers had done no damage or sabotage to Ford equipment. Messages of solidarity began to pour into the plant from other unions and workers in different factories. Teachers with preschool children came to the factory and gave their lunches to the workers. 3. They received messages of support from the Ford local unions at Hermosillo and Chihuahua. 4. Contributions of food and supplies from supporters allowed the occupation to continue. 5. The strike. 139. Visor helped him lift Nigmo and take him to the infirmary. 6. Some of the activists went to the hospital with Nigmo when the ambulances finally got to him. They stayed there on January 8, 9, and 10. Nigmo never recovered consciousness and died on January 10. The Cuautitlan workers reached an agreement with Nigmo's family to hold his memorial service at the occupied Cuautitlan factory complex on January 11. His body was taken to the plant where after midnight, co-workers formed a human chain on both sides of a roadway leading to the factory. As his body passed by, some workers hoisted banners proclaiming, "Uriarte asesino." Uriarte is a murderer. 7. A Jesuit priest from the Centro de Reflexión Laboral, Workplace Reflection Center, delivered the funeral mass. Gabriel Abogado, one of the Ford activists, told the gathering that they would continue the struggle with the memory of the martyr Cleto ever present. The workers demanded that the government prosecute Uriarte Mancha and Uribe for Nigmo's murder. 8. Robert Pastorino, Deputy Chief of Mission. 140. El Golpe. Sure, medical bills would be paid, and take care of the family's needs in the future. All of this was likely an attempt to avoid further scandal. 10. Ford representatives met with Velázquez, the General Secretary of the CTM, Labor Secretary Arsenio Ferro Cubalis, and Commerce Secretary Jamie Serra Puch on January 10. Velázquez subsequently met with Salinas. The Ford representatives told the embassy that Velázquez and Serra advised them to petition the Federal Conciliation and Arbitration Board for permission to terminate the contract with the union, and Serra and Velázquez hinted strongly that a favorable labor court ruling would be forthcoming. With a favorable ruling, the company could legally dismiss all or part of Ford's 4,000 workers at CAP. While Ford believed this would be a good strategy for getting rid of dissidents in the workforce, they estimated that there were between 200 to 400. It didn't address removing the workers occupying the plant. The Mexican government informed Ford that they passed the problem of evicting dissidents occupying the plant to Interior Minister Gutierrez Barrios. 11. Ford representatives were also advised by Section Velasquez to seek a meeting with President Salinas on the labor dispute. Instead, Ford has now suggested that the ambassador, Negroponte, take the opportunity to raise the issue with Salinas in an informal manner at the earliest opportunity. They are aware that a prominent embassy role in this dispute could transform this from a labor issue to a political one involving our bilateral relationship. Through all this, Velasquez warned Ford that the union would of course have to take an anti-Ford public position, while it is seeking to control the union and work behind the scenes with the government for a solution. 12. The events that unfolded at CAP set off a contentious debate in the Mexican Congress. The PPS, the PRD, the PARM, and the PAN accused the CTM and the Ford Motor Company of having been responsible for the violence. 13 Blas Chamacero, II. The strike. 141. Highest official in the CTM blamed Ford, saying, "The events were provoked by people from outside the union. Let us speak with clarity. The company is responsible and can always find people at its service for these kinds of illegal acts." 14. On January 17, Sylvester Gonzalez Portillo, the head of the National Union of Automobile Workers, CTM, the Ford Union was an affiliate of this organization, held a press conference. He called on the Secretary of the Interior to prosecute Wallace de la Mancha for criminal attacks on workers on several occasions, the Cuautitlán attack being the latest. 15. It is difficult to imagine a scenario where the CTM had been the architect of the plan to kidnap the local leaders on January 5 and then assault the plant complex on January 8, and that then this press conference was allowed to take place. Wallace de la Mancha was doing his best to deny any connection to the January 8 attack. 16. Ford filed with the Federal Conciliation and Arbitration Board the papers necessary to terminate the labor contract, but learned that it would take 10 days for the judgment to be delivered, meaning there could be no court decision until January 26. The Mexican government told Ford that they were determined to seek a solution before January 20. Ford later informed the Salinas government that the plant occupation had jeopardized a planned 800 million peso investment at the Chihuahua engine facility. 17. 10. Comment: many of the elements of this dispute remain unclear and unsubstantiated, particularly Uriarte's role. From our vantage point, Velasquez appears to be using the threat of a contract termination as leverage to bring union members under control, while at the same time acting as defender of their jobs. If this strategy works, Velasquez will have saved the hide of a favored union lieutenant, Uriarte, at least for the moment. CTM has admitted to Ford they have to back their man in the present circumstances, but that he will likely be quietly shelved or transferred in the near future. The dispute remains a political hot potato. Drafted Poll, Mayor, Pastorino. 18. 142. El Golpe. Ford executives flew in from Dearborn, Michigan, and together with the president of Ford de Mexico, Nicholas Shealy, met with Salinas, Labor Secretary Farrell, Interior Secretary Barrios, and Commerce Secretary Serra on Friday, January 19. British-born Shealy would go on to become COO of Ford Motor. The meetings continued over the weekend. The government officials told the Ford executives they would end the plant occupation on Monday, the January 22. They encouraged Ford to move ahead with the petition to terminate the collective bargaining agreement with the Federal Conciliation and Arbitration Board, but warned them not to dismiss large numbers of workers, as authorities would arrest people with links to the CTM for the attack. Salinas and his cabinet secretaries told Ford that the public might see the workers occupying the plant as having been justified in their actions. 20. On January 21, the workers inside the Cuautitlán complex heard that 200 prosecutors from the state of Mexico were gathering with plans to take over the factory the next day. The Ford workers occupying the plant discussed whether they should surrender the plant and leave or make the authorities evict them. Many felt that surrender would send a bad signal and that they should fight to the end. The majority supported turning the plant back to the authorities and leaving with their dignity intact. They decided that they would wait in the plant until the police arrived but then peacefully end the occupation. Between 200 and 300 workers remained in the CAP that night. 21. At about 6 a.m. on the foggy morning of January 22, 1990, riot police surrounded the plant, then broke through the fence and entered the factory. 22. The workers had agreed that when the police entered the complex, they would concentrate at the main entrance. According to plan, they assembled at the entrance and then received the prosecutors with an ovation. A representative of the workers asked the authorities to do a full inspection to verify that they had done no damage to Ford property. When the inspection was completed, the workers all walked outside. The 15-day occupation of CAP had come to an end. 23. The strike. 143. When they left the factory, the activists set up a camp outside the Ford complex to serve as an organizing center to keep their demands alive. As many as 1,800 workers visited the site daily. When some workers returned to work, they gave money to support the camp operations. Every Friday, volunteers would get on the buses leaving the factory and solicit contributions. These funds were used to buy food for the camp, draft flyers, and give assistance to those who hadn't returned to work. 24. On January 22, while police were entering the CAP to remove the workers occupying it, Guadalupe Uribe Guevara, 2 of his sons, and 7 others were arrested for manslaughter in the killing of Cleto Nigmo and on weapons charges. The 3 golpeadores caught and turned over to the police on January 8 were released on bail on January 12. Some press sources reported that the CTM had paid their bail. 25 An embassy cable, dated April 12, 1991, says the 3 were released for lack of evidence. 26 The 3 told police that Hector Uriarte and Guadalupe Uribe hired them. 27 The embassy believed that the government issued an arrest warrant for Hector Uriarte Martinez. The embassy had unconfirmed reports that Uriarte was already in police custody. 28 If a warrant for Uriarte had been issued, he was never detained. The embassy cable of April 12, 1991 states, Hector Uriarte, the then Ford CTM national chairman, was subpoenaed for questioning but never appeared. He remains on the CTM payroll, but is not active in Ford affairs. 29. The violence against the Ford workers continued on January 27. Ricardo Cervantes and Hector Hernandez were handing out leaflets and collecting donations for the movement when they were kidnapped and beaten by 6 men and a woman. After several hours, they were released in the same neighborhood where they had been taken. Cervantes and Hernandez were told to quit making a fuss. 30 Ford announced in the press that they would fire the striking workers if they did not report to work in 24 hours. On January 31, the Ford CTM placed an advertisement in the newspaper urging workers to return to work, warning those who didn't that they would be subject to discipline. 31 The embassy cabled Washington on February 1 at 144 El Golpe, COR, an approximately 30,000-member union. 32. On the same day, January 31, the embassy reported that between 500 and 600 protesters were demonstrating in front of CTM headquarters. The majority of workers had little interest in returning to work until they recovered their lost wages and year-end bonuses. Ford rehired the local executive committee, problems with the CTM were addressed, and the suspected murderers punished. 33. On February 6, a big march from Cuautitlán to Zocalo was held. The march wound along the Cortotaro Highway for 60 kilometers, 37 miles, and took 6 hours. Along the route, people turned out to greet the marchers and gave them water and fruit. They rallied at Zocalo, calling on Salinas to address their claims. 34 Ambassador Negroponte reported to Washington that the strike. 145. Ford announces its dismissals, thus putting the question of labor unrest on center stage. 35. The struggle at Cuautitlán was now receiving international attention, and the Ford workers were getting letters from unions in the US, Canada, Germany, Argentina, and Brazil. 36 Ambassador Negroponte visited the Ford Hermosillo assembly plant on February 9, and though there were rumors of a possible protest, it didn't materialize. When workers at the Ford Chihuahua engine plant accepted a new contract that included a 27% wage increase, the chance of a strike there was ended. 37 The Ford Cuautitlán plant was only partially operational on February 8, with about 1,000 workers, out of a pre-strike total of 3,800. On the production lines. 38 Ford was determined to fire between 600 and 1,000 workers. The embassy reported that an end to the month-long strike remained elusive. They expressed concerns to Washington about the effects of the strike. More worrying is the strike's impact on Mexico's image as a place to do business. A senior Ford representative has told us that as the strike dragged on, his company has become increasingly nervous about proposed expansion plans for its Chihuahua plant. The government of Mexico, is also clearly concerned and is sending Commerce Secretary Jamie Sarah Puig to the U.S. next week to reassure Ford executives about desirability of Ford's proposed expansion plans in Mexico. End comment. Negroponte. 39. 146. El Golpe. Activist movement. Accordingly, these individuals were not offered re-employment. 40. 2. It is still unclear how many dissident Ford workers will finally be dismissed, but at this point it appears the number may range between 600 to 1,000. Union dissidents, mainly those who have received dismissal notices and have not been rehired, continue to carry out protest activities, with marches in front of the embassy as well as Ford and CTM offices on February 19/20. Protesters also blocked the streets around the Ford plant, as well as maintaining an at times raucous, sick presence at the plant. On February 20, workers also blocked Mexico-Querétaro-bound traffic until about midday. In the last 2 days, Mexican riot police were stationed, but not deployed, at the plant to augment regular police presence there. Despite more workers on the line, production is still being affected, with newly returned workers wearing black armbands in support of dissident workers seeking to be rehired. Ford representatives have told us they are wary about the possibility of renewed violence since they are determined to stick to their decision to dismiss between 600 to 1,000 striking workers. 41. The strike. 147. Juan Moises Calleja and Gabriel Abogado, who led a delegation of Ford Cuautitlán workers. At the meeting, Sheely gave the workers an ultimatum. Ford workers, but not all of them, would continue to be rehired slowly with no reprisals. Ford would discharge those that did not return to work. There would be no pay for lost wages during the 2-month work stoppage, and any other work stoppages would nullify the agreement. Having no real option, the workers reluctantly agreed. 42. 1. Lu. On March 1, Ford company officials signed a written understanding with the workers and the CTM after a 6-hour meeting, attended by Ford director Nicholas Sheely and presided over by Mexican Secretary of Labor, Arsenio Farrell. The agreement calls for the workers to be back at work by March 6. The understanding outlines steps to a. Reinstate a large number of retrenched workers who have not been recalled by Ford. B. Rehire all workers through the CTM. C. Carry out the reinstatement process over the next 4 weeks. And D. Commits Ford to carry out the reinstatement plan, but only in the absence of worker threats and disruptions to plant operations. 43. By March 25, 600 workers had still not been rehired. On April 20, several hundred of them attempted to return to work en masse but were blocked by a cordon of 1,500 policemen. 44. On June 13, a group of activists went to the Federal Board of Conciliation and Mediation office and stripped naked, symbolically making the statement that they were totally without protection. And they made it onto the front pages of the newspapers. 45. Getting such prominent coverage in the print media was a significant accomplishment. In 1990, the Mexican government maintained a monopoly on newsprint, which they used to control the press. Embassy cables inform Washington that the government has been successful in limiting press coverage of the events. The GOM has kept a lid on news coverage of the strike. The GOM has kept news. 148. El Golpe. Coverage of the Ford dispute while under wraps, and invariably newspaper coverage of the dispute has been minimal and relegated to the inside pages of the press. 46. On July 26, with financial pressure mounting on the activists and their families, the fired workers finally settled with Ford, accepting 4 months' pay in return for terminating their contractual rights. A few did not take the agreement and continued their legal battle with the company. 47. Ambassador Negroponte described this final settlement in a cable dated August 3, 1990. 1. The Mexican subsidiary of the Ford Motor Company, plagued by several months of labor problems at its assembly plant outside Mexico City, agreed July 26 to provide severance pay to 570 workers dismissed during a strike action initiated against the Ford assembly plant in Cuautitlán earlier this year. It fired some 570 workers, the rest returned to work. The dismissed workers have continued to hold sporadic demonstrations. Most recently, they occupied the company's headquarters for several hours on July 24 demanding severance compensation. On July 26, Ford and the workers reached an agreement. Workers will receive 3 months' salary and a prorated sum based on the length of service with the firm. 48. The strike. 149. From Cuautitlán met and formally joined the COR. At a hearing on December 6, 1990, Ford demanded that the petition to change union affiliations be thrown out on technical grounds, but the board denied the demand. In late 1990, the Secretary of Labor and Federal Board of Conciliation and Mediation removed the leaders of COR and replaced them with leaders loyal to the PRI. 49. On June 3, 1991, a court-ordered representation election between the CTM and the COR was held for the workers at the Ford facility at Cuautitlán. The election lasted from 6 a.m. until 11 p.m. Independent observers from human rights groups and labor education services monitored the voting. A report on the election found many cases of abuse, including the failure of authorities to conduct the voting by secret ballot. Instead, workers had to vote out loud in front of Ford management and a CTM representative. The government allowed the company to decide who was eligible to vote. The 600 that Ford had not called back to work were excluded from participating. Supervisors chose who could vote and then brought them to the voting area. Managers warned some workers that if they voted against the CTM, they could be fired. The company videotaped some workers while they were stating their vote. Even with all this cheating and intimidation, the CTM was able to win by only 126 votes. 50. 150. El Golpe. 6. Comment. As became increasingly evident, the labor dispute proved to be an internal union conflict, albeit exacerbated by several poor management decisions on the part of Ford management involving pay issues and the fishing in troubled waters by some union members belonging to leftist political parties. The involvement of more radical, but few in number, union players like the Revolutionary Workers' Party, PRT, sympathizers/members was ancillary to rather than the proximate cause of the dispute. 51. The activities of the Revolutionary Workers' Party, PRT, sympathizers/members within the ranks of union dissidents appear to be that of fishing in troubled waters, rather than a driving force in the labor dispute. 52. The embassy did not disclose the source of its intelligence for this analysis in the cable. It is an incorrect assessment of what happened. In the first cable sent on January 11, the embassy reports that Ford blamed the attack on January 8 on the PRT. 53. Ford had told the embassy they needed to discharge between 200 and 400 dissidents, and would later terminate closer to 600 workers. In a cable of February 1, the embassy reports that Ford said 300 militants had successfully pressured the remaining 2,500 union members to stay off the job. 54. Hector Uriarte blamed the entire incident on the PRT and the PRT. 55. PRT members controlled the local union executive committee from 1984 on. 56. It is likely that the information in the cable was designed to distract from the real motivation for the attack, an exercise intended to defeat leftist militants. Ambassador Negroponte was well aware that those cables were read by many people from his time in Honduras aiding the Contras. The strike. 151. The cables show that Negroponte enjoyed a close relationship with senior Washington policymakers, such as then CIA Director William J. Casey, that was unusual for career diplomats. He used a back-channel system of communication through the CIA to send messages to Casey and others that he did not want widely distributed. 57. The CIA station chief in Mexico, Vincent Shields, served in the same capacity with Negroponte in Honduras. In 1968, the CIA had between 15 and 20 officers working under cover of the embassy in Mexico City. 58. A court convicted Guadalupe Uribe Guevara, his two sons Raul Uribe Soria and Rafael Uribe Soria, and 7 others on a charge of manslaughter and weapons violations. They were sentenced to 3 years imprisonment for killing Cleto Nigmo Urbina and for assault on the others. Guadalupe Uribe would serve 1 year of that term. 59. In 1991, when he was released from prison, Uribe was rewarded. He obtained enough money to buy his first public transport vehicles and start the Transportation Credit Union of the State of Mexico. It may be that this was payment for what he had done at Cuautitlan. By 1998, Uribe had become a transportation union magnate and controlled over half the public transportation vehicles, taxis and microbuses, in the state of Mexico. His son Rafael, who had also served time for his role in the Cuautitlan affair, allegedly died in an auto accident in 1994, but the same day the autopsy took place, his body was cremated. Unofficial reports indicated that the car had 2 bullet holes in it. Uribe ended his affiliation with the CTM after his son's death. In an interview in 1998, Uribe said he was a Ford Motor Company employee and the transportation manager for Ford de Mexico. In 2012, he was living in La Montosa, an island in a lagoon. 60. In a 2018 interview, Raul Escobar Briones told Paula Cuellar that Uribe had recently died. 61. Hector Uriarte Martinez left Mexico City and avoided apprehension for the murder he had been accused of in January. On January 152. El Golpe. 10. 1993. Cuautitlan workers, Raul Escobar Briones, Jamie Flores Duran, and Alberto Martinez Garcia, filed a complaint with the Mexican National Human Rights Commission concerning the attack on the workers at Cuautitlan. On February 22, 1992, the commission issued its findings. 62. They had no enforcement authority, but the report castigated government officials for making no effort to apprehend Uriarte. A few days after the report was released, the governor of the state of Mexico issued an arrest warrant for Uriarte. The attorney general promised to comply and arrest Uriarte, who was living in Hermosillo, Sonora, his hometown. There is no justification for a 9-month delay in the arrest, the commission said. Uriarte was wanted for murder, assault, burglary, and gun smuggling, La Jornada reported. After 4 years of avoiding arrest, Uriarte was finally arrested and placed under the jurisdiction of a state judge on October 31, 1994. He was apprehended in Hermosillo and detained on the charge of homicide and criminal association. 63. Uriarte denied participating in the violence at the Ford plant and claimed to have no role in the killing of Cleto Nigmo Urbina. There is no record of him ever being tried or sentenced. A man with the same name owned a restaurant in Hermosillo in 2017. The strike. 153. An occupation of several GM plants in Flint, Michigan, during 1936-7 resulted in the UAW winning union recognition and establishing itself as a viable institution. This event came to be known as the Flint Sit-Down Strike. Local police and vigilantes met the seizing of the GM plants with a violent attempt to remove the workers. This led to the infamous Battle of Bull's Run, in which workers beat back the attempt with many injuries on both sides. A group that included many communists and socialists, including Victor Reuther, planned, organized, and led the plant occupation and strike for union recognition. The strike was ultimately successful because of the intervention of Michigan Governor Frank Murphy. Murphy sent in the National Guard to surround the plant, but they did not evict the workers, forcing GM to settle with the UAW. The union activists at Cuautitlán were every bit as capable, determined, and courageous as their counterparts at Flint had been in 1936, yet they failed to democratize the CTM and gain power for Mexican workers. Unlike the Flint workers, they were opposed by a conservative government that had come to power through election fraud. Another cause of their defeat was the intervention of the U.S., but precisely what its role had been would remain hidden for another quarter of a century. Part 3. 9. Detroit. Of course, we cannot what happened to the materials before coming to our building, and cannot categorically guarantee that some external person may have tampered with the files. It just seems highly unlikely in my opinion that this is the case for a single folder worth of material. Eric Nordberg, Director, Walter P. Reuther Library, February 2017. In the winter of 1990, while I was working at the Ford Twin Cities Assembly Plant, TCP, in St. Paul, Minnesota, our UAW local union learned of an attack that took place on workers in the Ford Cuautitlán plant near Mexico City. These workers had been involved in a labor dispute and were injured by thugs. One died as a result of his injuries. This information appeared on a new thing called the World Wide Web. The May 1990 issue of the 879 Autoworker, the newsletter of the UAW local union at the TCP, reported that Marco Antonio Jimenez, a newly elected leader of the Ford Cuautitlán assembly plant, said workers at the plant were attacked by thugs in Ford uniforms with Ford ID badges in January. The attack resulted in a 15-day occupation of the plant by 2,000 workers. Jimenez went on to say they had no union hall and that they needed hundreds of people to attend a union meeting to guarantee safety. In December 1990, the UAW bargaining chairman for the St. Paul local, Ted LaValle, spoke at a public Quality Awards ceremony at the TCP, which some Minneapolis/St. Paul area reporters attended. Referencing the Ford Cuautitlán situation, LaValle said, "There is blood on the floor in that plant." LaValle's comment would set off alarm bells for Ford, and they sent a spokesperson to St. Paul to meet with LaValle after he went public with these allegations. In the meeting with LaValle, Ford denied paying the attackers or pro. 158. El Golpe. In a letter dated January 24, 1991, the UAW 879 recording secretary, Tom Laney, wrote Ambassador Negroponte to inform him that the local union had invited Escobar Briones and Santos Martinez to attend a conference on free trade to be held in the coming days at Macalester College in St. Paul. He asked for Negroponte's assistance with their visas. Escobar and Martinez were initially denied travel visas to the U.S. Laney was told by Congressman Jim Oberstar's staff that the DOS had denied the Mexicans entrance into the country because they were communists. 1. With the intervention of Oberstar, the DOS finally gave visas to the Mexicans. Detroit. 159. Who was Mike Verdu, mentioned in the cable, and why would Secretary Baker be reminded that, of course, Verdu knew about events at the Mexico City Ford plant? Verdu's father, Angelo Verdu, had been on the AIFLD staff. Angelo came as a child to the U.S. from Alicante, Spain. He called himself a professional anti-communist trade union organizer who had a bitter hatred of communists based on the experience of having a communist organizer burn down his house, with his father inside, in the 1930s. By the 1970s, the elder Verdu rose to the second tier of AIFLD management along with Samuel Haddad and Jesse Friedman. In 1974, he was AIFLD Deputy Director. 3. Angelo was able to get his son, Mike, hired at AIFLD. 4. 160. El Golpe. Detroit. 161. Of U.S. manufacturing jobs and an erosion of living standards in much of Mexico. As the years passed, the struggle at Cuautitlán began to fade in the U.S. as other issues moved to the forefront for labor. In 1995, John Sweeney and a union coalition called the New Voice forced Lane Kirkland to retire and instituted many reforms, resulting in a break with some of the policies of the Cold War AFL-CIO. 6. Although many of the CIA-linked officials who had moved directly to the AFL-CIO from the DOS or CIA-linked training programs remained, the Federation made significant changes to its international relations, emphasizing worker solidarity. 7. In the winter of 1996, as a vice president of the St. Paul Ford UAW local, I attended a meeting of the Coalition for Justice in the Maquiladoras in Brownsville, Texas, and Matamoros, Tamaulipas, Mexico. The AFL-CIO now supported this organization, which was working to improve working conditions and wages on the border. After the two-day meeting, a staff person for the newly elected AFL-CIO president John Sweeney approached me. He introduced himself and told me he was aware that our local had done support work for the FWDM at Cuautitlán. He then said that the Sweeney administration had learned of AIFLD involvement in the events at the Ford Cuautitlán plant in 1989/1990. I knew vaguely that the CIA was associated with AIFLD and asked him if that meant the CIA was involved. He nodded his head in the affirmative. When I asked him what they had done there, he replied that Sweeney and his team didn't know, but were trying to find out. Sweeney's staff representative also reported on the entanglement of UAW President Owen Bieber, but he wasn't sure in what way he was connected. Bieber had retired in 1995. Within the next few months, the AFL-CIO closed down AIFLD, and William Doherty retired. Upon returning to St. Paul, I met with the Chief of Staff for the Minnesota AFL-CIO President Bernie Brommer about my concerns with AIFLD involvement at Chouaditlan. Years later, this individual would only say that they knew they had a problem with the issue. 162. Golpe of AIFLD. Over the decade that followed, I talked with people who I thought might know something about what happened in Mexico in 1990. I did eventually locate a UAW staff person who had been involved in support work for the FWDM at the time, who had also heard, from a different but reliable source, that AIFLD had been engaged at Chouaditlan. I would become our UAW local union president, and then, after Ford announced plans to close the St. Paul plant in 2006, I took a job on the UAW international staff. From these vantage points, I watched the collapse of the manufacturing economy in the Midwest, as production fled to low-wage countries like Mexico. While watching the U.S. auto production shift to Mexico, I never forgot the events of January 8, 1990, and the struggle of Mexican auto workers to improve their conditions. Before my retirement in 2016, local historian Brian McMahon interviewed me for a book on the TCP and Ford's history in Minnesota. While discussing, I told him about what I had heard about AIFLD. He questioned me as to why I had never tried to follow that up. When I did retire, I began researching the events at Chouaditlan in 1989/1990. This would turn into a years-long effort, and result in battles with all the institutions who had information on the subject: the CIA, Ford Motor, the DOS, the AFL-CIO, the UAW, and the labor union archives. Union staff I had great respect for would refuse to respond to letters and emails, and others would battle over this in their own labor bodies. Unexpectedly, this undertaking would also lead me down the rabbit hole of CIA infiltration, manipulation, and control of the AFL-CIO and its foreign policy during the Cold War. After learning that the AFL-CIO controlled the old AIFLD archives, my initial effort to research the Chouaditlan attack involved contacting an AFL-CIO staff person, Tom Allen, not his real name. I asked him for his guidance on gaining access to the AIFLD records on Mexico from the 1980s. In the process, I found out that a former UAW international staff member had recently moved to the national AFL-CIO staff. This individual, Bob Martin, not his real name, had also been drawn into support efforts for the FWDM. Detroit. 163. And had told me years earlier that AIFLD had been mixed up in the attack. In May 2016, he emailed me. AIFLD was indeed a problem at Titlin. It had a retired FBI guy working out of El Paso who used to muck around in labor politics in Mexico. AIFLD and its activities were a major reason the UAW left the AFL-CIO from 1968 to 1983. There is a lot of material in the UAW archives in Detroit. Tom and Bob had a meeting with the AFL-CIO director of the International Department, Kathy Feingold, in Washington, D.C., about the process of requesting AIFLD records. They told me I would need to send an official request to her. Utterly inexperienced in the world of academic research, I began an effort to find an academic partner to work with. I finally located a professor from the University of California system who had researched the events at Ford Chouaditlan for his PhD dissertation published in 1998. We talked on the phone, and I learned that he was interested in pursuing this project. The professor and I submitted a letter to Kathy Feingold requesting to view the AIFLD records on Chouaditlan in May 2016. On June 28, 2016, I received an email from Feingold in response, saying that she had received my letter and would process the request with the University of Maryland. Although I would send Feingold several more emails and a letter, this would be the last communication I would ever receive from her. Both Bob and Tom stopped responding to my emails and texts, leaving me with the message: "This is a slow process." I submitted our request to view the AIFLD/Mexico records to the George Meany Memorial Archives, GMMA, the official repository of AFL-CIO records, at the University of Maryland, and got no direct reply. On their website I noted that it could take up to a year for a request concerning viewing archives to be granted, so I was determined to give it that much time. Supposing that the Ford Motor Company would also have information relevant to what happened in Mexico in 1990, I contacted a human resources official at the Detroit area headquartered. 164. Golpe Company. Bill, not his real name, emailed me back twice in the ensuing months, letting me know he had forwarded my inquiries to the appropriate person. After hearing nothing from them, I elected to send a letter to James Hackett, the CEO of Ford. Dear Mr. Hackett, when I retired from my job as a regional staff rep for the UAW and a Ford Motor employee, I began researching something that had long troubled me. In 1990, an armed group attacked workers at a Ford plant in Cuautitlán, Mexico. One worker was killed, and 7 others were wounded, and it sparked a 2-week occupation of the plant. At the time, I didn't understand who had paid the 300 attackers and provided them with Ford uniforms and ID badges. Ford denied doing this to my UAW local union leadership at the Ford Twin Cities assembly plant. I have questions regarding this event and others related to it that I would like to have answered by Ford Motor. These answers would really help to clarify the events I have been researching. Some of the questions I am interested in getting answered include: did Ford give permission for the attackers to enter CAP on January 8, 1990? Did Ford pay these attackers? Did Ford provide the uniforms and ID badges for the attackers? Why did Ford fire 4 members of the CAP Local Union Executive Committee in 1989? A minor CTM official named Guadalupe Uribe served 1 year in prison for the murder of the Ford worker who was killed in the attack. In a 2002 interview, Uribe claimed to be the transportation manager of Ford de Mexico. Was this true? Thank you for your attention to my requests and questions. Sincerely, Rob McKenzie. No response from Hackett or Ford would ever arrive. While waiting for permission to see the AFL-CIO archives stored at the University of Maryland, I decided to pursue Bob's advice. Detroit. 165. About UAW files in Detroit. Having just retired from the UAW international staff a few months earlier, I assumed this would be less challenging than the AFL-CIO search, which was turning out to be slow and difficult. In June 2016, I emailed UAW International President Dennis Williams, whom I had known for 20 years, and who had hired me as an international union staff. 8 Having received no answer from Williams by August, I drove to Ottawa, Illinois, to meet with UAW Region 4 Director Ron McEnroe. I explained to Ron that I was looking for the old files about Ford and Mexico. He told me he would be seeing Dennis Williams in a few days and would speak with him about this and get back to me. When I hadn't heard from him in a month, I knew the UAW was going to be a problem too. 166. El Golpe. Isaacson made a determined effort to locate the files, and it resulted in a former UAW international staffer telling me their location. He emailed me. Rob, sorry, but the UAW archives I referred to are the official UAW archives at the Ruther Library at Wayne State, not UAW records at Solid House. The material is open to scholars and citizens at Wayne State. You want to look at International Department and President's Office files. They are indexed by box number. Here is Owen Bieber node. Working together with a friend who was a retired union staffer and a retired educator in the Detroit area, we found approximately a dozen references to Mexico in the Owen Bieber node in the Ruther Library at Wayne State University in Detroit. The most interesting folder was labeled American Institute for Free Labor Development. When my friend and the other interested party got to the library, they found the records on Mexico except for the AIFLD file's contents. That file contained no documents concerning AIFLD and had only paperwork related to AFL-CIO meetings and Alaskan oil exports. The folders adjacent to the AIFLD folder in the box were labeled AFL-CIO meetings and Alaskan oil exports. Someone had removed the contents of the AIFLD folder and replaced it with material from the adjacent folders, perhaps so that they wouldn't return a box with an empty folder. I contacted the senior archivist, William Lefebvre, about the missing contents of the AIFLD folder. What followed was a bizarre series of emails concerning the AIFLD file. Thanks again. Do you know why AIFLD would show up in the search but there are no files? Rob. Lefebvre replied that he had no idea, as the folder heading was pretty clear. When I continued to ask questions, the story changed to, there never was an American Institute for Free Labor Development. File. Detroit. 167. And the folder name was actually AFL-CIO Meetings and Alaskan Oil Exports. William. The person who told me about Mexico-related materials being in the collection was not really a friend, but they were correct. There were files concerning Cuautitlán that we found showing the International was tracking events and knew the person who was eventually charged with murder. Is it at all possible that someone viewing the box took out the documents on AIFLD, put them in another file or box, then took papers out of 1.3, Alaskan oil imports, SIC, and put them in 1.4 AIFLD? I don't know really how your system works, but this seems more plausible than you or your staff made an error. There are others beside the UAW who know I am looking for this who wouldn't want me to find it. Thanks for your work on this. I have got more attention from you than I could have expected. Rob. Then the story takes a strange turn. Lefebvre told me that there was no such file and that the file I had referenced was actually titled Alaskan oil exports, AFL-CIO meeting. He goes on to say, the AFLD shows up in the index as being in 1.4, and that was obviously an error on the part of the processing archivist. Though relatively rare, mistakes are sometimes made by our processing archivists. This was not consistent with what my fellow researchers had found. I had 2 witnesses who had seen the AFLD folder in the box, and we had made a copy of the index. I appealed to the director of the Ruther Library, Eric Nordberg. Dear Mr. Nordberg, here is a copy of the index on this. AFL-CIO meetings was 1.1. Aging workforce, 13.24 AFLD, American Institute for Free Labor Development, 1.4 Alaskan oil exports, 1.3. I find it totally implausible that the field archivist made up the AFLD heading for documents that did not exist. He is also incorrect in his facts, as the Alaskan oil exports, 1.3, is the file. 168. Golpe. Is it possible to get a further investigation into this matter? Rob McKenzie. I later learned that Owen Bieber was a trustee on the board of AFLD in 1985 and 1986, and probably from 1983 to 1995.9 the organization would have regularly mailed him items like financial reports and newsletters, at a minimum. I believe these are the likely contents of folder 1.4. American Institute for Free Labor Develop. Detroit. 169. Meant. Before the header was changed to make it consistent with the disappearance of the documents. After discovering that the contents of the AFLD file were missing from the Ruther Library, the University of California professor also withdrew his support for my research with no explanation. I wish him well and bear him no ill will. The Chwaditlan story was not only highly embarrassing to many participants, but it also involved a murder for which there is no legal statute of limitations. This was not going to be just another academic search for historical materials about Chwaditlan, but was also shaping up to be a struggle against gatekeepers who seemed to be actively opposing my research. 10 St. Paul. I would advise you to hold off in getting further involved personally and publicly on this issue and pushing it further within the labor movement and at Labor Notes. It would really help me out if you could back off a little bit and give me a chance to work behind the scenes to try and get these records open in the near future. Ben Blake, Archivist, George Meany Memorial Archives, November 2017. After waiting patiently for over a year for a response to my request to view the AFLD files at the GMMA, I emailed Kathy Feingold, the AFL-CIO International Affairs Director, to update her on the progress I had made with the Chwaditlan research and renew my entreaty. After hearing nothing back from her, Tom, or Bob, I sent an email to the Meany Archives at the University of Maryland. Surprisingly, I received an email back from Ben Blake, the Labor Collections Archivist. Blake told me he had been working with the AFL-CIO to get permission to open AFLD records for research, and he hoped to have it very soon. This email was surprising. I had assumed that the delay in granting my request rested with the UMD archives. The idea that the AFL-CIO was refusing to open the records on Chwaditlan had not seriously entered my mind. The project entered a new phase when I realized that the AFL-CIO may have been actively trying to prevent the details of AFLD's activity in Mexico from coming to light. I emailed Bob to ask why the AFL-CIO had not approved my request to view the AFLD archives. I have recently been in communication with archivists at the University of Maryland. They have been seeking AFL-CIO approval. St. Paul. 171. To open new records from AFLD for the last year. As of yesterday, the AFL-CIO had not granted permission. Who has the authority to grant that approval? Do you know why it would be withheld? Is it unreasonable on my part to expect a straight answer on this request? Best, Rob. Bob replied that his understanding was that the delay was caused by the AFL-CIO being too short-handed due to layoffs to read through all the material I had requested, which was a necessary part of the procedure. Having worked on a national union staff, I found this to be an unconvincing explanation for several reasons. Feingold had not replied to my most recent email, and the archivist had not mentioned staff shortages as a reason that the Federation had denied them approval to open the files. A straight answer would not be forthcoming. The real reason for the AFL-CIO intransigence would seemingly become apparent in the coming months. Neither Bob nor Tom, both on the national staff of the AFL-CIO, had known that CIA involvement in AFLD was a taboo subject. In the past, I had considered them to be kindred spirits on issues of international solidarity. Their jobs would potentially be endangered if they failed to follow directives from the leadership and they stopped responding to emails. Back in 1990, AFL-CIO foreign policy was still in the grip of right-wing CIA-linked staff. But at the end of the second decade of the 21st century, revelations about an attack on a Mexican autoworker reform movement would be looked at very differently than it had been at the end of the Cold War. I guessed that the AFL-CIO leadership would be so embarrassed by their refusal to open records that if I started to go public in the labor movement, they would grant me permission to view the AIFLD archives and avoid the scrutiny on Ford Chuautitlan. I hoped that I would then be able to find out what happened in Mexico. Since retiring, I was no longer a delegate to St. Paul Regional Labor Federation, SPRLF, AFL-CIO. I contacted an individual, Michael Madden, who was a delegate. Michael was willing to make a resolution at the September 2017 meeting in support of opening the 172 El Golpe AIFLD files on Chuautitlan. At his suggestion, I contacted a person in the leadership of the Northeast Area Labor Council, Northeastern Minnesota, who got me on the agenda of a constituent body, the Duluth Central Labor Council, to make a presentation on the issue of AIFLD and Chuautitlan in October. My goal was to bring enough attention to the issue that the AFL-CIO would relent on opening the AIFLD files. It mattered little how that happened. I contacted the president of the St. Paul Labor Federation, Robert Bobby Casper, whom I had known for many years due to serving on the SPRLF executive board in the recent past. I talked to him about the resolution Madden was going to present. After he spoke with national AFL-CIO leadership and advisors about the issue, he offered to meet with Madden and me to discuss the matter. On August 31, 2017, Madden and I met with Casper at a downtown St. Paul restaurant. In a long, rambling conversation, Casper told us he had spoken with the AFL-CIO Midwest director and the SPRLF attorney. Casper eventually read us an email off his phone that he received from the attorney on the subject that listed 3 reasons the AFL-CIO didn't want to open the AIFLD archives. 1. Adverse publicity had hurt labor, and this would be more of that. 2. There might be criminal liability for the AFL-CIO resulting from the attack on Ford Chuautitlan workers. 3. Richard Trumka, the AFL-CIO president, was in a tough re-election battle which the delegates would settle at the October 2017 convention, and the issue could harm his re-election chances. The St. Paul Federation lawyer advised Casper not to pass the resolution. I asked Casper why there might be a legal liability. He said, he was referring to the CIA, were involved, and AIFLD had condoned it. He added, that is the rumor. Casper asked us to hold off on the resolution at the September SPRLF meeting. A short time later, I received an email from Ben Blake, the UMD archivist, asking for the same thing and informing me he would be meeting with a representative of the AFL-CIO's Secretary-Treasurer's office the following week. He anticipated getting their approval to open the great majority of the AIFLD/International Department records vary. St. Paul. 173. Soon. He went on to say, in light of our ongoing progress on this issue, I would request that you hold off on your decision to introduce the resolution until October. Blake told me he would contact me immediately when he had approval to open the records. Madden and I informed Blake and Casper that we should hold off on the resolution until October. While someone from the AFL-CIO may have told Blake something they believed at the time to be true regarding opening the AIFLD files, it is more likely they were buying time and ensuring that a delegate wouldn't submit a resolution on this issue at the upcoming October AFL-CIO 2017 convention. After getting no response from emails or phone calls to Blake, I resumed the effort to take the issue public by the end of September. Madden, joined by a few others, would make the resolution at the SPRLF on October 11th, and on October 12th, I would present the resolution to the Duluth Central Labor Council. Labor Federation delegates in Minnesota introduced this resolution at meetings that fall. Whereas, workers in Ford Motors' Mexico City assembly plant were involved in a series of labor disputes in the late 1980s and early 1990s, resisting efforts to bring their wages and benefits down to the level of the new plants on the U.S. border and demanding democratic elections in their union. Many were kidnapped, beaten, shot and fired. One died from wounds received in the plant. Whereas, the American Institute for Free Labor Development, AIFLD, a now-defunct arm of the AFL-CIO, was reputedly involved in these events, and the AFL-CIO has sent the old records from this group to the University of Maryland, the official repository for AFL-CIO records. Whereas, the University of Maryland has requested permission for a year to open new AIFLD records and archive them for researchers and has not received approval from the National AFL-CIO to do so. Therefore, be it resolved that the National AFL-CIO take action necessary to allow archivists at the University of Maryland. 174. El Golpe. To open new American Institute for Free Labor Development records. Following my presentation at the Duluth Central Labor Council, the delegates voted in favor of the resolution. It was controversial, and it hadn't been pre-approved by the national leadership. Most of the representatives did not know me and ended up voting with their conscience. Unions have refused to go away in a world where employers have few limits on their power to arbitrage labor in a global economy. Those opposed to unions have made determined and well-financed attacks on them, and despite often short-sighted and self-serving leadership, organized labor has persisted. Union bodies composed of workers like those of the Duluth CLC explain why unions have endured. After the Duluth Central Labor Council meeting, An article on the resolution appeared in the October 25, 2017, issue of the Duluth Labor World and was republished with the title, AFL-CIO must shine light on past foreign policy, activists say. On the website of Workday Minnesota, an online publication of the Labor Education Service of the University of Minnesota. Then Portside, a national website, posted the piece. The article generated responses from a labor educator who had been active with the Mexican Ford workers and people who had been involved with attempts to open the AFL-D archives. I learned some of the previous histories of attempts to clear the air about the AFL-CIO and the Cold War. In 1995, a coalition of union presidents with roots in the National Labor Committee in Support of Democracy and Human Rights in El Salvador, NLC, and the foreign policy debates of the 1980s forced Lane Kirkland from office. One The coalition was known as the New Voice Slate. The new president, John Sweeney, a former member of the NLC, disbanded AFL-D, AFL-I, ALC, and the FDUC. He then transformed the FDUI into the American Center for International Labor Solidarity, now known as the Solidarity. St. Paul. 175. Center. 2 William Doherty Jr. explained the foundation for the new organization in 1996. 176. L. Golpe. Cambaris was the South Korean country program director for the AFL-I and worked at the institute between 1986 and 1997. 5 His father-in-law was Morris Palladino, former director of the AFL-I, who 20 years previously AG had identified as a CIA agent. According to journalist Tim Shorrock, many insiders and activists believed Cambaris to have been an undercover officer for the CIA while at the DOS. 6. St. Paul. 177. One of the activists involved in the California effort was Fred Hirsch, who had published the paper on Chile, an analysis of our AFL-CIO role in Latin America. In 1974.9, the California AFL-CIO leadership offered Hirsch and others a compromise resolution to replace the Clear the Air resolution they had been promoting. Hirsch and the foreign policy activists accepted the new resolution in return for a group of national AFL-CIO leaders agreeing to come to California to meet with the advocates for openness about the past. 15 months after the Hirsch group had accepted the compromise resolution, Stanley Gasek, assistant director of the AFL-CIO International Affairs Department, and William Lucy, American Federation of State, County, and Municipal Employees, AFSEM, both national AFL-CIO leaders on foreign policy, came to California to meet with over 50 activists. 10 Art Pulaski, the secretary-treasurer of the California AFL-CIO, reportedly chaired the meeting. Gasek and Lucy told the California Union activists that the AFL-CIO foreign policy had changed substantially under the Sweeney administration. The AFL-CIO was now working to support core international labor rights and to develop international labor solidarity. In response to the demand that they come clean on past AFL-CIO operations, however, the AFL-CIO national representatives argued that the past was past and that efforts to get them to come clean on these events would only give AFL-CIO opponents more ammunition to fight unions. The AFL-CIO was still conducting labor operations in several countries, and they did not explain why those countries and not others. They did admit to continuing to take money from the NED and aid and also stated that countries where the DOS had no interests were off limits. 11 Some of the activists described the meeting as a dog and pony show, with no substantive discussion. 12 The group proceeded to take a resolution to July 2004 California State AFL-CIO Convention. 178. El Golpe. Workers and comprised about 1/6 of the total AFL-CIO membership of that time. Convention delegates sent the Build Unity and Trust resolution to the 2005 AFL-CIO National Convention in Chicago, where the Resolutions Committee, chaired by Gerald McKenzie, president of AFS-CME, seemingly changed it into one supporting the Solidarity Center. Then, to make matters worse, the convention chair prevented a real debate on the motion during the convention proceedings. 13. In the run-up to the 2005 convention, the AFL-CIO was facing a declining union membership, and a leadership challenge developed from a coalition of unions that included the Service Employees International Union, SEIU, Unite Here, Unite, the Laborers, LIUNA, and the Carpenters, UBC, that called itself the New Unity Partnership. As a partial response, John Sweeney finally decided to eliminate the Federation's Cold War dinosaur, the International Affairs Department. On May 4, 2005, the Washington Post reported that the move would cut 167 jobs at the AFL-CIO. The entire Federation national staff was comprised of 450 people, and it is difficult to understand how the International Affairs Department was funded. 61 of those laid off were offered an opportunity to apply for other jobs. A total of 105 positions were eliminated. 14 Those laid off included Stan Gasek, the Assistant for Latin American Affairs. According to an AFL-CIO spokesperson, some of the Freed up resources would be used for union organizing efforts. Point 15. St. Paul. 179. USW Vice President, Fred Redmond, on its board of directors. Point 16. The NED had funded AIFLD, and it continued to finance the Solidarity Center, which had replaced AIFLD in 1997. AFSM had a history with AIFLD, which it had reason to keep buried too. Its president, according to the New York Times, had taken money from the CIA in the 1960s and had allegedly been linked to the coup against Chetty Jugan in British Guiana. Point 17. Virtually the sole argument made by opponents to the St. Paul resolution was that this was too much bad publicity for unions, and so should not be made public. 180. El Golpe. I committed to Blake that I would not comment publicly on the AIFLD archives, but I didn't believe that constrained me from privately pursuing research on AIFLD activity in Minnesota. On February 20, 2018, I emailed Bill McCarthy, the president of the Minnesota AFL-CIO, asking about a picture I had found of Danny Gustafson, the president of the Minnesota AFL-CIO, speaking at the 1985 National AFL-CIO Convention. The photo caption identified him as having recently taken an AIFLD trip to Nicaragua. Point 18. Gustafson was speaking in opposition to the motion against aid for the Contras. I requested to see the executive board minutes from the period of Gustafson's trip and the transcript of the state conventions during the 1980s. I had known McCarthy for many years from my time on the Minnesota AFL-CIO executive board. He initially told me, "Danny speaks to this issue in detail at our 1987 MN AFL-CIO convention. You're welcome to come in to review the minutes of the convention." April came and went, and I heard nothing from Blake. He did not respond to emails or phone messages. Robert Casper and McCarthy had been at a meeting with Trumka in Chicago on March 13, 2018, and they had taken a picture standing next to him along with the other attendees. Point 19. Casper returned to St. Paul on March 14 and announced at the SBRLF executive board meeting he would pull out the resolution on AIFLD from the November meeting, which the board had voted to table, and hold another vote on it at the April meeting. This time the resolution was voted down. There was no particular reason to do this other than to send a message to the resolution's supporters and to me that the National Federation was never going to open these files and that they could muster the votes to impose that decision. But other events were transpiring, which would change their minds. 11. Washington, D.C. The AFL-CIO under Presidents Meany and Kirkland enmeshed the organization with a large, mostly government-funded foreign policy bureaucracy. A number of the people employed in this area, including Jay Lovestone, Irving Brown, Serafino Romualdi, William Doherty and Andrew McClellan, were allegedly CIA operatives for some if not much of their lives. Has the AFL-CIO ever made any public comments on this relationship with the CIA? Rob McKenzie to Richard Trumka, November 2018. It appeared that the chances of viewing any labor archival files on AIFLD were small. I considered filing a Freedom of Information Act (FOIA) request with the CIA on Ford Schwaditlan and contacted an online organization called Muckrock. They described themselves as a non-profit, collaborative news site that brings together journalists, researchers, activists, and regular citizens to request, analyze, and share government documents, making politics more transparent and democracies more informed. Muckrock advised me to forget about the CIA, since they weren't likely to release anything, but to try the DOS instead. On December 3, 2016, I sent a FOIA request to the DOS asking for records on an armed attack by several hundred men on striking Mexican workers at a Ford assembly plant in Schwaditlan, Mexico in January of 1990. The DOS told me that the estimated completion date of my request was October 30, 2017, as they had a backlog of approximately 15,000 applications. The FOIA process would be another long slog, but I had good reasons to believe that relevant documents existed at the DOS. While working on the project on Ford Schwaditlan, I came into possession of two documents. One was a letter U.S. Senator Paul 182. El Golpe. Wellstone had sent to President Salinas of Mexico on February 5, 1991. Dear President Salinas, as a member of the Committee on Labor and Human Resources of the United States Senate, it is my responsibility to evaluate the wisdom of allowing President Bush to negotiate a free trade agreement with Mexico under the fast-track procedure. In making this evaluation, I will be guided by the principle that any trade agreement must be designed to improve the living standards and security of working people in both countries, and to protect basic human rights. At the invitation of several constituents, I recently had the opportunity to meet with leaders of the Ford Workers' Democratic Movement from Schwaditlan and hear about their experiences. Their report has caused me great concern. I would appreciate it if you could provide me with answers to some of the questions they raised. Is it true that Ford workers have not been allowed to have a representative election that was apparently ordered by a Mexican court? Is it true that charges have not been brought against company or union officials who workers believe must have approved of January 8, 1990 attack? Why have the most serious charges against those accused of the armed attack inside the plant been dropped? Can you verify that Ford decided not to take some 750 workers back to work after the events of January 8, 1990, despite an agreement to do so, which the Secretary of Labor was a party? Is it true that Ford has been permitted to fire elected local union leaders? Will the National Human Rights Commission, which you established last year, review the petition which the Ford workers presented, and if so, when can a decision be expected? I certainly respect the right of the Mexican people to handle their own affairs. At the same time, I consider it my responsibility not to cast votes in the United States Senate that would result in any harm coming to American or Mexican workers. I would. Washington, D.C. 183. Appreciate your assistance in providing as much information as possible concerning this important Cuautitlán Ford plant case. Thank you for your attention to these concerns. Your assistance is greatly appreciated. Sincerely, Paul David Wellstone, United States Senator. The other was a fax sent to Wellstone by Assistant Secretary of State Janet G. Mullins on May 28, 1991. Letter from the U.S. Department of State to the Honorable Paul David Wellstone, United States Senate, May 28, 1991. Dear Senator Wellstone, thank you for your inquiry of March 25, 1991 regarding the investigation and prosecution of those responsible for the violence at the Ford plant in Cuautitlán, Mexico in January 1990. The following is a summary of the Cuautitlán labor incident. On January 8, 1990, a violent internal union confrontation over leadership of the national/local union took place outside the Cuautitlán assembly plant and resulted in 8 people being shot. Mr. Cleto Nigmo, who was neither a CTM, Confederation of Mexican Workers, nor dissident union activist, later died of gunshot wounds. Immediately following this incident, the Cuautitlán complex was occupied by dissidents until January 22, 1990, when the facility was retaken by the police. By early February, only 1/3 of the workforce had returned to work. After consultation between the government, the union, and company management, all absent workers were terminated, and the process of hiring/rehiring replacement workers was begun. Approximately 600 of 3,800 originally terminated were not offered re-employment. Criminal charges stemming from the incident were sought on the day of the shootings when the workers detained 3 employees thought to be involved. The police subsequently released these. 184. El Golpe. Employees for lack of evidence. Later, 10 non-employees, including a Mexico City CTM official not associated with automotive industry and his 2 sons, were arrested and found guilty of manslaughter and weapons charges. The 10 were fined and sentenced to 3 years in prison but remained free on bail pending appeal. Hector Uriarte, the then Ford CTM national chairman, was subpoenaed for questioning but never appeared. On July 26, 1990, the Ford Motor Company reached an agreement with dismissed workers over severance pay compensation, marking an end to the labor dispute. Dissident activity increased significantly at the Cuautitlán plant during the week of January 7, 1991, which marked the anniversary of the union conflict and death of Cleto Nigmo. Ford de Mexico's security measures and a strong police presence minimized the effect of the dissident activity that managed only to produce a single late start at Cuautitlán and a single lost shift at the La Villa Parts Depot. On January 8, 1991, 25 people carrying a large banner and U.S. and Mexican flags picketed in remembrance of Mr. Nigmo. The group, purported to be tied to the UAW/CAW, Canadian Auto Workers, were orderly and left after 1 hour, without incident. On January 14, 1991, the Mexican Federal Labor Court filed a ruling dismissing the dissident union, COR, petition to represent the Cuautitlán force. The court has apparently accepted the CTM argument that COR's supporters are no longer Ford's employees and the petition is therefore invalid. A final COR appeal has been made to the Mexican Supreme Court. I hope this has been of assistance. Sincerely, signed, Janet G. Mullins, Assistant Secretary Legislative Affairs. The facts seem to differ from Mullins' characterization on some aspects of the events. For example, she tells Wellstone that the violent confrontation at Cuautitlán took place outside the assembly plant. The shootings happened inside the buildings at the Ford complex in Washington, D.C. 185. Janet G. Mullins began her career as a Republican Party staff person with Senator Bob Packwood of Oregon. In 1984, she was the campaign manager for Mitch McConnell in his successful election effort for the U.S. Senate in their home state of Kentucky that year. In 1987, she became the executive director of George H. W. Bush's Political Action Committee and then joined his presidential campaign. When Bush won the 1988 election for president, he nominated her for Assistant Secretary of State for Legislative Affairs. She served in this office from March 2, 1989, until August 23, 1992. In 1992, Mullins moved to the White House, where she became assistant to the president for political affairs. Mullins would become immersed in controversy in that job. She was accused of searching official records regarding Bill Clinton's draft status in violation of U.S. privacy laws. In 1995, after a 4-year investigation by a special counsel, Mullins was exonerated of any wrongdoing. She was then immediately hired by Ford Motor Company as a vice president for Washington affairs. She was the second woman to become a corporate officer at Ford in the 90-year history of the company, and would work in that position until 2004. When there must have been something about Mullins that Ford really liked. 186. L. Golpe. Newly elected, progressive, populist U.S. senator who was advocating on behalf of the Mexican workers and his U.S. autoworker constituents. The DOS would have had some records on what happened at Cuautitlán, and the Assistant Secretary of State would likely have had communications with Ambassador Negroponte. She may have had a security clearance that would have allowed her access to CIA files. The estimated completion date of the FOIA request to the DOS, October 30, 2017, came and went. The following day I called the DOS to inquire about the status of my request. The staff person on the phone told me, I believe inadvertently, that it was in review status, which meant the DOS found documents, but they had not decided which would be released, if any. I called again in November, December, and January, but the information officers would only say that there was a big backlog of cases and the DOS hadn't completed mine yet. In March, I contacted the Madison, Wisconsin office of U.S. Senator Tammy Baldwin and asked for help. One of Baldwin's staff people got in touch with the DOS in support of my FOIA request. In late March, I received 5 cables comprising 24 pages concerning the Ford incident that the U.S. Embassy in Mexico City had sent to the Secretary of State in Washington and the U.S. consulates throughout Mexico in January 1990. They went out under the names of John Negroponte, the ambassador, and Robert Pastorino, the deputy chief of mission. They showed that events at Cuautitlán were being watched closely by the embassy, which considered it a significant challenge to Salinas' economic policies. The cables portrayed the Salinas government, Ford, and the CTM as conspiring against the local union at Cuautitlán. The communications revealed that the embassy had intelligence sources inside the PRI, the government of Mexico, and the CTM. A great deal of information from the embassy cables is missing from what was given to Wellstone by Mullins in 1991. I appealed the agency's initial determination and argued there must have been more records based on Mullins' facts to Wellstone and possible conflict of interest. I also raised the fact that Escobar Briones and Santos Martinez had been initially denied visas in 1991 to visit the U.S. Washington, D.C. 187. Ostensibly because they were communists. Point 2. The DOS had this information on Briones and Martinez from some source that they hadn't disclosed. Senator Baldwin wrote a letter in support of my appeal, and DOS granted it. In March 2019, an Office of Government Information Services agent, Lorraine Hartmann, began looking for records. I received 15 documents totaling over 100 pages soon after. The FOIA process produced a great quantity of information about the events I was researching. I don't believe this would have transpired in that way without the intervention of Senator Baldwin and her staff. 188. L. Golpe. The GMMA are adjacent to Washington, D.C. The AFL-CIO material comprises the single largest donation to the UMD libraries. The archive contains approximately 40 million documents, including the 3,700 AIFLD files. Point 3. I traveled to College Park on September 10, 2018. My first full day at the Hornblake Library, the location of the reading room for the mini archive, was September 11, the 45th anniversary of the 1973 coup against the Allende government in Chile. I met and had a brief discussion about AIFLD with a student from the University of Cambridge who was viewing the AIFLD archives on Chile. Patrick Dunne was working on his dissertation on AIFLD involvement in Chile. Washington, D.C. 189. These years. Point 4. When George Meany found out the CIA was paying Lovestone, he forced him out of the organization in 1974. Point 5. By 1980, Irving Brown had been identified as having worked in counterintelligence for the CIA by at least 5 of the agency's former agents, yet Lane Kirkland appointed Brown to be International Affairs Director in 1982. Point 6. Before that assignment, Brown had been in charge of the African American Labor Center, ALC. The very credible Philip Agee named Brown, William Doherty of AIFLD, and Morris Palladino of the AFLI as having been CIA operatives. Point 7. These 3 institutes were primarily responsible for carrying out what they proclaimed to be AFL-CIO foreign policy during the Cold War. 190. L. Golpe. Way too much bad publicity. The CTM that I was familiar with would never have gone into an employer's plant, and shot the place up unless someone at least as powerful as Ford was behind it. In 1996, I was told by a staff rep for John Sweeney that the American Institute for Free Labor Development had been involved. When I asked him if this meant the CIA had been involved, he said, "Yes. I have accumulated a large quantity of information regarding these events at this point, including many hours of oral interviews done in Mexico City, Freedom of Information Act requests from the Department of State and CIA, documents from the UAW archives at Wayne State, and most recently documents from the AFL-CIO archives at the University of Maryland. I have a question and requests concerning the debate in labor over AFLD and foreign policy that now seem best to be directed to you. I would like to view the minutes of the AFL-CIO National Conventions from 1983, 1985, and 1987 pertaining to resolutions on El Salvador, Nicaragua, and the murders of AFLD employees Mark Proman and Michael Hammer. I would also like to examine the minutes from the National Executive Council minutes from August 1966 as AFLD was discussed in this meeting. In 1988, the International Affairs Department organized a cross-border organizing conference with the CTM. I have documents concerning this from the UAW and would like to view the AFL-CIO archived records on this. The AFL-CIO under Presidents Meany and Kirkland enmeshed the organization with a large, mostly government-funded foreign policy bureaucracy. A number of the people employed in this area, including J. Lovestone, Irving Brown, Serafino Romualdi, William Doherty, and Andrew McClellan, allegedly were CIA operatives for some if not much of their lives. Has the AFL-CIO ever made any public comments on this relationship with the CIA? Thank you for your attention to my requests and question. Solidarity, Rob McKenzie. Washington, D.C. 191. I never received a response to this letter from Trumka or anyone else from the AFL-CIO. Having seen the DOS cables, I determined to file a FOIA request with the CIA. The attack on the Cuautitlán plant was a covert operation resulting in a murder for which there was no statute of limitation, and therefore it was unlikely the agency would ever release documents. I did think it possible that I could force the CIA to take a national security exemption on the events of 1989 and 1990 at Fort Cuautitlán. Under Exemption 1 of the FOIA, information vital to national security can be withheld as exempt from disclosure if it meets the substantive and procedural requirements of the current executive order on national security classification. The agency wouldn't have any trouble clearing that bar, and it would say a lot about what happened. I sent a broad request for information to the CIA Office of the Information and Privacy Coordinator in March 2018 asking for records on an armed attack on workers involved in a labor dispute at a Ford assembly plant in Cuautitlán, Mexico in January 1990 and events there that preceded this or followed. A couple of weeks later, I received a pleasant letter from an Information and Privacy Coordinator asking me to clarify the scope with specific events. I gladly clarified it by adding the work stoppage of December 22, 1989, the kidnapping of the local leaders on January 5, 1990, and the police reoccupation of the plant on January 22. 6 months later, I received a letter from the agency telling me they did not locate any records responsive to my request and that it was highly unlikely that repeating those searches would change the result. Nevertheless, I had the legal right to appeal. I filed an appeal. Apparently, I needed to prove CIA involvement at Cuautitlán. I understood that the DOS contracted with the CIA to transmit cables from embassies, and this would mean that the agency had the 11 cables I had at a minimum. One of the workers named in the cables as being a leader, Raúl Escobar Briones, was briefly denied entry into the U.S. in 1991 apparently because he was a communist. The CIA would have collected this information. I had 2 declassified CIA documents that discussed the PRT, both Ford and the embassy. 192. El Golpe. I argued to the OGIS that in July 1988, the PRI, which had governed Mexico since the late 1920s, lost an election to a candidate on the political left. The military seized the ballots, and the candidate of the PRI was declared the victor even though massive and widespread election fraud was apparently unquestionable. 8 Today, almost everyone agrees the PRI candidate lost. The U.S. appointed John D. Negroponte as ambassador to Mexico a few weeks later. He had been ambassador in Honduras when the Contras were active. Negroponte was active in assistance for the Contras, and this would have been a violation of an act of Congress if proven. The press reported that he allegedly used a CIA-backed channel to communicate with Washington and avoid detection by Congress. Washington, D.C. 193. Ambassador Negroponte could have used such a CIA-backed channel to communicate with Washington about events at Cuautitlán in 1990. The attack on the Ford plant on Monday, January 8, was precipitated by an event on Friday, January 5. On that Friday, an unidentified group kidnapped local union leaders at Fort Cuautitlán. When workers in the plant learned of this, they halted work and engaged in a sit-down strike at the Ford assembly plant. The leaders were soon released. Ford had police come into the plant on Monday, January 8th, and the attackers also entered the plant. There is no mention of the January 5th kidnapping and work stoppage anywhere in the DOS cables. It is not believable that the U.S. Mexican Embassy would have failed to notify Washington about an event like this concerning a large American employer, especially since it was important enough to generate 11 more cables. I believe the DOS informed Washington through a CIA channel. The Mexican press reported that many witnesses saw the gangster Wallace de la Mancha at the Ford plant on January 8th, and they believed him to be in command of the group of attackers. The CTM, the government-affiliated labor union, held a press conference and demanded an investigation of Mancha a few days later. Mancha died mysteriously, probably assassinated, within the year. The DOS cables never mention Mancha, nor do they provide any real explanation about who organized and financed the attack on the Ford plant on January 8th. This information must have been sent to Washington through some other means. Unfortunately, the CIA refused the OGIS offer to mediate. They also declined to give an estimated completion date, but they did assure the OGIS my appeal was still open and pending. The FOIA requires agencies to make a reasonable judgment as to when they will process requests. The agency responded with an estimate of 2,594 days for complex requests, which mine appears to be. Following the OGIS failure to resolve the matter, U.S. Senator Tammy Baldwin's staff began an attempt to get a resolution on the FOIA request. As a result of Senator Baldwin's staff query, the CIA wrote to me on June 24, 2020, saying that my case was in active 194 Golpe process at the agency. They were unable to estimate when the processing of my case would be completed. As you are aware, CIA provided an initial determination of no records located for your query, in response to which you subsequently exercised your right to an administrative appeal, dated October 2, 2018. Since that time, you have requested status updates. The estimated completion date we provided has obviously passed, and we wish to assure you that your case remains in active process, at the appellate level, and is in queue for Agency Release Panel, ARP, deliberation. 1. It would be difficult for this office at this time to accurately estimate when the processing of your case will be completed. Mark Lilly, Information and Privacy Coordinator. What took place at an auto assembly plant at the end of the 20th century just outside of Mexico City had a meaningful impact on the lives of many people in Mexico and the U.S. Only the DOS has been willing to come forward with all the relevant documents. Other organizations with information persist in keeping it hidden. The events of January 8, 1990, will never be forgotten, and someday the whole truth will come out. La lucha continua, the struggle continues. Conclusion: putting together the pieces of the puzzle. I began to research the events surrounding the attack on workers at the CAP because of an interest in answering questions that had lingered for decades. As I initiated the search for answers, I realized that the institutions that had information about this, i.e., the AFL-CIO, the UAW, the DOS, Ford Motor Company, and the CIA, may have been actively concealing evidence that might indicate their involvement in these affairs. 1. Their actions raised more questions about what had happened, and eventually, new avenues of research opened up. As the months and years passed, many individuals stepped forward to help with the project. Early on, a friend with excellent knowledge of the UAW's internal operations told me, "Don't give up. They are hiding something." In the world of study into CIA covert operations, researchers can never completely prove agency involvement in matters. Some speculation is required to reach a logical conclusion about events. However, I now know what happened at a Ford assembly plant near Mexico City in the late 1980s and early 1990s. During a period of economic contraction and political instability, U.S. auto companies made substantial investments in export-oriented production facilities in Mexico. Militants aligned with a Marxist Socialist Party in a local union at a Ford facility began organizing opposition to the wages the employers wanted to pay and the work rules they demanded. These activists, who had won election to the executive committee, were also demanding democratic reforms from the corrupt, politically conservative, and pro-employer Union Federation, the CTM. The tactics the CTM had reportedly employed for over 50 years to subdue dissidents, like firings and 196 Golpe. Physical intimidation, had been unsuccessful. The FWDM became a challenge to the political survival of the CTM leadership. The movement also grew into a test of the Salinas government and its pro-business foreign investment policies, which the FWDM successes threatened. Salinas, the PRI candidate, had lost an election the previous year to a left-of-the-center candidate, whose coalition had included socialists and communists. The military seized the ballots, and the PRI claimed victory. The Cuautitlán Union directly challenged the unpopular government's neoliberal policies. The U.S. responded to the political crisis by sending John Negroponte, an ambassador, and Vincent Shields, CIA station chief, to Mexico. They had gained experience working together on covert operations in a neighboring country. Individuals associated with the Reagan anti-communist offensive in Central America and national security posts were very much involved in initiating the NAFTA. The Reagan administration had viewed Mexico as a very politically unstable country throughout its tenure. The near victory of the Cardenas coalition in the July 1988 election had only confirmed that opinion. The CIA kept close tabs on leftist political parties in Mexico, including the PRT, whose members were very involved with organizing the workers at CAP. AIFLD, which had developed a close relationship with the CTM and occupied an office in their Mexico City headquarters, was likely quickly informed of events at Cuautitlan. AIFLD could have fulfilled its intelligence-gathering function and alerted the CIA. AIFLD Executive Director William Doherty took part in meetings with the heads of the CTM auto unions in Washington, D.C., in October/November 1988. The local union leaders at Cuautitlan were planning to run for the top post of the Ford CTM union in July. The CIA likely worked out a plan with the General Secretary of the CTM, Hector Uriarte, to prevent them from winning this election, and someone may have approached Ford to coordinate the details. Ford fired 4 executive committee members from the Cuautitlan plant in June 1989, weeks before the CTM election. Instead of eliminating the opposition, the firings unleashed a new wave of protest. When a December work stoppage. Conclusion. 197. In protest of pay reductions took place at the CAP, the CIA decided to act. In the 1980 documentary film about the CIA, on company business, Victor Marchetti, who was executive assistant to the deputy director of the CIA from 1955 to 1969, said about covert operations. In any dirty jobs such as paramilitary activity, assassinations, sabotage, and the like, what is known as special ops, almost invariably the direct agency involvement of the agency officer, the career officer, ends in the planning stage and sometimes even before that in the policy or decision-making stage. The dirty work will be carried out by either contract agents or one-time agents, gangsters, mercenaries, whoever happens to be available, whatever assets are available at that moment. Wallace de la Mancha, a gangster, who had previously done violent work with the CTM, was contracted to work with Hector Uriarte, the General Secretary of Ford CTM, on the project. Along with willing law enforcement officers, they would organize and arm a large force to assault the workers in the CAP and break the FWDM. On Friday, January 5, 1990, these forces kidnapped a group of local union leaders whom they were likely planning to murder. When the workers in the plant learned of the kidnapping, they halted production and occupied the CAP, drawing Ford into the conflict. Faced with this unexpected action, Mancha ordered the union leaders to be released, although they resolved to act on an alternate plan. Ford Motor appears to have decided to fire the leaders who had organized the January 5 work stoppage when they reported to work on Monday, January 8. They would have coordinated with the CTM and obtained their approval for this action. Ford must have known it should be prepared for a militant reaction this time and contacted the local police to have the fired leaders removed from the plant. Apparently, the company had locks changed and notices placed on these leaders' coverall lockers on the night of January 7, telling them to report to the coverall storeroom and depot where the police would be waiting. Mancha ordered his little army of golpeadores. 198. El Golpe. Funded by the CIA and led by his lieutenant, Guadalupe Uribe, into the plant early that Monday morning to teach the workers a lesson and prevent another work stoppage. They entered the CAP with the police, and the thugs were wearing Ford uniforms and ID badges, which Uriarte had helped acquire. Leaders of the Ford workers had heard about the strange activities in the CAP on the Sunday night. They met and developed a plan for the morning of January 8. When the golpeadores confronted and attempted to intimidate the workers picked up tools and scrap metal to oppose them. A fight occurred, with 9 workers shot by the attackers. One worker, Cleto Nigmo, was shot twice at close range and died 2 days later. The workers went on strike and occupied the plant for 2 weeks in protest of the attack. Thousands of police eventually drove them out and retook the CAP. The workers captured 3 of the golpeadores and turned them over to authorities. The 3 captured golpeadores told authorities that Uriarte and Uribe had hired them. The assault and violence had been successful in breaking the movement, but there would be a cost. In the press and the legislature, participants were being named, questions were being asked, and the public was aroused. Uriarte was soon subpoenaed for questioning and fled Mexico City. 10 others, including Guadalupe Uribe, were eventually convicted of manslaughter and served 6 months in prison. The many public reports of his involvement in the attack at Ford on January 8 forced Wallace de la Mancha to write a letter to the editor of the newspaper La Jornada on January 10 to deny he was involved. Victor Marchetti went on to say in the 1980 On Company Business interview, "In the setup, the agency has where the dirty work is done by contract people or one-time hires and so forth. Obviously, if anything goes wrong, they can be disavowed. If the person turns bad, turns sour, and may want to speak out, and may possibly have some credibility and or evidence, well then, stronger action is called for, the ultimate termination of the agent. Conclusion. 199. Within the year, Wallace de la Mancha died mysteriously at the age of 59. There were reports he was ambushed in Guadalajara. With him died any potential direct evidence of CIA involvement. The Cuautitlan local Ford union had many enemies, including the CTM leadership, the Salinas PRI, and Ford Motor Management. The resources required to hire police agents on January 5 to kidnap the local union leaders and then to hire, arm, outfit in Ford uniforms, provide with ID badges, and transport 300 thugs willing to commit violence in the middle of the night on January 7th and 8th far exceeded the capacity of the CTM. On January 17th, the head of the CTM Auto Workers Union held a press conference and called for the government to prosecute Wallace de la Mancha for criminal attacks on workers. Some individuals associated with the CTM, a notoriously compliant labor union, did participate in the action. They seemingly had no qualms about participating in a violent intrusion into an employer's factory, resulting in a large amount of product tie-in and profit loss. They believed someone more powerful than Ford was behind the attack and that there would be no retribution against them. They were correct in this assumption. Though having the motive to finance the operation, the Salinas PRI government was constrained by the many opposition party members in the legislature who supported the Cuautitlan local, as did much of the public. There was no known involvement by anyone associated with the Mexican military. Arming a sizable paramilitary force to conduct illegal operations in a foreign country was nothing Ford Motor had ever done in its long history. The strike and occupation shut down the CAP for months. Ford suffered terrible publicity as a result of the attack, with many politicians blaming them. When Ford representatives met with the U.S. Embassy on January 13, they were confused about what had happened. While they had not approved the violent incursion in advance, from embassy cables it appears that Ford may have quickly joined the cover-up, calling it an unfortunate inter-union conflict. Ford took no action against the CTM for their role in the assault. Ford later hired at least 2 individuals with knowledge about what had transpired to important corporate jobs. 200. El Golpe. The process of elimination leaves the CIA as an institution with the motive and the capability of sponsoring the attack. During the Cold War, perhaps hundreds of actions similar to the coup at Ford Motor in 1990 were instigated by the CIA in Latin America. Cuautitlan was different. That operation took place in the dying days of the Cold War. There was no justification based on national security or a Soviet menace. The causes of the worker rebellion at the CAP were created solely by the internal dynamics of Mexico. U.S. job losses to Mexico due to low wages were a greater danger to Americans than the Soviet threat from a previous generation. The defeat of the FWDM assured auto companies they would have a compliant workforce in Mexico and paved the way for the NAFTA. It is possible to conceive of a much different labor movement in Mexico today if the CAP activists had won the election to the General Secretary of the CTM and had been allowed to promote the reforms they instituted at the Ford plant. In 1944, an AFL-CIO convention passed a resolution, written by J. Lovestone, creating the FTUC. For the first few years of its existence, the FTUC funded its operations in Europe from union dues and union contributions. By 1948, the forerunner of the CIA began funneling large amounts of money to the FTUC, and it became one of the most influential players in the Cold War. The FTUC leadership would clash with the agency over how they would account for the money, the efforts by the CIA to recruit FTUC staff, and tactics in the anti-communist struggle. J. Lovestone thought he knew much more about fighting international communism than did the CIA, whom he referred to derisively as Fizz Kids and Fizzlanders. In 1958, the CIA-FTUC alliance ended. As the main Cold War battleground moved to the developing world, the CIA, with the approval of the Kennedy administration, developed a new type of labor organization. The CIA had learned from its experience with Lovestone and the FTUC. AFLD would be different. It would be entirely a government organization managed at the top by CIA agents operating under the auspices of the AFL-CIO and business leaders. Although an organized labor mask would be essential for the new organization, the Labor Federation would have. Conclusion. 201. No part in its day-to-day operations. The executive director would not need to contact the AFL-CIO president if they believed they worked within the Federation's very broad policy guidelines and objectives. Funding would be wholly independent of the AFL-CIO and its International Affairs Department. The 2 executive directors of AFLD, Serafino Romualdi and William Doherty Jr., were government intelligence agents their entire careers. CIA agents Morris Palladino and Irving Brown joined them in the Cold War labor struggle and enlisted close collaborators, like Joseph Byrne. George Meany finally forced J. Lovestone out of his job as International Affairs Director in 1974 after learning the CIA was paying him Other AFLD/AFL-CIO employees may have been intelligence agents too, including Jesse Friedman and Michael Hammer. More questions need to be asked about exactly what AFL-CIO President Lane Kirkland's relationship to the CIA was. When he graduated from the Georgetown School of Foreign Service in 1948, he went directly to the AFL-CIO. After becoming a top aide to Meany, he falsely convinced Walter Reuther that AFLD would not be a topic at the August 1966 AFL-CIO Executive Council meeting, where a motion was passed condemning Victor Reuther for his exposure of the AFLD-CIA link. Shortly after becoming AFL-CIO president, Kirkland appointed Irving Brown as International Affairs Director in 1982. Brown was more closely linked to the CIA than any other figure in labor. Kirkland seems to have focused primarily on the anti-communist struggle his whole career. An article on the retirement and career of Lane Kirkland, which appeared in the New York Times in 1996, raised the question: is it too late for labor to revive itself? In retrospect, the answer to that was likely yes. Labor was unable to surmount the forces unleashed in the previous decades, and the relentless decrease in unionization rates continued. Today, many older union activists ask another question: is there anything we could have done differently? The AFL-CIO enmeshed itself with a vast government-funded foreign policy bureaucracy throughout the Cold War. Some of the government agents employed in the field collected intelligence information about American unionists. Others participated in labor's 202. Golpe. The Cold War led to a complete victory for the forces supporting neoliberal capitalism. In contrast, unionization rates in the U.S. as a percentage of the workforce peaked in 1955 at 33%. In 1962, the year AFLD was founded, that figure stood at 29.3%. Union membership in terms of absolute numbers reached its zenith in 1979, the year Lane Kirkland became AFL-CIO president. By 2019, the unionization rate had plummeted to 10.3%, and that figure does not capture the full extent of the drop, as it fails to account for workers who are covered by collective bargaining agreements but are not union members in the increased number of right to work states and sectors. Point 2. Organized labor was launched on a path of decline during the Cold War, resulting in it becoming a marginalized societal force in the 21st century. The full part that the AFL-CIO's collaboration with the CIA contributed to this deterioration, and the responsibility that the agency's infiltration and manipulation of labor played in its demise, is still undetermined. It has been over 30 years since the Cold War ended, and the AFL-CIO has still never publicly addressed the issue of its collaboration with the CIA during that period. It is difficult to imagine a new labor movement emerging without coming to terms with this past. Appendix on the home front. In 1966, select groups of South American unionists, who could perhaps be spotted kicking a football among each other or enjoying an outdoor swim, began to enjoy their summers in a secluded, wooden hut, 74-acre campsite in the woods of Virginia. Point 1. This depiction of innocence contrasts sharply to the purpose underpinning the unionists' stay at the retreat. With a capacity of 40 residential students, Front Royal became home to AFLD's more advanced education, providing a more secluded setting than the Institute's former training center at the heart of Washington's lobbying industry on K Street. It was in these leafy confines that selected union leaders from different South American countries were invited to come and be trained in how to resist communism, both within their unions and in their countries more broadly. The Institute's first ever course provides evidence for the centrality of anti-communism to AFLD's academic program. Following 2 weeks of orientation, involving a history of the U.S. labor movement and a breakdown of the international labor movement, and then 3 weeks on techniques of trade union organization, students spent a whole 2 weeks on dangers and safeguards for democratic labor. 2. There was no mistaking what the gravest danger was. After breaking down and scrutinizing communism's ideological formation, students were taught defense tactics against potential infiltration. While the specific content of the classes is unlikely to ever be revealed, some transcripts of lectures that are available indicate that the message underpinning the courses remained constant. Romualdi's plea to the inaugural class on their induction day in 1962 revealed how it was an essential part of our function to share with you our concern over the dangers of communist infiltration into 204. Golpe. The labor movement. Point 3. Throughout the course of their stay, unionists would have this message continually drummed home, often from prominent political figures in both the U.S. and their home countries. Dean Rusk, Secretary of State throughout the Kennedy and Johnson administrations, was one such example, but he was far more implicit in his anti-communist message, attempting in a graduation day lecture to demonstrate that social and economic progress can be explained in a democratic society. Others, such as the Chilean ambassador Sergio Gutierrez Olivos, lectured the graduates on how they must answer to the communist contention that social progress can best be achieved in a non-democratic society. For the graduates knew what the prime evil political force in the continent was, and they had it on good authority. The Miami Herald's David and Goliath picture, in describing the first ever US-based AIFLD course, does not help in establishing how effective AIFLD's educational and social programs were. Presented as odds of 2,000 to 43, comparing an ongoing meeting of communist unionists in Santiago to the 43 students in Washington learning how to fend off the Reds' clutches. The article depicted a noble, uphill struggle that the Institute often wanted to convey, both to the public and to its students. 5 With no credible means established of recording the Institute's effectiveness, coupled with the support AIFLD received from the US government, a simplistic portrayal of a plucky effort that saved workers from the clutches of communism is unhelpful. As will become clear, AIFLD's education often did strengthen anti-communist resolve among its pupils, although social projects were often inadequate or left unfinished. However, in assessing the effectiveness of their overarching aim, the promotion of tranquil labor, business relations in order to negate the attractiveness of communism, only case studies at a wider socio-political level can provide the answer. Gathered 4 or 5 times a year for a 3-course luncheon, members of the AIFLD board would hear proof of how their educa. Appendix 205 tie-in program had instilled fervent anti-communism into the hearts and minds of Latin American Unionists. Graduation ceremonies at Front Royal, or previously at the Sheraton Carlton Hotel in Washington, D.C., provide the best available evidence of the immediate impact education had on pupils. Brazilian Unionist Canuto Coelho Filho, for example, articulated this in April 1963 on behalf of his fellow graduates, assuring the AIFLD board and the teachers of our willingness to fight against international communism, and demonstrating his commitment to democracy by claiming that we are disposed to defend it, if necessary, with our lives. 6A willingness to please the U.S. contingent does come through the sources, seen in the recognition of Romualdi's original message, with Colombian Carvajolino Lobo agreeing that only by preparation and democratic leadership of the working masses will it be possible to prevent international communism. It might be that Lobo and his peers were genuinely grateful and in awe of what was a unique and presumably enjoyable experience. The select few workers enjoying cocktails and a breast of capon that day must have felt indebted in some way to the Institute. 7. Statements reinforcing the Institute's educational message might not be sufficient evidence to argue that the classes had a transformative effect on their students' political beliefs. If a South American Unionist had been deemed fit to study at Front Royal, their political conscience was by no means a tabula rasa. One of AIFLD's main functions, of course, was to collect detailed information on the political persuasions of Unionists, so they were able to invite students who were sympathetic to their anti-communist message. There is evidence, however, to suggest that Latin American workers did not necessarily arrive at the Institute with the knowledge or ideology required to fulfill AIFLD's objectives. Trinidadian Unionist Gaston Benjamin, for example, told of how learning about the American labor movement's achievements had been a dazzling experience, assuring that we will aim at emulating your achievements. 8. Given that the Institute's message of cooperation between labor leaders and business was taught through a history of U.S. trade unionism. 206. El Golpe. The specifics of which are unknown, workers were not just having their own beliefs reiterated to them. Divergence in opinion over exactly how closely labor should align with private interests also suggests that AIFLD did have to convince workers of the legitimacy of their anti-communist front. Leader of Bolivian bank workers, Adolfo Antelo Inez, for example, warned that if the powerful and respected North American, trade union movement does not act to obtain a fairer treatment for our economies, the possibility of progress may well be restricted. 9. Being limited to the handful of graduation speeches that are available does not help in ascertaining whether AIFLD effectively conveyed their message to the Unionists who were trained. But the repetition in the speeches of a committed anti-communism, combined with a recognition that trainees often arrived in the U.S. without a solid ideology or strategy toward the Red Menace, suggests that in the leafy retreat just north of the Shenandoah River, AIFLD was effective in making its contribution to the Cold War. Appendix 207. Tively, point 10. This damning revelation should not be too surprising given that AIFLD only sought to help unions whom they deemed to be sympathetic to their ideals, but it does undermine the effectiveness of their projects department in its quest to access more workers who could be used to fight communism. A report by the Institute's PR department, detailing efforts to promote their social projects by producing advertisements for 23 Latin American television stations, recognized the difficulty that AIFLD had in establishing the notoriety needed to succeed in its objectives. 11. Despite their apparent inefficiency and lack of evaluation, AIFLD's social programs abroad did receive praise from government officials for their success in a subsidiary aim. Infiltrating workforces within individual countries was a key purpose of projects, in order to collect information about the political persuasion of unions and their members. It appears that it was actually aid rather than the AFL-CIO which set out the task of social surveillance, highlighted in the contractual agreement between aid and the Institute's Social Projects Department. The Institute shall use its best efforts to develop projects, in line with U.S. aid objectives. 12 Evidence for how exactly this was achieved is quite fragmentary, and necessitates crossing borders to piece together aspects of the Social Project Department's apparatus. In Chile, for example, when the Maritime Union Comic applied for a housing grant in 1964, they had to answer a series of questions about their political orienta. Tie-in, the support they received, if internal frictions existed between leaders and members, and highly detailed biographical information regarding which member stood out or demonstrated character. Surveillance continued after projects were completed, with AIFLD paying for a small group of people to see that one project, in this case housing in Mexico, did not become a slum. As Meany put it, the close proximity established between U.S. personnel, such as retired Navy Captain Andrew Clay, who was in charge of the Mexican project, and Latin American workers through this system appeared to become the most useful and important aspect of AIFLD's in-country operations. Point 13 Arguing against attempts to phase AIFLD. 208. Golpe. Out of their Argentinian program in 1970, U.S. Ambassador John Davis Lodge pointed out to the DOS that the program provides the United States with a special and favorable access to this most important sector of the Argentinian political scene, capturing how the most pertinent objective of AIFLD's social projects was the infiltration into the everyday lives of Latin American workers. Point 14. 1. A young Bill Doherty, tallest in the middle, on a PTTI study trip to Uruguay in October 1956. Doherty began working for the PTTI in Mexico in 1955. Photo from the International Institute of Social History. 2. Chetty Juggin, front center, leads a protest march in British Guiana in the 1970s. Juggin was deposed as Prime Minister in an AIFLD-assisted effort in 1962. When free elections were held again in 1992, he was re-elected in the now independent Guyana and governed as a democratic socialist. Photo courtesy of the Chetty Juggin Research Center. https://juggin.org/. 210. Golpe. 3. Left to Right, Victor, Roy, and Walter Reuther at a UAW convention in Long Beach, California, May 16 to 21, 1966. In an interview with the LA Times, Victor linked AIFLD, the AFL-CIO, and the CIA. The interview was published during the convention. Photo from the Walter Reuther Library. 4. Left to Right, Joe Byrne, CWA President, Walter Reuther, and Bill Smallwood, CWA, at a June 1963 CWA convention in Kansas City, Missouri. In his 1976 book, former CIA agent Philip Agee identified Byrne as a top CIA collaborator in labor. Photo from the Walter Reuther Library. Photographs. 211. 5. J. Lovestone at a rally in the 1930s. Lovestone was the General Secretary of the U.S. Communist Party in the 1920s, and then a leading anti-communist during the Cold War. He was appointed International Affairs Director of the AFL-CIO in 1963, and was forced out in 1974 when it was learned he was being paid by the CIA. Behind Lovestone is David Dubinsky, the president of the Ladies' Garment Workers Union. Dubinsky promoted the careers of Lovestone, Romualdi, and Morris Palladino. Photo from the Marxist Internet Archive. 6. J. Lovestone, AFL-CIO International Affairs Director. Photo from the Rob McKenzie Collection. 212. Golpe. 7. AIFLD activities in Mexico during the 1980s received funds from the National Endowment for Democracy, NED. Photographs. 213. 8. Ford Schwarzschild workers protest the attack on the plant after the Cleto Nigmo Memorial Service January 11, 1990. Photo courtesy of Jamie Flores Duran. 9. The workers occupied the plant before being driven out by police on January 22. Photo courtesy of Jamie Flores Duran. 214. Golpe. 10. The Ford banner is burnt at the end of the march. Photo courtesy of Jamie Flores Duran. 11. January 8th is not forgotten. The struggle continues at Ford. Workers' banner for the CORCTM representation vote. June 1991. Photo from Rob McKenzie Collection. Prologue. 1. Chinese wages higher than Brazil, Mexico. China Economic Review, February 27, 2017. Average hourly wages in China's manufacturing sector trebled between 2005 and 2016 to $3.60, according to Euromonitor, while during the same period manufacturing wages fell from $2.90 an hour to $2.70 in Brazil, and from $2.20 to $2.10 in Mexico. Chapter 1. 1. Quenby Olmsted Hughes, In the Interest of Democracy. The rise and fall of the early Cold War alliance between the American Federation of Labor and the Central Intelligence Agency. Peter Lang, 2011, Anthony Carew, American Labor's Cold War Abroad from Deep Freeze to Détente, 1945 to 1970. AU Press, Athabasca University, 2018, pages 9 to 147. 2. Serafino Romualdi, Presidents and Peons. Recollections of a Labor Ambassador in Latin America. Funk and Wagnalls, 1967, page 20. 3. Thomas C. Fields, Jr. Transnationalism Meets Empire, the AFL-CIO, Development, and the Private Origins of Kennedy's Latin American Labor Program. Diplomatic History, Volume 42, Number 2, 2018, page 311. 4. Ibid, pages 315 to 321. 5. Hughes, In the Interest of Democracy, pages 58 to 63. 6. Hugh Wilford, The Mighty Wurlitzer. How the CIA Played America. Harvard University Press, 2008, pages 54 to 55. 7. Hughes, In the Interest of Democracy, page 70. 8. James Barron. William C. Doherty, ex-president of Letter Carriers Union, is dead. New York Times, August 12, 1987. 9. Ibid. 10. The Association for Diplomatic Studies and Training Foreign Affairs Oral History Project Labor Series William Doherty. Interview conducted by James F. Shea and Dunne R. Kienzle, October 3, 1996, p. 1 https://ads.org/wp-content/uploads/2018/09/DohertyWilliam.pdf. Accessed January 22, 2021. 11. Carew, American Labor's Cold War, pages 18, 29, 57 to 58, 261. Wilford, The Mighty Wurlitzer, page 69. 216. L. Golpe. 12. The Association for Diplomatic Studies and Training William Doherty. Pages 3 to 4. Barron. William C. Doherty, ex-president of Letter Carriers Union, is dead. 13. Jonathan Whitney, Endless Enemies. The Making of an Unfriendly World. Condon and Weed, Inc. Publishing, 1984, pages 346 to 347. 14. Ibid, page 347. 15. The Association for Diplomatic Studies and Training Foreign Affairs Oral History Project Labor Series Lane Kirkland. Interview conducted by James F. Shea and Dunne R. Kienzle, November 13, 1996, p. 12, www.ads.org/oh%20tocs/Kirkland. Lane.1998.pdf. Accessed January 22, 2021. 16. Romualdi, Presidents and Peons, page 415. 17. Fields, Jr. Transnationalism Meets Empire. Page 313. 18. Carew, American Labor's Cold War Abroad, page 261. 19. The Association for Diplomatic Studies and Training William Doherty. Pages 8 to 10. 20. Romualdi, Presidents and Peons, page 415. 21. The Association for Diplomatic Studies and Training William Doherty. Page 5. 22. Fields, Jr. Transnationalism Meets Empire. Page 318. 23. Jeff Shirk. Comradely Brainwashing, International Development, Labor Education, and Industrial Relations in the Cold War. Labor. Studies in Working Class History, Volume 16, Issue 3, September 2019, pages 39 to 43, 49, DOI 10.1215/154767115-7569788. 24. Fields, Jr. Transnationalism Meets Empire. 25. Shirk. Comradely Brainwashing. Pages 49 to 50. 26. Ibid, page 51. 27. Fields, Jr. Transnationalism Meets Empire. Pages 319 to 320. 28. Shirk. Comradely Brainwashing. Pages 51 to 52. 29. Fields, Jr. Transnationalism Meets Empire. Page 323. 30. Romualdi, Presidents and Peons, pages 419 to 420. 31. Carew, American Labor's Cold War Abroad, page 260. 32. Cliff Welch. Labor Internationalism, U.S. Involvement in Brazilian Unions 1945 to 1965. Latin American Research Review, Volume 30, Number 2, 1995, page 83. 33. Romualdi, Presidents and Peons, page 420, Shirk. Comradely Brainwashing. Page 52. 34. Romualdi, Presidents and Peons, page 417. 35. Fields Jr. Transnationalism Meets Empire. Page 323. Notes. 217. 36. Ruth Needleman. AFL-CIO. Type notes from interviews conducted in both Chile and the United States between October 1972 to April 1974. Unpublished. Provided by the author. 37. Shirk. Comradely Brainwashing. Page 53. 38. Romualdi, Presidents and Peons, pages 432 to 433. 39. Ibid, pages 417 to 418, 426. 40. Needleman. AFL-CIO. 41. Biographic Sketch of Mr. William C. Doherty, Jr. AR 2004-0016 Box 26, George Meany Memorial Archives, University of Maryland, Hereafter GMMA, UMB. 42. Ibid. William Charles Doherty, Jr. Obituary, Washington Post, August 30, 2011. 43. Whitney, Endless Enemies, page 347. 44. Robert Waters and Gordon Daniels. The World's Longest General Strike, the AFL-CIO, the CIA, and British Guiana. Diplomatic History, Volume 29, Number 2, April 2005, page 282. 45. Ibid, page 283. 46. Ibid, page 282. 47. Tim Weiner. A Kennedy CIA Plot Returns to Haunt Clinton. New York Times, October 30, 1994. 48. Neil Sheehan. CIA men-aided strikes in Guyana against Dr. Juggin. Worked under the cover of U.S. Union in 1962. Drive on Marxist premier agents provided fund. Public Employees Group in Washington got agency money for 4 years. CIA men-aided strikes in Guyana. New York Times, February 22, 1967. Victor Reuther, The Brothers Reuther and the Story of the UAW. A Memoir. Houghton Mifflin Company /UAW Special Edition, 1976, page 416. AFSM President Jerry Worf severed the relationship with the CIA in 1964. 49. Waters and Daniels. The World's Longest General Strike. Page 302. 50. Sheehan. CIA men-aided strikes in Guyana against Dr. Juggin. Reuther, The Brothers Reuther and the Story of the UAW, page 416. 51. Romualdi, Presidents and Peons, pages 345 to 346. 52. Waters and Daniels. The World's Longest General Strike. Page 307. 53. Ibid, page 280. 54. Weiner. A Kennedy CIA Plot Returns to Haunt Clinton. 55. Waters and Daniels. The World's Longest General Strike. Page 303. 56. The Association for Diplomatic Studies and Training William Doherty. Page 23. 57. Ibid, page 14. 58. Ibid, pages 7, 22. 218. L. Golpe. 59. Shirk. Comradely Brainwashing. Page 54. 60. Daniel Cantor and Juliet Shore, Tunnel Vision. South End Press, 1987, page 44. 61. Romualdi, Presidents and Peons, page 422. 62. David Seamus McCarthy. The CIA and the Cult of Secrecy. Dissertations, W.N.M. Scholar Works, 2008, paper 15396233335, page 28. 63. Philip Agee, Inside the Company. CIA Diary. Bantam Books, February 1976, Appendix 1, pages 619, 620, 623, 624, 639, 641. 64. Ibid, pages 137 to 138. 65. Central Intelligence Agency. Memorandum for the Record. September 7, 1978, CIA RDP 81M00980R00060030055-3, General CIA Records. Freedom of Information Act. Electronic Reading Room. 66. Whitney, Endless Enemies, page 347. 67. Raymond Bonner, Weakness and Deceit, America and El Salvador's Dirty War, page 159. 68. Biographic sketch of Mr. William C. Doherty, Jr. 69. Ibid. 70. The Association for Diplomatic Studies and Training, William Doherty, page 6. 71. Ted Morgan, A Covert Life, J. Lovestone, Communist, Anti-Communist, and Spymaster. Random House, 1999, pages 338 to 340. 1. Wilford, The Mighty Wurlitzer, pages 237 to 243. 2. CIA link to AFL-CIO Foreign Unit. LA Times, Washington Post News Service, May 23, 1966. 3. Nelson Lichtenstein, The Most Dangerous Man in Detroit. Basic Books, a division of HarperCollins, 1995, pages 1 to 73. I have been a member of the UAW since 1977. I was the president of local union UAW 879 for 8 years and a regional service representative on the UAW international staff for 10 years. 4. Lichtenstein, The Most Dangerous Man in Detroit, pages 248 to 270. 5. Ruther, The Brothers Ruther and the Story of the UAW, page 412. 6. Ibid, pages 411 to 416. 7. Minchin, Timothy J. Labor Under Fire. A History of the AFL-CIO since 1979. University of North Carolina Press, 2017, page 38. 8. Ruther, The Brothers Ruther, pages 364 to 377. 9. Ibid, pages 420 to 424. 10. Carew, American Labor's Cold War Abroad, pages 257 to 264. 11. Shirk. Comradely Brainwashing, page 54. 12. Carew, American Labor's Cold War Abroad, pages 257 to 264. Notes. 219. 13. Welch. Labor Internationalism, page 84. 14. Carew, American Labor's Cold War Abroad, page 264. 15. Ruther, The Brothers Ruther and the Story of the UAW, page 419. 16. Shirk. Comradely Brainwashing, pages 60 to 62. 17. Paulo Fontes and Larissa R. Korea. Labor and Dictatorship in Brazil, a Historiographical Review. Published online by Cambridge University Press, May 3, 2018, page 27. 18. Shirk. Comradely Brainwashing, pages 60 to 62. 19. Welch. Labor Internationalism, pages 84 to 85. 20. Lloyd Jojol. Tom E. Robles, Labor Leader, EOC Official Fought for Workers. Albuquerque Journal, December 18, 2010. 21. Whitney, Endless Enemies, page 348. 22. Alan Frankovich, On Company Business. Documentary film, 1980, www.youtube.com/watch, v=zyronseque, access January 22, 2021, www.youtube.com/watch, v=zyronseque. 23. Ruther, The Brothers Ruther, page 419. 24. Carew, American Labor's Cold War Abroad, page 264. 25. Ruther, The Brothers Ruther, page 423. 26. Carew, American Labor's Cold War Abroad, page 265. 27. Ibid, page 267, Harry Bernstein. V. Ruther Link CIA, AFL-CIO. Washington Post, May 23, 1966. 28. Ruther, The Brothers Ruther, page 423. 29. Lichtenstein, The Most Dangerous Man in Detroit, page 408. 30. Carew, American Labor's Cold War Abroad, page 271. 31. Ibid, page 270. 32. Lichtenstein, The Most Dangerous Man in Detroit, p. 408. 33. Romualdi, Presidents and Peons, page 431. 34. AG, Inside the Company, Appendix 1, pages 623 to 624. 35. Carew, American Labor's Cold War Abroad, pages 273 to 276. 36. Lichtenstein, The Most Dangerous Man in Detroit, page 409. 37. Thomas W. Braden, Why I'm glad the CIA is immoral. Saturday Evening Post, May 20th, 1967, pages 10 to 14. Ruther, The Brothers Ruther, page 423. 38. Wilford, The Mighty Wurlitzer, pages 244 to 247. 39. Harry Bernstein. CIA linked to AFL-CIO Foreign Unit. LA Times, Washington Post News Service, May 23, 1966. 40. Morgan, A Covert Life, pages 48 to 66. 41. Ibid, pages 84 to 103. About this time in Russia, Lovestone later wrote, "When I was detained in Moscow and everybody was allowed to leave and I was not, I had the feeling of being in a locked trunk. The last sound of life you hear from the outside is the snapping of the lock." 220. L. Golpe. 42. Ibid, pages 105 to 112. 43. Ibid, pages 110 to 124. 44. Ibid, page 124. 45. Ibid, pages 125 to 126. 46. Ibid, pages 130 to 132. 47. Ibid, page 144. 48. Ibid, page 286. 49. Ibid, page 288. 50. Ibid, page 246. 51. Ibid, pages 251 to 252. John M. Crewdson. CIA men open 3 senators' mail and note to Nixon. New York Times, September 25, 1975. 52. Jefferson Morley, The Ghost. The Secret Life of CIA Spymaster James Jesus Angleton. St. Martin's Press, 1st edition, 2017, pages 188, 218, 219. 53. Ibid, page 87. 54. Ibid, page 56. 55. Morgan, A Covert Life, pages 244 to 258. 56. Ibid, page 349. 57. Fred Hirsch. An analysis of our AFL-CIO role in Latin America in Chile or under the covers with the CIA. January 25, 1974. The Nettie Lee Benson Latin American Collection, General Libraries, University of Texas at Austin, page 7. 58. Union aid renews charge CIA intervened in AFL-CIO. Baltimore Sunday, February 16, 1967. 59. Carew, American Labor's Cold War Abroad, page 270. 60. Ruther, The Brothers Ruther, page 458. 61. National Transportation Safety Board Aircraft Accident Report, file number 3-0125, Executive Jet Aviation Incorporated, Learjet L-23A, and 434EJ. Near the Emmett County Airport, Pellston, Michigan, May 9, 1970. Adopted, December 22, 1970, report number NTSB AAR 71-3. P10 http://libraryonline.edu/online fulltext/ntsb/aircraft. Accident report /AR 7103.pdf. Access January 22, 2021. 62. Michael Parenti and Peggy Noten. The Wonderful Life and Strange Death of Walter Reuther. Covert Action, number 54, Fall 1995, p. 42, https://covertactionmagazine.com/wp-content/upload/2020/01/CQ54-1995-3.pdf. Accessed May 3, 2021. 63. Ruther, The Brothers Ruther, page 464. 64. National Transportation Safety Board Aircraft Accident Report, file number 3-0125, pages 13 to 14. 65. A TSO is a minimum performance standard for specified materials, parts, and appliances used on civil aircraft. Federal Aviation Admin. Notes. 221. Illustration website, www.faa.gov/aircraft/air_cert/design_approvals/so/, accessed January 22, 2021. 66. A.J. Weberman. Was Joe Biden the target of a botched assassination attempt by CIA's domestic Operation Phoenix component? http educationforum.post.com/topic/15078 was Joe Biden the target of a botched assassination attempt by CIA's domestic Operation Phoenix component / tab equals comments # comment 175317 accessed January 22, 2021. Colesman was not found liable in any way for the crash. http://educationforum.post.com/topic/15078 was Joe Biden the target of a botched assassination attempt by CIA. 67. Ibid. 68. Ibid. 69. Ibid. 70. Parenti and Noten. The Wonderful Life and Strange Death of Walter Reuther. Page 43. 71. John Barnard, American Vanguard. The United Auto Workers during the Reuther years 1935 to 1970. Wayne State University Press, 2004, page 446. 72. Central Intelligence Agency, March 7, 1973. Air America Incorporated Vientiane, Laos Facilities and Operations. 197307 PDF. General CIA Records. Freedom of Information Act. Electronic Reading Room. 73. Weberman. Was Joe Biden the target of a botched assassination attempt? 74. FOIA 2018-00306. In response to your FOIA request regarding an aviation accident on May 9, 1970 in Pellston, Michigan, the only information available is the final report on ntsb.gov. Here is the web address to access the report: www.ntsb.gov/layouts/ntsb.aviation/brief.aspx. ev_id equals 2646 and key equals 0. Accessed January 22, 2021. No. FOIA 2021-00253 and FOIA 2021-00254. The NTSB did not begin keeping records on microfiche until 1978. 75. Parenti and Noten. The Wonderful Life and Strange Death of Walter Reuther. Page 43. 76. Elizabeth Reuther Dickmeyer, Putting the World Together. My Father Walter Reuther. The Liberal Warrior. Living Force Publishing, 2004, page 356. 77. Neil E. Baudet and Noam Scheiber. Dennis Williams, former UW leader, is accused of conspiracy. New York Times, August 27, 2020. 78. Robert Snell and Daniel Howes. UAW offers unprecedented meeting with feds amid corruption scandal. Detroit News, March 26, 2020. 222. El Golpe. 1. Argentina Independent, Salvador Allende's last speech with English subtitles, September 11, 2013. Available at www.youtube.com/watch. V equals HC8 years ELCZQ. Accessed January 7, 2019. Also referenced in a Noam Chomsky translation available at www.youtube.com/watch. V equals BA8W3 BNTNC and _ channel equals Daniel Basilio. Accessed September 14, 2021. 2. Peter Kornblue, The Pinochet File. A declassified dossier on atrocity and accountability. New York, The New Press, 2003, page 115. 3. U.S. Senate, December 18, 1975, Covert Action in Chile. 1963 to 1973, 94th Congress, First Session. 4. Jonathan Haslam, The Nixon Administration and the Death of Allende's Chile. A Case of Assisted Suicide. London, New York, Verso Books, 2005, pages 130 to 132. 5. Eddie Kaufman, Crisis in Allende's Chile. New Perspectives. Praeger Publishers, 1988, page 82. 6. Helbrand's Latin America's Cold War. Harvard University Press, 2010, pages 2, 118, 119. 7. Tanya Harmer, Allende's Chile and the Inter-American Cold War. University of North Carolina Press, 2011, page 197. 8. Christian Gustafson, Hostile Intent. U.S. Covert Operations in Chile, 1964 to 1974. Potomac Books, 2007, page 205. 9. National Security Council. Memorandum for Dr. Kissinger. November 17, 1970. Library of Congress. Freedom of Information Act. Electronic Reading Room. 10. Letter from Robert O'Neill to Andy McClellan. November 3, 1972. International Affairs Department, Hereafter IED and Notes. Country Files, 1969 to 1981. Box 5, File 16. GMMA-UMB. 11. AIFLD Memorandum, from William Doherty to Andrew McClellan, Joseph Byrne, J. Lovestone, Ernest Lee. September 16, 1971. AIFLD Memorandum, from William Doherty to McClellan, Byrne, Lovestone, Lee. September 9, 1971. IAD. International Labor Organization's Activities, 1946 to 1985. 17/9. GMMA-UMB. 12. Central Intelligence Agency, Intelligence Memorandum. Communist Influence in Latin American Labor. February 1, 1967. General CIA Records. Freedom of Information Act. Electronic Reading Room. 13. Letter from Serafino Romualdi to Thomas Walsh. August 17, 1962. IAD. Country Files, 1945 to 1971. 018/2. GMMA-UMB. 14. AIFLD Memorandum. Robert O'Neill to Jesse Friedman. June 6, 1972. IAD. Country Files, 1969 to 1981. 5/16. GMMA-UMB. Notes. 223. 15. Hortensia Allende Bussy, quoted in Fred Hirsch. The Labor Movement, Penetration Point for U.S. Intelligence and Transnationals. In Fred Hirsch and Richard Fletcher, The CIA and the Labor Movement. Nottingham, Spokesman Books, 1977, page 37. 16. AIFLD Report. Statement on Free Trade Union Situation in Chile. Circa 1966. IAD. Country Files, 1945 to 1971. 018/8. GMMA-UMB. 17. Minutes of the Annual Meeting of the Board of Trustees of the American Institute for Free Labor Development. May 19, 1969. Office of the President. George Meany Files, 1940 to 1980. 58/1. GMMA-UMB. 18. Labor Organization cancels its boycott of Chilean cargoes. The Washington Post, January 17, 1979. 19. Intelligence Meeting. June 11, 1973. General CIA Records. Freedom of Information Act. Electronic Reading Room. 20. AIFLD Social Projects Department. Report on Activities. March 1965. Office of the President. George Meany Files, 1940 to 1980. 57/6. GMMA-UMB. 21. Hirsch. The Labor Movement. Page 31. 22. Letter, in Spanish, from O'Neill to McClellan, April 14, 1971. Letter from Deek and Company. Manager Otto J. Rouge to AIFLD. April 8, 1971. IAD. Country Files, 1969 to 1981. 5/15. GMMA-UMB. Was CIA financier turned Wall Street banker assassinated by the bearded bag lady? The Daily Mail, December 10, 2012. 23. Patricio Guzman, The Battle of Chile, Part 2, The Coup d'etat, 1976. Uploaded to YouTube by Radio Stocomania, June 13, 2017, The Battle of Chile Part 2 Sub-Ingalls. Available at www.youtube.com/watch. V equals Mr. 8XNNHQQMNT equals 271S. Access January 9, 2019. 24. Hirsch. The Labor Movement. Page 31. 25. Patricio Guzman, The Battle of Chile, Part 1, 1975. Uploaded to YouTube by Ronaldo Endler, January 18, 2011, La Battaglia de Chile. Available at www.youtube.com/watch. V equals 5 KFPGXL 3FMK and T equals 13S. Access January 9, 2019. 26. Theodore H. Moran, Multinational Corporations and the Politics of Dependence. Copper in Chile. Princeton, Cambridge, Princeton University Press, 1975, page 6. 27. AIFLD Memorandum, O'Neill to Jesse Friedman. June 6, 1972. IAD. Country Files, 1969 to 1981. 5/16. GMMA-UMB. 28. Letter from McClellan to O'Neill. August 31, 1971. IAD. Country Files, 1969 to 1981. 5/16. GMMA-UMB. 29. Letter from O'Neill to McClellan. November 3, 1972. IAD. Country Files, 1969 to 1981. 5/16. GMMA-UMB. 224. El Golpe. 30. Guzman, The Battle of Chile, Part 1. 31. Report from McClellan to J. Lovestone. Chilean Strike Picture. May 22, 1973. IAD. Country Files, 1969 to 1981. 5/17. GMMA-EMB. 32. Guzman, The Battle of Chile, Part 1, Haslam, A Case of Assisted Suicide, page 175. 33. Kornblue, The Pinochet File, pages 3 to 17. 34. Under the Covers. Draft of text, probably written by Fred Hirsch, in AIFLD Archives. IAD. International Labor Organization's Activities, 1946 to 1985. 17/14. GMMA-EMB. 35. Haslam, A Case of Assisted Suicide, page 171. 36. Needleman. AFL-CIA. 37. Needleman. AFL-CIA. Haslam, A Case of Assisted Suicide, page 140. 38. Chile Government Workers Trade Union Team. Final Summary Report. Period of Visit 13 November 7 December 1972. IAD. Country Files, 1969 to 1981. 5/16. GMMA-EMB. 39. Hirsch. The Labor Movement. Pages 26 to 29. 40. Haslam, A Case of Assisted Suicide, page 144. 41. Guzman, The Battle of Chile, Part 2. 42. Augusto Pinochet, quoted in Kornblue, The Pinochet File, page 113. 43. El Mercurio, June 27, 1974, quoted Fred Hirsch and Richard Fletcher, The CIA and the Labor Movement. Nottingham, Spokesman Books, 1977, page 5. 44. Kornblue, The Pinochet File, pages 161 to 163. 45. U.S. Department of Labor, Labor Rights Report. Chile. Washington, D.C., Government Printing Office, 2003. 46. Cable from George Meany to Augusto Pinochet, April 9, 1974. IAD. Country Files, 1969 to 1981. 5/17. GMMA-EMB. 47. Joseph Byrne to J. Lovestone, Report. Current Problems and Prospects of the Latin American Free Trade Union Movement. April 19, 1971. 64/11. GMMA-UMB, page 10. 48. Stephen G. Rabe, The Killing Zone. The United States Wages Cold War in Latin America. New York, Oxford University Press, 2011. 49. Fred Hirsch. An Analysis of our AFL-CIO Role in Latin America or Under the Covers with the CIA. Central Intelligence Agency. Freedom of Information Act. Electronic Reading Room. Library of Congress, pages 1 to 2. Available at www.cia.gov/libraries/readingrooms/. Access January 22, 2021. 50. IBID, page 53. 51. AFL-CIO Role in Latin America Quizzed. Northern California Labor, Santa Clara edition, April 12, 1974, page 2. Notes. 225. 52. Fred Hirsch and Virginia Muir. A Plumber Gets Curious About Exporting McCarthyism in the Cold War Against Labor. Volume 2, and Fagan Ginger and David Cristiano, eds. Meiklejohn Civil Liberties Institute, 1987, page 745. 53. Kim Sipes, AFL-CIO's Secret War Against Developing Country Workers. Lexington Books, 2011, page 71. 54. Labor Protests CIA Role in Chile. National Guardian, October 9, 1974. 55. Ted Morgan, A Covert Life, page 351. 56. Tanya Opezzo. The Boys Who Got to Remake an Economy. Slate, January 12, 2016. 1. Raymond Bonner, Weakness and Deceit. America and El Salvador's Dirty War. Or Books, 2016, page 160. 2. IBID, pages 37 to 38, Chris Norton. Build and Destroy. Report on the Americas. Shadow Play. November/December 1985. North American Congress on Latin America, page 29. 3. Norton. Build and Destroy. Page 27. 4. Bonner, Weakness and Deceit, pages 14 to 17. 5. Norton. Build and Destroy. Page 27. 6. Bonner, Weakness and Deceit, page 17. 7. Norton. Build and destroy. Page 27. 8. Norton. Build and destroy. Bonner, weakness and deceit. Page 58. 9. Norton. Build and destroy. Page 27. 10. Ibid. 11. Ibid. 12. Bonner, weakness and deceit. Pages 24 to 26. 13. Ibid. Page 27. 14. Norton. Build and destroy. Page 27. 15. Shirk. Agrarian Reform and the AFL-CIO's Cold War in El Salvador. Diplomatic History, Volume 44, 2020, page 539. 16. Ibid. Page 24. 17. The Association for Diplomatic Studies and Training Foreign Affairs Oral History Project Labor Series Jesse A. Friedman. Interview conducted by James F. Shea and Don R. Kienzle, September 22, 1995, p. 12, www.ads.org/oh%20tocs/Friedman, %20 Jesse %20a.talk.pdf, accessed January 22, 2021. Some sources say Hammer was sent to Venezuela. 18. Bonner, Weakness and Deceit, page 28. 19. Ibid, page 73. 20. Ibid, pages 80 to 83. 226. L. Golpe. 21. Ibid, page 17. 22. Bonner, Weakness and Deceit, pages 121 to 134. 23. Norton. Build and Destroy, page 27. 24. Ibid. 25. Shirk. Agrarian Reform, page 543. 26. Bonner, Weakness and Deceit, page 161. 27. Norton. Build and Destroy, page 27. 28. Bonner, Weakness and Deceit, page 160. 29. Shirk. Agrarian Reform, page 545. 30. Norton. Build and Destroy, pages 27 to 28. 31. Ibid. 32. Shirk. Agrarian Reform, page 547. 33. Bonner, Weakness and Deceit, page 160. 34. Ibid. Pages 161 to 168. 35. Ibid. Page 43. 36. Interview and emails with Frank Hammer in 2019 and 2020. 37. Arch Puddington, Lane Kirkland. Champion of American Labor. John Wiley and Sons, 2005, page 191. 38. Mike Sager. Slain U.S. advisor had an obsession to distribute land. Washington Post, January 5, 1981. 39. Shirk. Agrarian Reform, page 549. 40. Bonner, Weakness and Deceit, page 159. 41. Sager. Slain U.S. advisor had an obsession to distribute land. 42. Kate Rogers. The CIA is hunting for its next generation of talent. CNBC, April 6, 2018. www.cnbc.com/2018/04/05/The CIA is hunting for its next generation of talent.html. Accessed January 22, 2021. 43. Central Intelligence Agency. Special Bulletin. CIA RDP 7803090A000100100110028 PDF. General CIA Records. Freedom of Information Act. Electronic Reading Room. 44. John Hollister Headley. 20 Years of Officers in Residence CIA in the Classroom. CIA Historical Document, April 15, 2007. General CIA Records. Freedom of Information Act. Electronic Reading Room. 45. Ibid. 46. The Association for Diplomatic Studies and Training Jesse Friedman. Page 11, Ibid, page 1. 47. Reed Irvine. Anti-CIA publication targeted El Salvador. Accuracy in Media, January 17, 1981, page 21. 48. El Salvador murders linked to far-left counter-spy. Human Events, February 14, 1981, page 13. 49. Bonner, Weakness and Deceit, page 159. Notes. 227. 50. Ibid. 51. Frank Hammer email. 52. Bonner, Weakness and Deceit, page 159. 53. Sager. Slain U.S. advisor had an obsession to distribute land. 54. Norton. Build and Destroy. Page 28. 55. Ibid. Pages 29 to 31. 56. The Association for Diplomatic Studies and Training William Doherty. Pages 5 to 6. 57. Andrew Batista. Unions and Cold War Policy in the 1980s. The National Labor Committee, the AFL-CIO, and Central America. Diplomatic History, Volume 26, No. 3, Summer 2002, Oxford University Press, page 446. 58. Ibid. Pages 422 to 423. 59. Ibid. Pages 426, 430. 60. Bonner, Weakness and Deceit, pages 37 to 38. 61. Shirk. Agrarian Reform. Page 550. 62. Ibid. Page 160. 63. Bonner, Weakness and Deceit, page 10. 64. Norton. Build and Destroy. Page 29. 65. Ibid. 66. Ibid. 67. Ibid. Page 30. 68. Bonner, Weakness and Deceit, page 250. 69. Batista. Unions and Cold War Policy. Page 428. 70. Norton. Build and Destroy. Page 30. 71. Ibid. Page 31. 72. Ibid. Pages 31 to 33. 73. Al Weinrub and William Bollinger, the AFL-CIO in Central America. Labor Network on Central America, 1987, page 21. 74. Norton. Build and Destroy. Page 31. 75. Ibid. 76. Batista. Unions and Cold War Policy. Page 422. 77. Frank Hammer. Not Really Big Deal Killing in El Salvador. New York Times, December 11, 1984. 78. Interview and Email with Frank Hammer. 79. Ibid. 80. Batista. Unions and Cold War Policy. Page 422. 81. Puddington, Lane Kirkland, pages 205 to 206. 82. International Affairs Conference. Memo. May 6, 1985, AIFLD/AFL-CIO, AR 2004-0016 Box 40. GMMA EMB. 83. Ibid. 228. L. Golpe. 84. Fred Hirsch. The AIFLD, International Trade Secretariats and Fascism in Chile, an open letter to the labor movement. Northern California Chile Coalition, 1975, page 8. 85. Morris Palladino. Bio. AR 2004-0016 Box 40. GMMA EMB. 86. AG, Inside the Company, page 638. 87. Puddington, Lane Kirkland, page 12. 88. William Sarin. Lane Kirkland, who led labor in difficult times, is dead at 77. New York Times, August 15, 1999. 89. Puddington, Lane Kirkland, page 21. 90. Minchin, Labor Under Fire, pages 51 to 52. 91. Puddington, Lane Kirkland, page 30. 92. Ibid. 93. H. Raskin. Lane Kirkland, New Style. New York Times, October 28, 1979. 94. Sarin. Lane Kirkland, who led labor in difficult times, is dead at 77. 95. Ibid. 96. Ibid. 97. Wilford, The Mighty Wurlitzer, page 69, following the breakup of the FTUC in December 1957. Irving Brown, however, remained as active as ever, carrying out operations for the agency on a freelance basis. AIFLD in Central America agents as organizers Tom Berry and Deb Prush, Hornblake AR 200400016 Box 40. Former CIA agent John Stockwell is quoted as calling Brown Mr. CIA in the labor movement. Jonathan Whitney, Endless Enemies, pages 340. 345. At least 5 former intelligence officers say that while overseas Brown has done undercover work for the CIA, this was when he was ostensibly championing the cause of independent trade unionism. Whitney also reported that in an interview with Thomas Braden, a former CIA officer, Braden said Brown used the pseudonym Norris A. Grambo for undercover work. Paul Sakwa said he was Brown's CIA case officer between 1951 to 1954. Hughes, In the Interest of Democracy, page 3, in an interview with Hughes, Franklin Lindsay who Worked for the CIA between 1949 and 1953. Remembered Irving Brown as a tremendous operator who managed the FTUC with AFL money before accepting CIA aid. Frankovich, on company business, Paul Sakwa was interviewed and said he was a CIA case officer for labor operations in France in 1952. He said Irving Brown received CIA money which he was passing around in France. AG, inside the company, page 624. Brown Irving, European representative of the American Federation of Labor, and principal CIA agent for control of the International Confederation of Free Trade. Notes 229. Unions ICFTU. Carew, American Labor's Cold War, pages 24 to 27. There appears to be enough smoke to indicate a certain amount of fire, and that Brown was indeed inducted into the world of secret intelligence in the closing stages of the war, World War II. Why he should have been selected for such work, making contact with French trade unionists when he spoke no French, discussing sabotage with Norwegian partisans when he knew nothing of sabotage, and generally having no international experience, is puzzling. All that is certain is that Irving Brown was close to J. Lovestone, and that the latter was beginning to make his own contacts with U.S. intelligence. Brown, however, remained as active as ever, carrying out operations for the agency on a freelance basis. 98. Carew, American Labor's Cold War, page 4. 99. Irving Brown Bio. AR 2004-0031 box number 18. GMMA EMB. 100. Interview and email with Anderson June 2020. 101. Weinrub and Bollinger, the AFL-CIO in Central America, page 16. 102. International Affairs Conference. Memo. 103. Jane Slaughter. AFL-CIO Leaders Defend Central America Policy. Labor Notes, October 1985, page 16. 104. Ibid, page 13. 105. Linda Garav. AFL-CIO Split on Latin America. Boston Globe, May 12, 1985. 106. Kenter and Shore, Tunnel Vision, page 1. 107. Ibid, page 3. 108. Batista. Unions and Cold War Policy. Page 438. 109. Ibid. 110. AFL-CIO Resolution backs Central American Peace Plan. Union Advocate, November 9, 1987. 111. Haddad, Samuel. Labor groups working against AFL-CIO labor policy. February 15, 1985, AR 2004-0016 box number 40. GMMA EMB. 112. Jim Shannon. Minnesota Unionists for Peace oppose Contra Aid. Union Advocate, September 21, 1987. 113. Jim Smager. CLUW member knocks Contra Aid after Nicaragua trip. Union Advocate, July 28, 1986. 114. Puddington, Lane Kirkland, page 206. 115. Drew Mendelson. Impressions, The State of Labor in Central America. Union Advocate, November 4, 1985. 116. Weinrub and Bollinger, the AFL-CIO in Central America, page 34. 117. Contra issue draws sharp debate. Union Advocate, September 28, 1987. 118. Contra issue draws sharp debate. 230. El Golpe. 119. AFL-CIO President Richard Trumka died of natural causes at the age of 72 in August 2021. He was elected Federation President. 1. Shifra M. Goldman, Dimensions of the Americas. University of Chicago Press, 1994, pages 294 to 295. 2. Armed Americans at Green's Mine. New York Times, June 3, 1906. 3. AG Inside the Company, page 531. 4. Ibid, page 538. 5. Eric Pace. William Casey, ex-CIA head, is dead at 74. New York Times, May 7, 1987. 6. Edgar Chamorro and Jefferson Morley. Confessions of a Contra. New Republic, August 4, 1985. 7. Woodward Vale. The Secret Wars of the CIA 1981 to 1987. Simon & Schuster, pages 341 to 344. Philip Taubman. Analysts reported to leave CIA in a clash with Casey on Mexico. New York Times, September 28, 1984. 8. Woodward Vale, pages 340 to 345. Ibid, pages 137 to 138. 9. Ibid, pages 339 to 340. 10. The Outlook for Mexico. The Central Intelligence Agency, April 1984, page 1. 11. Woodward Vale, pages 341 to 344. The Outlook for Mexico. Page 1. 12. The Outlook for Mexico. Page 1. 13. CIA. Mexico Public Debt by Country. 1985, CIA RDP 91B00874 R0001001900019-2, General CIA Records. Freedom of Information Act. Electronic Reading Room. The 1984 NA said Mexico was paying interest on $85 billion of foreign debt, IBID. Page 7. 14. The Outlook for Mexico. Page 27. 15. The Outlook for Mexico. Page 30. 16. Central Intelligence Agency. The Opposition Left in Mexico. CIA RDP 83B00225 R0001003000002-6. June 1982. General CIA Records. Freedom of Information Act. Electronic Reading Room, pages 1 to 12. 17. IBID, page 2. 18. IBID, page 22. Hector de la Cueva interview conducted by Paula Cuellar in Mexico City, summer 2018. Translated by Paula Cuellar. 19. IBID, page 22. 20. Central Intelligence Agency. Mexico, Labor, Government Relations. December 1983. General CIA Records. Freedom of Information Act. Electronic Reading Room, pages 3. 21. IBID, page 1. Notes. 231. 22. IBID, page 9. 23. IBID, pages 12 to 13. 24. Burton Kirkwood, The History of Mexico. Palgrave Macmillan, 2005, page 203. 25. Julia Preston and Samuel Dillon, Opening Mexico. The Making of a Democracy. Farrar, Straus and Giroux, 2004, pages 103 to 105. 26. IBID, page 99. 27. Kirkwood, The History of Mexico, page 203. 28. Preston and Dillon, Opening Mexico, page 113. 29. IBID, pages 97 to 103. 30. IBID, pages 105 to 109. 31. Central Intelligence Agency. Mexico, Political Implications of the 1985 Earthquake, A Comparison with Nicaragua and Guatemala. CIA RDP 88T00768 R0002001160001-7, General CIA Records. Freedom of Information Act. Electronic Reading Room, page 3. 32. IBID, page 11. 33. IBID. 34. Preston and Dillon, Opening Mexico, pages 113 to 115. 35. Kirkwood, The History of Mexico, page